also is that these people that can, I'm generalizing here, but for the most part, they're very guarded letting you in because one, they don't know if you're spying for animal rights groups, they don't know if you're the feds, and they don't you steal their animals. And so a lot of these people are very valuable animals, and they're extremely guarded and paranoid about letting you in. Now, of course, it's become harder. In our case, we've been we've become known, and so to continue this model, doing another story I don't know, bears. People are going to be suspicious. But as far as being natural, I don't think that's so hard. With Tanya and Joe, Joe's obviously a performer in a sense, but you just film them. And the more intimate you can make that filming experience for them, the more natural it becomes. We work without anything. With Tiger King, just me and a camera guy. And I drove back and forth from Texas to Oklahoma, constant, Dallas, Oklahoma City. It was just two of us filming. And so the more intimate it is, the more, the less of an audience watching how you're filming, the better it is.
And also, there's no way they could have known how big that's going to be.
Oh my God, I didn't.
No way they could have ever anticipated some bizarre, obscure documentary on people that are keeping pet cats.
I started making a film about the extinction.
Big Cats in America. Okay, that's like low risk.
We didn't even know it was going to be successful.
Well, like I said, you guys caught lightning and dawn was the perfect timing with people being locked in during the pandemic. You guys were kind of the early stars of the pandemic, your show. It was also a welcome escape from the craziness we were all experiencing. We were experiencing everyone's wearing masks, keeping away from people. I mean, you're at least when you're home with your family, like, oh my God, we're not these idiots. You're crazy. It's crazy. Like this world is so much more insane for this new insane world that it became sort of a little bit of a for us.
I think I'm telling Eric, so asked this question a lot about the state of non-scripted, unscripted shows, documentaries, and the dramatization that you're seeing as a trend, people making very cinematic, real stories, dramatic recreation. And Eric and I, we're talking about it a lot because so much of our content is so much more surreal than anything we can even make up or create. And that's what's so surreal about the process and also just the stuff we capture.
Right.
It's stranger than fiction. It's
stranger than fiction. It also comes off as authentic. And as someone who's worked in reality TV, it's not reality. Okay? And especially the kind of reality shows you think of as reality shows, they have all these scenarios set up. They edit things to make them look like different things happen because they just want you to keep people tuned in for drama. So if you follow the they create drama. They have scripted shit. And it feels like, right? The thing about Tiger King and the thing about Chip Crazy is it feels very authentic. It's crazy.
God, I'm so glad you say that. I would to St. Louis, drive down to Ozarks in Tanya, and she'd be like 3 hours late for some reason, and then she'd show up and she'd say, "Oh, you gotta go get my eyes done," and then I would be like, "Yeah, you were 3 hours late. Don't be able to get your eyes done," and not once setting her up and saying, "You get your lip injected." She just would say, "Oh, I'm with my lip injection." We would shadow her. So it's just her life.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, I mean, we're also fortunate to have an incredibly talented team that can help, create these experiences in a way on screen that make it authentic.
Well, that's
incredible group of team.
So as they're doing it, are they marking down the key moments? Do they have someone who's a stenographer who's marking down so you know what to look for? Or do you at the end of the day go, that thing, which one got our lips after?
Maybe I wish we had what you just said. It would be very helpful.
It seems like
we don't.
It's pretty organic. It's also, you follow the story, which was Tanya's story. We kind of knew that at it. The minute the missing chimpanzee happened, the supposed death occurred. So that's where's it? And through that, we were able to kind of latch on all these other things. Now, what you don't know is we shot these other stories, out of sequence. The tricks came at the very end, so we had to figure out a way to, weave it into episode 2 and weave it into episode 4. We knew we really wanted that in to serve as thematic connection to Tanya's story.
But I just think that we make overriding point, which is that this is not a good recipe for people.
Yeah, sure.
Making films like this, because it's not. Because we, like there's all these sort of formulaic styles that you try to use, like a biography of a famous person or a takedown documentary or a true crime. What we do, and I think we've just been really lucky, is we just start filming somebody, never knowing, of course, where this is going to go, and that is not a good, smart way to make probably documentaries. What if it goes nowhere?
Right.
I'm just bringing that up because, and so in order to Chimp Crazy, we actually filmed so many different things to get to chimp people.
How do we? And these things that we're reaching kind of realize it's worth it.
What is it? There's like no other way. They just shadow these people forever and then splice it down to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Which is like 250 plus hours of footage.
250 days.
That's like about 1,300 hours.
Okay, 1,300 hours down to it.
Yeah. That's just primary camera. Summarizing a day.
Right.
Multiple cameras, multiple things happening in a day. Right. We're very efficient. It's an 8 to 12 hour day. Capturing a lot of information.
So are you archiving in you like at the end of the day, so you know what day this happened, what day that you're. So you do make sure
there's a process. There's a field process that has kind of the notes that we have for the day. What happened? What's interesting about the day? Gets in.
Trying to form the narrative of how you're going to have the whole documentary series play out as you're doing that, or is it just
That comes so much later.
Yeah.
Like we have no idea where it's going. Probably for the first year and a half. The case with Chimp Crazy, we didn't even discover until a year and a half.
Year and a half in. What's so interesting, and I want to come back to this. I saw you do an emotional buck story because it was really a hard one to tell, but an important one to make sure we got that in. But we missed it. We missed the cover. We were going to go. Eric and I were going to go to Pendleton to cover what was happening with because we knew there was a violation that occurred from the state of Oregon that basically said, Tamara, you have to do some improvements, otherwise we're taking the animal away from you. And that had happened. We would cover response to that. 4 days later, Buck was shot. And we said to ourselves, I remember this so vividly, we can't trust our instincts. Like when we something, cover it and let's send someone out if we need to. So we decided to film everything including our conversations and process, like very metal, which ended up being part of the story too, which you'll see more in 4, where we have to we're in basically. So the point with being is that the duck story happened. We thought just in this guy Dwayne, we recruited to kind of join the team into Festus to cover this station, thinking nothing was going to happen. Day happens, take the animals out, one is missing. And then the guy that became friends with her, and we just had to keep following it. So this guy became essential to the story with no intended reasoning for that. So yeah, the making of
this is old. Yo, dog.
Never in a way to us, and
Dog.
much later.
Yo, dog. What is this?
So you're also an outsider.
What is this? Oh,
Response to the industry, formulated way of doing things.
Well, doing what
programming or programming in general.
Well, I think the reality TV was pretty simple. I could see how it started. It was people that were involved in scripted shows, and then scripted shows somewhere around the early 2000s were decimated by reality shows. And so these people who were already respected television producers, they made their way into reality television. And then they realized some of these people are pretty fucking boring most of the time. We don't have enough time to spend 250 days to film one episode of a show, right? Which is what you guys had to do.
Mhm.
So instead, what they do is they say, okay, today you're going to argue about what to have for lunch, you know? And so Bob wants Mexican food, Sally wants Chinese food. You have to figure it out. You have to go around town and figure out where to eat. And you're eventually going to decide this. And this is the place you're going to eat and be happy. And so the whole thing is the personal dynamic, you know, the relationships people have to each other. And then they create drama along the way. You got to find your friend from high school who's like perfectly owned up. You know, well, so it's like it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's not really reality, but it's also not really a drama. It's real human beings that are doing nonsense, and you feel it. And then there's also like reality shows that are on specific subjects, and those are bullshit too. And then you know, dating shows, which are super popular. Like, who is he gonna pick? Who's she gonna pick? How's this gonna work? You know, we get excited about in these garage shows where someone shows up for storage unit. Well, you know, a lot of those shows they fake it. They load up the storage unit because so they can't be assured that the storage unit's gonna have some fucking pirates treasure in it, right? So what do they do? So they pretend that they got this at an auction. Like, who knows what's in it? Apparently, the guy got it in a mysterious way, and there's people looking for him. We might really be on something. And then you cut a commercial. Is that gold? Cut to commercial. Cut back to commercial. Is that gold?
I even thought, I don't like any of those shows. I even thought some of these, like, you know, nature shows, like Steve Irwin, you know, and I, of course, a lot, but I was kind of wondering, like, is he walking through the jungle? Or he suddenly finds the snake? Is it? It's got to be something.
A lot of times sure is.
Or the
None of those shows, but a lot of these, like one of the more interesting things today is YouTube, right? Because YouTube is small, independent people. Like this guy we have, like Playground Cowboy, and this guy goes out to the Everglades every day and captures pythons. And you know, like his videos of him got bit by one, really fucked up. His arms gushing blood. He's they're enormous. There's more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere on Earth. Yeah, certain pythons used to be people's pets or used to be a part of a reptile facility.
So we're doing a next series of reptiles and reptiles. We will section up.
Another thing, I went down a rabbit hole last night. Nile crocodiles. I was going to the Nile crocodiles.
I'll tell you a lot about it.
Tell me about the crocodiles and everybody's stuff. Because what they were saying is they found a few, and the ones that they identified that they've captured that were definitely Nile crocodiles came from the same gene line. So they think they came from the same genetic source. But then there was another guy who was watching this documentary last night, or this YouTube video rather last night. He's saying that there's like huge crocodiles that take out cattle on the west side of the
No.
Yeah, so he was sketchy.
I mean, there's like 23 or 24 species of crocodilians in the world. Right. Stingrays, crocodiles, alligators, whales. And the only crocs that are really, really dangerous to man are crocodiles, mugger crocodiles, but the crocs in Florida that are native American crocodiles, they are brackish that are croc. They're not like freshwater. So in Florida, you just have American alligators, and there's a very small population of them, American crocodiles that are still native, sort of estuaries, freshwater.
They're small.
They
American.
well, they're bigger than alligators.
Are they really?
Yeah, for sure.
It's the biggest American crocodile that
Oh, they can be big. I've seen American crocodiles. The American crocodile only in South Florida. It's the same croc that you see in coastal Mexico, down into Costa Rica. You could see, I've looked over, you know, I've seen a lot of American crocodiles in Mexico, Costa Rica. They're big, they're long. Longer than your alligator. It's not that much. So they're longer.
can we find out what's the largest American alligator or American crocodile? I'm under the impression that they're a smaller species than the alligators. They're definitely smaller than
Check the alligator.
A monster cattle-eating alligator shot in Florida. Look at this size of that thing.
Okay, but you're usually
15 feet. Oh my goodness. Wow.
look at the size of that. So you said earlier, right?
Yeah. What's the largest American crocodile?
And the largest American alligator.
I think the largest American alligator was 20 feet long.
Wow, really?
Found.
Wow.
I love this picture.
Okay, here we go. 14 feet. Yeah. So what? Yeah.
What's the largest American alligator?
It's bigger, definitely.
Is it really?
They have out there.
Damn. It's like when you catch a fish, right? You see it's this big. I think that's how I do.
Okay, 19 feet 2 inches.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Well, so there's a bunch of different ones, right? And the Nile crocodiles are a different animal. Nile crocodiles regularly get 18 feet, and there's some really interesting reports from back in the day, much larger ones. And so the question is, like, here's the thing about alligator crocodiles in particular. They don't die of old age. They just keep getting older and bigger. And when you introduce human beings and guns to the equation, what are the people going to shoot? They're going to shoot the biggest ones, right? So you have guns being introduced in the 1800s, and now in 2024, can't find the really big ones. Well, one of the reasons for that is the really big one would take hundreds of years to get that big. So an alligator, like that big fucker that they had, cattle eating 15-foot alligator, that guy might be 90 years old. You know, so a crocodile that gets to 30 feet long, which is, there was reports of one that were longer than a 38-foot boat that these guys were on. That this is a long time ago. And so there's all this speculation. Were these people just freaking out because it was big and exaggerated? It was hyperbole. What is this? Well, there's the other part of the speculation is, well, for sure we know crocodiles used to be bigger. There was many species of crocodiles that were fucking enormous. Dinosaur crocodiles, huge. What is the biggest ancient crocodile that was ever discovered and fossilized? I think it's like in the neighborhood of 50 plus feet long.
I like this way that we're doing. And I like that you're right.
I like that too.
Well, so my point is, these things are so different than us that it's hard for us to even imagine. Okay, the biggest freshwater crocodile is 40 feet long, 110 million years ago. What about saltwater? Is that the largest crocodile period, or is they all freshwater? What is that the largest, biggest crocodile fossil ever largest sea dwelling one, 30 feet long. Interesting. So the 40-foot long one was bigger. Interesting. So these ones are super crocs. Massive fossilized crocs discovered in the Aguila Formation in Big Bend National Park, 40 to 50 feet long. Jaws of 6-inch deep. Good Lord. Wow. Good Lord. Good Lord. 6-inch deep. How great. Just imagine. Fucking 6 inches deep and it's 40 feet long. Oh my God.
I mean, I think a lot of people like people, right?
Yes.
Today.
Well, I have a friend, Jim Shockey, who's actually a professional hunter that was hired to go to Africa to shoot some of these man-eating crocodiles that were taking out the people in this village. And the footage that he got of it is so disturbing because everyone in the village is missing something. Everyone in the village is either missing an arm, or missing a leg, or has a bite taken out of them. And while he was there, a woman got snatched up. She was trying to do laundry. So it's a very poor village, and these people are at the mercy of these monsters that are hunting them. So what they do is if they want to do something like have a place where they can retrieve water safely, what they do is they put giant holes in the ground all around. So they essentially encase this area. Figure it out. And they go in and they just settle in. And they just wait for you. They can walk around on land. So they go out of the water, and then they go, they only go in this little area. How do I get in that area? And they're watching you underwater for hours without breathing.
I worked a lot in Madagascar. We have crocodiles in Madagascar, but they're not as big as mainland hawks. But I know that when people go to wash their clothing around the edge of this lake, that they get, and
That's their instincts. You get deer.
every year people die washing their clothing in Madagascar from hawks.
Yeah.
So,
So the speculation is that the breeding populations of those Nile crocs in the Everglades.
Really?
Yeah. They've really seen find like what's the latest breeding crocodile, breeding Nile crocodile in the Everglades. They have a shoot on site.
I mean, it makes sense. I was wondering why they were not in the Congress, and in the making of this reptile documentary we're doing, the reason that we're told that there are not anacondas in the Everglades is that they didn't import anacondas the way they did Burmese pythons. Burmese pythons, from what we understand, the python skin people in Thailand and Malaysia, they would collect the eggs and breed, have the babies, and send thousands of babies, baby Burmese pythons to the U.S. And that never happened with anacondas. But you think about anacondas, because they would live in that.
You're meeting the guy responsible for them tomorrow.
It's unclear if the crocodiles are breeding. Unclear if they're breeding in the wild in Florida. But here's the information about Nile crocodiles and breeding in Florida. Nile crocodiles first observed in the 60s.
Wow.
Wow. They've captured all the Nile crocodiles in the area. Nile crocodiles established before they threatened the species. Well, that's what pythons do.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have to bring them across the
But what's interesting about that, in the 60s, alligators were teachers.
Well, I lived in Florida in the 70s. When I lived in Florida, they were endangered.
You were on the endangered species list.
People used to feed them marshmallows.
Oh, wow.
I lived in Gainesville, Florida. We used to go, and then when I was there, a lady got their dog snatched. And then everybody got freaked out. Everybody in the town was like, whoa. Because they got way too comfortable with alligators. Because alligators are used to people, they just lay around. So they would just sit on the banks. We would go to the fucking park, like Lake Out, is where the lake is. We'd go to the park and hang out. And alligators just hanging out there. And I was a little kid. It was normal. It was normal to see alligators sunning themselves. And they were endangered. And now they're not endangered.
And crocodile farming had a lot to do with lives. Really? Yeah, because what took pressure on globally, and not so much alligators, but fox in general, was when farming, it took pressure off of hunting for skin, right? And the farming of has been a really, it's controversial. It's really been a success story. But why does it affect alligators? Well, they did. That's good. I think it was crocodile farming. You should ask them. Hawk farming in general has protected crocodiles across the board. I guess they used to have alligators also for skins.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so maybe
they still breed them for skins, but now they have a new population problem. So I was just curious, how would crocodile farming make that happen? I don't think that. I think it's probably just a natural reaction to they weren't hunted anymore, and then they just blossomed. It just took a few decades, and then you have these populations.
Yeah, that may be farming is across the board. Sure.
One's patterns, right? You think they're also true?
American alligators are on the endangered list. Very 60s. Now they're
well, they were very that's the problem with talking about years. One of the things that was established through Teddy Roosevelt, and when they set up the national parks, the wildlife services in this country, they had markets for that, and they had wiped out everything. They used to be held for 50 states. They used to be everywhere.
well, the East are 50 states.
Yes, exactly. And we have Rocky Mountain now really transplanted into the East, but the market hunting was a real problem. We had decimated the population of all these things. They were just hunting deer and all these different animals and selling them for food. And oftentimes, like bison, they would sell their meat, which is really crazy. Bison is thought to be some of the best meat. They were pickling their tongues and sending them back.
We think about something, and I don't know, but the Migratory Bird Act is something, that we used to shoot birds all the time. Obviously, the most common birds were passenger birds. And there were so many. Fill the sky. Yeah. And I think the Migratory Bird Act has to affect the But you're right. Teddy Roosevelt and
people killed off. There were so many passenger pigs. They were fucking everywhere. And we killed them all for food.
And for feathers, you can hats.
Crazy.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're gross.
In services, you have things like Migratory Bird Act, you have things like what you say, which had unintended consequences, which we actually cover in our series about stopping importation but controlling domestic interests.
Yeah.
Through breeding.
Yeah.
And, demand this for U.S. food system that you see.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens next?
It's really complex. The problem is people are very dug in on their side. We have people who are very dug in with the animal liberation idea, they're very dug in veganism, dug in anti-hunting, and then there's people that are ranchers, and there's people that are very dug in animals are our property. It's quite complicated, and it's just one of those things about being a human being, is there's nuance to most things that are important to all of us.
Sure.
And the success of life is important to all of us.
It's so true. One of the things we tried to do a little bit is bring the animal rights groups closer together with the conservation biologist groups so that they kind of work together. Right? It's so cool.
It's also the problem is we were talking about BC. I didn't even finish my thought, but the reason why the outbreak is banned in BC is because the high population centers are all urban. So people don't have an experience with grizzly bears trying to eat their dogs, grizzly bears killing hikers. They don't experience it. If they did, they'd be terrified. It's a giant predator. You have no chance that it pushes you out of line. I don't think we should ever kill all the grizzly bears, but they should control the populations. And the way to control the populations ethically is you do it through hunting. As much as it seems counterintuitive, love wildlife, the right way to do it is you have informed, well-schooled biologists that really do a great job of managing the numbers that are in the area, and then people that spend enormous amounts of money to hunt those things. And then that money goes into maintaining the population and make sure it's at a healthy balance. If there's too many bears, genocide in bears is common. Almost all bears are animals. They eat their own baby. The whole thing is bad. And if they don't have enough, or if the males come out of the, if they're hibernating, they come out before the female does what it comes, they'll actually seek out those cubs for food. And they will do less of them, but there's less of them. And there's more of a balance between predator and prey. And that's where it gets weird, because as a person who loves nature, who are we to say you kill a certain amount of bears, a certain amount of wolves? It seems fucked. Like, we should just sort of let it be what it is and enjoy it. But the problem is it leaks over into this strange world that we created. And this is the reality. If you want to be able to go to Starbucks, if you want to be able to go outside and have a cheeseburger and have more patio, you can't have wolves everywhere. Okay? This is just reality. We're accustomed to this artificial enclosure that we've created to keep human beings safe, and we've lost our perspective in what it means to be an animal.
Yeah. No, it's so good. If you don't manage it, to do everything, then you can all.
There's that. There's also they don't give a fuck who planted their food. If you're in a village, your whole family's survival is dependent upon you getting the vegetables that you planted, and then elephants come in and eat all your vegetables, you could very easily starve to death. And that's real shit. And people don't think that, because you think of elephants. Yes, they are. Elephants are out, yes, they were. But also, Africa is fucking huge. There's not the same amount of bears in San Francisco as there are in rural Wyoming. Right? The environment. You went to San Francisco, you're like, oh my God, bears are extinct. But go to New Jersey, they're everywhere. Right? So it's not that the animal is that you shouldn't have any of them. It's just like there's places where they exist, places where they don't exist. And if you want to maintain a city, you're going to have to do something with population predators. You have to do something. It's just like how far does human control rate? And then you have ranches, right? Okay, if you want to have a guy who goes to house and steak, you're going to have to protect his property to do this.
No, I really heard animal and human conflict. If you want to keep it at bay, wild animals wild, I would push it. I think you're right. Are we introducing grizzly bears areas are high densities of humans, it's a recipe for trouble.
Well, it's theoretical.
And right now, all reintroduce grizzlies back.
I don't mean they haven't done it as far as what the outcome. Like you really don't know, and especially if you get to a point where they become old and they're not threatened by people at all anymore. And that's what happens in certain parts of the country. That's what happens. Too many of them in a specific area, and then they compete for resources, and it can get weird. The outcome of no one knows this. I tell you this, I think I knows this publicly. You know, a few things happen. One thing, federal law, capital safety act, largely because of Tiger King. But the other thing, privately, we donated $1 million to tiger conservation in India, and countries where tigers are still doing well. And so we did a program last September in India, and you know, it's just so interesting because we're talking about bears. People in India, they do have obviously.
How did you find out about me? Amazing. How are you? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24/7, 365 for World Peace. I don't want war anymore. So I've been doing so live on the internet for more than 3 years. This is the most amount of data that any single individual has ever uploaded to the internet in global history. We're live on 33 different platforms right now, including YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and many others. I talk about some things about the shit that aren't normally discussed in society, like mind uploading technology, life extension technology, dark energy, dark matter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, just to name a few. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you a little bit about what I do. How are you? Where did I find information on? Yeah, sure. So let me tell you more about it. Other things that we talk about are like, for instance, something called de-extinction. Have you heard of de-extinction, Vicious? That's okay. I can elaborate. So in the year 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place of a Pyrenean ibex. Ibex is a species of goat that went in northern Spain, southern France due to hunting. The Pyrenean ibex was reintroduced, or well, at least brought to um, brought to life for 7 minutes. Was considered a major scientific accomplishment. Fast forward to the year 2021, where we have a company called Colossal Bioscientific that's founded that has set a goal by the year 2028 within the next 3.5 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using a hybrid of the African elephant. So essentially, within the next 3.5 years or so, companies plan to de-extinct the woolly mammoth, reintroduce it into the Arctic Circle. Once they complete the woolly mammoth, they want to introduce or reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. That's just the extinction. We talk about a lot of fascinating topics as well. So Vicious, here's some really interesting things. You're a streamer on Kick. That's amazing. I don't know anything about you, but I can tell you this: you're savvy, you're connected to social media, you're connected to the internet, and eventually you're going to be able to diversify your portfolio with cryptocurrency. Well, what is that? You're just going to be a rich person someday. You're going to be a very intellectual individual. You're a creator, you're not a consumer. You're producing content, and that's phenomenal. So what does that mean for you in the future? You're going to be able to utilize certain types of technologies like stem cells that will allow your cell regrowth to occur faster and metabolism faster. You'll be able to utilize growth hormone, which can make you stronger. You can utilize blood of youth for older people in order to increase the amount of platelets they have and extend life. Additionally, you may be able to utilize blood shock therapy and nootropics and all kinds of other futuristic technology that may be able to make you live longer. But that's only going to get you to age 80 or 100 or 120. And this is I want you to live longer. And this is what I talk about on this stream. I not only talk about life extension technology, but even better, I talk about mind uploading technology. Vicious, you're probably like, what are you talking about mind uploading technology, right? Mind uploading technology. But we take that beautiful brain and we scan it into the computer, like an MRI or a CAT scan, where we know where every single atom is in your central nervous system. And we upload that data to your computer and let it download. We can download it as an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone, a a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you can be. You can be whatever you want to be. You can live essentially a digital immortality. If no one's told you this before, Vicious, I'm glad that I first opportunity and the great privilege to tell you that I don't think you're going to die. You should be very excited about it. Very. It's excellent. Well, you should know that I'm always online. Yes. Absolutely. And people are able to get themselves, absolutely. People are able to utilize those types of therapy today. People are able to travel to get stem cells, and hopefully in the future, people won't have to travel, and they'll be able to get stem cells locally and be able to boost their immune system, be able to live longer lives and more fulfilled lives. You're a creator. That's key. I am a creator. I'm going to be able to take care of you in the future. Why? Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making that sure today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. They stated that data was more valuable than food, than water, than petroleum, than gold, than anything. And I have more data than any person ever. This is essentially a time capsule. If you know what a time capsule is, this is an archive that goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, coronation of the King, and everything in between. This is a very exciting opportunity for the world, and I'm glad that I have it to share it with you. Absolutely. You're great. No, you're great. So you should know that I'm always online. Whenever you're bored, come on in here. I want to hear about your day. I want to hear about how things are streaming. I'll check in on your stream. On your stream, make me, tell me about how you're doing. What's the day? Just pop and say, hey, how you doing? We'll become good friends. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Vicious. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that we've had. Absolutely. Whenever you would like, I'm here for you. I hope you have a wonderful day and thank you for stopping by. You're wonderful. And your English is beautiful. Vicious, I want you to know that your English is beautiful. But guess what? In addition to streaming my life and being a rabbi and being a certified project management professional and being a developer, I'm also a certified English teacher. So I will help you when you're here and we're alone. Not right now. But some other time, when you come in here, we'll go through a glossary. If you want a glossary, a glossary is words that are related, that give a word and a definition, and will work like your vocabulary. Your English is very good. I want you to know that. We're just going to work on the amount of words that you know, and you'll be as good an English speaker as you ever want to be. But I want you to feel very positive about yourself. I hear a lot of non-native speakers every single day. Your English is beautiful. Absolutely. You're welcome. Absolutely, my friend. I look forward to our friendship, and you have a wonderful day, and we'll catch up soon. Take care, my friend. Peace out. That's Vicious. Shout out to Vicious.
Follow your favorite to get updates when new episodes drop, and download podcast episodes right on your phone so you can listen anytime, even without an internet connection. All the podcasts you want and all the functionality to make listening great, and you don't need any other app. It's all on iHeartRadio. Number one for music. Radio.
Welcome. How you doing? Hi.
Take advantage of that 15%. Don't throw that away. Use the code KFI and check out Zellman's, Zelmins, Zellmans.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
See them exist. It's incredible.
What is this NFL red zone stream, dog?
You know, like the feeling that you
Hook
get
a
when
brother
you
up,
get
gangsta.
and then there's a nice
Hook a
sunny day.
brother up,
Streamy. You're lying down and keep my vitamins.
Yo, dog. I don't think working. VPN.
In the wilderness.
NFL. Close.
I think it's a part of being a person. I think it's a part of every life that exists wherever we are. And we don't think we are because we live in an apartment. We play Nintendo. We're locked into this thing that human beings created, but we're missing something. And it's not as extreme as there's something about it. It's real similar. There's something about it weird where we're our own prison of our own choosing. Most characters in Tiger and Tim Crazy didn't have ever seen champs or tigers in the world or interest. They were just they didn't have the intellectual curiosity to see them in the world. Question really important.
Under the you get fucking wheeling.
Yes. Did you show them? Well, he just went like this, but he sucks it out. They are extra stuff, and they've eaten so much McDonald's. They do how to do that. So they do
I don't think they did have a shot. I've seen the actually peel it mouth.
Yeah, they peel the. Again with the nugget.
Squeeze it.
I like that.
All right,
And then it cut away.
we got the Vikings and the Packers. What do we have on the Vikings? Well, Justin Mother. You think? For sure, dog.
It's so weird. I mean, you guys did a good job. Thank God.
All right, we've got 7 players. He's got his players.
It's really good.
Everybody, this guy's out.
Like, you don't know what people love to watch like a series of stories about them. Right, so you don't know their house. You're showing them.
Well, I'm glad I got 22, 25 games.
time into the, the symptom you just described of urbanization, coastal bubbles. It's kind of people are like, oh my God, it's
How old is that going?
Right. Right. I've been all the people by all it's okay. Being lost. Yeah. I'm not taking that. If you let me
there's some strange sections in the school.
Come on, Jake.
About being American.
I bet he's wow.
But it's also a certain we got to really fucking and one day AI transcribe information. We're going to probably realize that harms us. And that's what's really, really, really scary, is that we have been engaged in forms indentured slavery. We captured, raised them from child, either in captivity. The whole thing is really disgusting. And it immoral. Black fish. Most people weren't even aware that it was or what it actually was. When you see in the wild, the way you see them trapped in these images, the whole thing.
But think about this. 2 years ago, you can go to the Blue Street, see, the lady. I think there's basically a indigenous man from Western Africa. Anyway, even then, serve to see a human being next to a gorilla. Using by himself, using the first he was brought to the fair on display. To go. There you go. They take this down to be more this incredible image. It was this exhibition. World War II is a reflection of the mirror. When you walk into it, you see yourself. They were conscious right before. Well, yeah. But how cool.
Cincinnati will go first and goal. You've got second and goal for Minnesota. Go back and forth.
Yeah. Also, the impact.
We're sketching. But no more stuff like thanks for so it was really fun talking to you. Did you
We lost midstream. So we kind of typically what we do is we figure out if we have to self-fund and develop something until we get to the point where we think it's ready.
Are you tight?
I almost finished it. So and now we can be a little harder. But yeah, we figure out if it's good and then we take it out. But like,
my pleasure. You guys nailed separated and crazy. And of course, you guys are something that's you're giving your understanding, through this very strange lens, watching these psychological misfortune, like whatever it is out there, whatever unfortunate aspects of their mind, so allows them to use it.
Here before the expiration of the first quarter.
Appreciate you having us. I will. Calm down last time. Okay. Thank you very much.
We talked about the interior of a Carolina defense and the fact that it's Brown and the injuries that have followed up. And you're coming right down the hill.
Yeah, I
Where?
see it in like jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that is some worse shit.
And then everybody's like, oh, this is horrible. Yeah, and the arm was almost a video. I was just like, how is that? I don't want to do it ever again. It's stupid. But like for me to get often, but like people want to, well, why is this happening? And there was two competitors of pro arm wrestling. They're like, you want to get away.
And the Saints drive
Once they're out, always keep your arm tight. Arms don't break. Right. You get extension. Right. That's it's the for sure. It was after a school film at the UFC. We went to after somebody said, "You want to go?" I didn't do it. I need to stop. Go. I couldn't get anybody. Well, you're supposed to do the work. He just does that. Watch tension. No, I mean, there might be a little bit of that, but I really and he has this thing. I was probably it's part of the in some ways. You need to lose about like if something says like I can't do what you talking about. And then when I was like, I already knew what happened. And then he also loves it. I was like, yeah, I'll take that. So and resign was I was looking, this one, this is, it is fucking up. The region is just incredible. If you right, the two people and found out right, like had to go to the hospital, sweating, and heavy breathing, and so they said, good. And all brother found the expert in this specific expert in colleges, like really specialized type situations. And I was talking to him, like, I'm gonna and I was looking at him, you're so sick. No, I think and this guy's fucking disturbing. Like I messed with you. He was like high level college AOP. And I remember talking to him about it. He was like, he's too smart to he can these labs. He knows it. Like he's too smart to go like, you know what I mean? Like so well. But it's short delusional for the guy who's super determined. I mean, he's certainly a determined guy and successful in but it was pretty hard on. Really, I edited this guy's Like, it's to believe he's correct. He was correct. He's not correct. Yeah. But we always, it is kind of shocking that you're dead. And with sides on it's just freaking out, or maybe just to work, it's assisted suicide. It's so many people go down that path. But you're right. Yeah, I mean, you're correct. Yeah. Come on.
You know, in the Netherlands, something do that?
It's recent in Canada where they just whacking people.
I didn't know they were doing that.
Yeah. See, it's somebody else. It's just suicide in Canada.
They're because I just watched.
Is that the latest? So is that one? Is the new one where killers?
No, it's essentially it's on Netflix. It's a three-part series, and it begins with time to
What was that? So one Canada's controversial system death program is the fastest growing in the world. Since suicide rate like death each year. This is August, just last month. So what does it say in terms of numbers? They've recently shows 13,241 people in 2020. Wow. So 2022 was 13,023. Oh man, there. That's pretty high. I just life. It's a great option. It's crazy. What is this? Is this like, I mean, is it a contradiction? What is it? Like, what is it? You could say it's passionate, and in some cases, Michael Lear, he went to him. But Michael Lear, his body was feeling so hard, he couldn't talk to you.
Ravaged that. It was famous that it was a huge international case here. Remember Terry Shive? She had horrible debilitating.
Yeah, you're still alive. And then he kept getting worse and worse. He wasn't getting worse. He actually changed his mind.
And what you said after that, you just go, this is what I want. Doesn't matter.
I know that some people are very excited. You're taking people, maybe you just talk them off the ledge. Maybe we got better. Maybe with some love and friendship, counseling, therapy, maybe. I know a few people that have taken it.
Yeah, I know. And it's always super sad. I mean, the station of Michael. I don't think it's done in the case of
no. But Brody, Brody, my friend Tom, is a pool player in San Francisco. He jumped off the bridge.
Yeah,
which is a crazy spot where he goes.
Yeah, one of my college jobs, I worked. When I was in college, I worked full time, part-time job, and one of my coworkers did. It was fucking terrible. Like our apartment.
Terrible. For some people, it's a big
No.
And you don't have someone that can pick you up. It's crazy how someone can pick you up. It's crazy how you're feeling like holy shit, and someone can call your house, take you out, have some laughs, and you're like, I think we feel better. We feel better.
Yeah.
Precisely.
That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what you realize as I get older is you don't really need people to love you. And it's right. You get older, you encounter more people.
Mm-hmm.
You talk to people. You really have a full life that you can take for granted. And then you meet people that don't have it. And they're alone. And
There's
that's
a lot.
really,
Well, there's also internet culture too, right? So they don't have actual physical contact with anyone. So all their people online.
that's a tough place to
They're streaming all day, chatting all day on Instagram and looking off. It's madness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not is isolated.
Yeah.
So you, sometimes you don't have it to read. You're online for a while. And then you go into the real world. Oh yeah, I was just living in make believe.
Right. Right. You're in this big place and he's not having any of the new contact with him.
Right.
All your contact is this weird, like displaced, not connected. It's all weird. It's just like if you go to someone's Twitter profile, you see they're online, just fucking barking at people. No, annoying dog. Bro, speaking of bait, watch the bait. This episode is brought to you by the Farmers Dog. Dogs are amazing. Are loyal. Just having Marshall day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to make the best healthy, live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy dogs, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog is as healthy and safe as it can be? Farmers Dog fresh food developed by certified nutritionists to provide all the and food is human grade, which means it's the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to strict standards. And let's be clear, food is fancy. This means it's safe and healthy. It's simple. Food that you can prepare will go into your dog's life. Farmers Dog makes it easy to help your dog a long diet, sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breed, so the size, the personality, the health, every dog has to do. Plus, precise portions helps keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of all highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is, it's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmers Dog today. You can get 50% off the first box of fresh, healthy food at the Farmers Dog. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to the Farmers Dog. Visit this episode page for learn more. Offer for new customers only. Bro, before I say this, I just want to say, whoever helping her, who's coaching her, who's puppet master, did it amazing. Right, whatever, writing those pieces, getting her to listen, coaching her, she's nailing it. She nailed that section. Yeah, that's and to me, I was like, there she was, tired. That was the best chapter. That was the number one probably. Oh, 100%. See, the difference was not a difference in like who's going to better. Who's going to the difference in the big, in my opinion, was Trudy was better. Mm-hmm. She was way better. Yeah. And even answering tough questions instead of answering, she would just say that she believed, and they sounded really good. That's convenient. It's also being someone who's working with a team versus someone who's like, that deal was the best deal. I've never seen anything like this before. They said, how did you put that deal together? Yeah, I know. It's like that's he's not working with a team that's like, I mean, I know he's doing like awesome things. I know he did with I think he did one with Tom Gallagher. But someone
they're like you got tiny little windows, and you should have all the words ready for those windows. He started out making things.
Welcome.
You know,
We're happy that
Everybody
good.
who they are.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you for being here. I stream live 25. I'm a pimp. I've been dick so long, it's like a fucking fire hose. Like a fucking fire hose.
Listening event in China on Saturday and debut the song Beauty and the Beast. We'll have an update on your drive on the 241 coming up.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles now and then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand American legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America. Open your free iPhone app and start listening.
All the good leaves you. The True Crime entire networks dedicated to official FBI free violent crime. It's decreasing an even heftier 7%. Murders and murder to his non-negligent man. In 1990s. Additionally, sexual assault fell by nearly 50%, while aggravated assault dropped by roughly 3%. Yes, free our radio app. It's true. On demand. All right. And that's what's popping. For radio.
Well, my dad and I went into then my sister and I came all slouching. Then we told stories. And the Big Dipper led us all the way. Where did you, Jill? We went. It's not that far away. Ask your parents, your friends to the forest this week. And the
Biden, the new executive order on gun violence, which focuses in part on so-called Glock switches. Their device pistols into machine guns. Experts say they're dangerous.
What tends to happen when you use full auto, people who aren't trained to use full auto, is they just end up throwing a bunch of rounds away instead of hitting their target.
Pete Blair heads the Alert Center at Texas State University, which trains police. He says the devices are not widely seen, but it's not unusual for the feds to want to get ahead of emerging trends. Glock switches were used by gunmen in Birmingham, Alabama, who fired into a crowd, killing 4. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has pleaded not guilty to federal corruption charges. He appeared in a Manhattan federal courtroom today after being indicted on Thursday. The 57-page indictment alleges Adams accepted lavish gifts and trips from Turkish officials looking to buy his influence. It also says France, Turkey, and China gifted Adams free business class tickets and upgraded hotel suites. That's politics. I'm Brad C.
A New York researcher believes he's unlocked a simple treatment for early Alzheimer's disease. It's a special formulation of synthetic-made thiamine, or vitamin B1. Dr. Gary Gibson says the pilot study he's conducted at the Burke Neurological Institute in White Plains shows that if you increase thiamine intake to very high levels, the brain can improve to somewhat normal. But he cautions against running to buy vitamin B1 for this purpose, since it's not the same thing as what he's formulated in the lab. The next step involves a multi-center early Alzheimer's study involving 50 sites across the nation. An Oregon doctor who's accused of sexually abusing girls and women who were patients faces a nearly $1 billion lawsuit. At least 170 people have come forward to join the lawsuit against Dr. David Farley. His former employers all included in the lawsuit. Health Update. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The true crime genre has grown exponentially with podcasts galore, series, and entire networks dedicated to those stories. But outside of entertainment, the numbers tell a far different story. According to official FBI data for 2023, violent crime overall continued its downward trend, down 3% from the previous year, with rates decreasing an even heftier 7% in cities of 1 million or more. And murders and what are referred to as non-negligent manslaughters fell 12% year over year. Both are far lower than in 2020, when homicides spiked roughly 30% from 2019 and are significantly below levels recorded in the 1990s. Additionally, sexual assault fell by nearly 10%, while aggravated assault dropped by roughly 3%, and overall property crime fell by over 2%. But there are still plenty of true crime podcasts for your listening pleasure on our free iHeartRadio app. Search True Crime to find dozens available for free on demand. Hi. And that's what's poppin'. Camps on iHeartRadio.
Let's do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible investment owner Sylvie Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art.
This fucking thing sucks so much.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal.
Who do?
2800 800 711 2800 800
Well,
711 2800.
how many people?
100 commercial free.
Too many to count. Maybe like maybe 10 million. To leave it till? Maybe 100 million.
I don't want drama. I don't want to play games. They don't understand the game. Finding and keeping mates is all about strategy, and that strategy can be learned.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Team Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. So glad you joined me this morning. We're right in the middle of an all-call Sunday. I love all-calls days. Just love talking to people about what's going on with their home. So without any further ado, let's go back to the phones. Hanny, welcome home.
Hi, Dean. Nice to talk to you. Love your show. So my question is, I have a beautiful 9 feet by 5 feet. It's called Villa Cactus Green Granite Countertop. And it starts having like these hairline cracks in it that keeps growing. And I called a couple places and they said there's nothing they can do about it because they're too fine to get killed. So I'm not sure what to do, and they just keep getting longer and longer.
Okay. Do we know, are the cracks emanating from a particular area, or they're just sort of appearing all over the granite?
No, they're starting at the base of my faucet and just kind of spreading out like a web.
Okay, so they seem to be starting at where the faucet passes through the granite, as if maybe it was pulled down too hard, or there's a stress fracture there. How old is this piece of granite countertop?
I had it put in 2013.
2013. Okay, so it's been a while. Okay.
Yeah, and
okay,
I didn't realize.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when I called around, they said you're supposed to get it finished every year or two, and I've never put anything on it, so I'm not sure if that's the cause.
Yeah, that's not the cause. That's just sealing, and yeah, you should have it resealed regularly, but that has nothing to do with the structural integrity of the granite. This kind of granite, Annie, is it speckly granite, like all over, or does it have veining on it, like well, you know what veining is?
No, it's speckled. Yeah, no, it's speckled all over. I mean, it's
speckled all over without veins. Okay. You're making it harder all the time. Yeah. Okay. So the answer is probably not, but I wouldn't give up. That's my best answer to you. I'll tell you. there are different kinds of ways that granite and natural stone countertops crack. Sometimes they crack as a result of stress cracks. It seems to me that might be what's happening in your situation, a stress crack or a break. There's just outright breakage, but a lot of natural stone, and this is something that stone people need to re-emphasize, stone, is that they can have fissures in them that are just naturally occurring kind of hairline cracks, may or may not be obvious when you first buy the countertop and have it installed. It's one of the rolls of the dice that you take with countertops. Nevertheless, when it comes to repairing them, unfortunately, big cracks easier to repair than hairline because, like you've been told, not a lot of room to get epoxy or anything fixed down inside there. Nevertheless, don't give up. I have had some crack repair technicians come out where I just thought, well, this is a waste of time, but I wanted to come out anyway, and they have them take a look at me and say, no, Dean, you know what? I think I can do something with this. So sometimes it may just be a regrinding of the surface to minimize the appearance of the crack itself, and then a repolishing of the countertop. So I'm just going to tell you this, Annie, don't give up. Instead of just having a conversation with somebody on the phone, go and make a couple of appointments with some reputable granite and stone repair people.
Also a big stop on third down. As Indy right on the boundary. Spiro, who do you think? Do you think T.J. Watt was fooled? Back in Chicago, you've got the Bears on a 1st and 10 on defense, and Matthew Stafford looking deep, but gets hit. The ball drops loose. Montez Sweat, I believe, got in there to punch it out. And the excellent pass rusher for Chicago has just set up the home team with a short field. Bo Nix, rookie quarterback, overshooting his man on 3rd and 8. And Denver will have to bring the pieces onto the field. We probably need to go back to Soldier Field right now. Let's go back to Soldier Field. Bears are 1st and 10 in the red zone after the turnover. Williams was looking for more. Goes to Moore. Incomplete. They had a screen set up initially, and then Moore kind of smartly. Stop me if you heard this one. Baker Mayfield is dealing on a 2nd and 12. Shoots it outside. It's not Mike Evans, not Chris Evans. Sterling Shepard making the catch for the Bucs offense. Baker's over 200 yards passing. He wants some more as he hits Godwin inside of the 5-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal coming up. Baker Mayfield with 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, and another red zone trip for the Bucs. Another one with Swift. Trying to work on that right side. Burrow ends up bringing it down. Not much of a gain. Byron Young forces.
It's too much run after catch. A lot of things they're going to have to solve here. Still 2.5 quarters to go. Over 10 missed tackles.
Would keep a cat from having access to the roof, but of course we don't want to do something that looks ugly from the street. So if it's something that you could pull off without anybody else seeing it, then you could get creative in that regard. But if this is a roof that everybody can just kind of clearly see, I don't know, put a dog up on the roof. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, right. It's a condo, so
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm not sure I know how to advise you on that one, Karen. Yeah, no, that's a good one. I think you stumped me on that one. Yeah, I'm not sure how to keep cats off a flat roof. You got me. There you go. You got me. I surrender.
Okay,
all right,
thank
Karen.
you.
Good luck.
Anyway, okay,
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You're listening to Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, on KFI.
The CBS News Vice Presidential Debate simulcast, featuring that guy and the other guy. Live simulcast on KFI this Tuesday evening at 6 p.m.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A serious reminder to take precautions against mosquitoes. I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County health officials say a person in the San Fernando Valley has died from West Nile virus. It is the first West Nile virus death of the year. The person died from a neurological illness in the hospital. The West Nile virus is transmitted through a bite by an infected mosquito. Officials recommend using insect repellent and keeping screens on doors and windows. The Vincent Thomas Bridge and the 47 freeway at the Port of Long Beach are open. The area had been shut down since Thursday because of an overturned big rig and hazardous material cleanup. About 45,000 dock workers at ports across the Gulf and East Coast are threatening to go on strike. The strike would begin Tuesday at midnight. Margaret Kidd, Program Director of Supply Chain and Logistics Technology at the University of Houston, says a strike affecting that many ports could cost billions.
It's estimated that a strike would cost somewhere around $5 billion a day. I mean, that would be the economic impact.
The International Longshoremen's Association is at odds with the ports over pay and is also demanding a ban on automating things like cranes, gates, and trucks. Many homeowners in California are receiving letters from their insurance company stating they're losing coverage.
Under California law, insurance companies are free to write where they want and choose the policies they want to write.
Deputy Insurance Commissioner Michael Soller says the reason is irrelevant. Insurance companies are also free to drop customers whenever they want. Since 2022, 7 of the top 12 insurance companies have either reduced existing homeowners policies or stopped selling new ones. As a result, more than 408,000 people are now with the state's insurer of last resort, which is a record high. Landlords in LA could soon face stiffer penalties for harassing tenants.
The city already has what it calls a tenant anti-harassment ordinance. Now the city council has voted to have it reworked with more teeth. Councilman Ulysses Hernandez says setting the minimum landlord payout to a tenant violated under the law at $2,000 with a max of $10,000 would help change behavior.
And if you're not doing bad things, then you don't got to worry about this law. It's not about you.
The new ordinance, if given final approval, would lower the burden of proof for a tenant charging harassment and also include violations of a tenant's mental and emotional well-being. At LA City Hall, Michael Monks, KFI News.
A diaper bank in Orange County facing a shutdown has found a way to keep children covered.
The typically state-funded program was suddenly left out of the state budget.
We were scrambling, trying to attempt to save the program.
Community Action Partnership OC CEO Gregory Scott says the program is critical for families.
We partner with more than 80 distribution sites who help us distribute 600,000 diapers monthly to nearly 10,000 children in the community.
Scott says, but in the 11th hour, a collection of nonprofits, foundations, plus some county and state funding helped to raise $2.5 million, enough to keep the program running for 2 more years. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
East Hollywood is on the list of the 50 coolest neighborhoods on planet Earth. A recent survey by Time Out magazine puts East Hollywood at number 26 on the list. Contributors say East Hollywood stood out on the basis of its growing culinary scene, cool neighborhoods, characteristic brick architecture, and world-famous landmarks like the Hollywood sign and Balboa Park. There's road work near LAX on the 405 causing some problems.
Caltrans right now has the westbound Century Boulevard off-ramp from the 405 southbound closed for shoulder reconstruction. That project goes all the way until 11 o'clock tonight. So don't take the off-ramp, especially if you're heading toward SoFi Stadium later today. Speaking of which, the Chargers host Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs this afternoon at SoFi. So expect delays on the 405 in and around Manchester Avenue, as well as the surface streets leading to the stadium, including Century Boulevard, Crenshaw, and Prairie Avenue. Good news out of Laverne, 210 eastbound before Fruit Street, an earlier vehicle fire cleared off the roadway. Yet reduced speeds, leaving San Dimas on the 210 eastbound from Foothill Boulevard down to Baseline. Central Avenue off-ramp away from the 10 westbound is still shut down for LAPD activity. Expect slight delays on the 10 west coming away from the East LA interchange. Not far from there, 110 northbound right at the 10 in the downtown slot. It's an accident over on the right shoulder, north 110, your slope from Vernon Avenue to the 5. The Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Mike Lawrence.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is Season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a point.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. I just come here for basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get a chicken parmesan delivered. A cabana? That's a no. But a banana? That's a yes. A nice tan? Sorry, nope. But a box fan? Happily yes. A day of sunshine? No. A box of fine wines? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. Product availability may vary by region. See app for details.
Comes at the 6-minute mark of the
SoCal
second
weather for
quarter.
KFI. Sunny with highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 80s in the beaches, mid-80s to around 90 in the valley and Higher as well as Antelope Valley. Later tonight, low clouds and fog with lows around 60. Monday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s, around 90 inland. Right now, it is 62 in Seal Beach, 58 in Dana Point, 81 in Riverside, and 72 in Anaheim. Weekly local live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Rachel Gonzalez.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Custom home builder, custom home designer. Today, I want to talk to you about what's going on with your house. I have no agenda, but to talk with you. See if I okay, we have some calls on the board. Let's do it. This one in before we're done here. Let's talk to Terry. Hey, Terry. Welcome home.
Gets them into the red zone. I had a worker insert installed in my commercial fire and it does a great fishing shot, burning wood, and the problem is that even just concentrated in that one group happens to be in the den, which is the farthest corner of the house. So I would love to be able to circulate that heat throughout the rest of the house. What I'll be doing is I'll run my circulation fan on my HVAC. But I found I really have to build up quite a bit of heat in that room in order for it to reach that intake. When it does a instant shot. But what I would really like to be able to do, and I don't know if it's even legal or possible, is to scan the intake unit with the duct in the den of the fireplace, so that way I can more efficiently circulate that extra heat throughout the house.
Okay, very creative thinking, and so let me give you a couple of guidelines there. So, just so everybody knows, a insert that you place into a wood-burning, an already wood-burning fireplace, a wood-burning insert is basically kind of turning your open hearth fireplace into a wood stove. And wood stoves are so much more heat efficient than the way that they handle heat than an open hearth fireplace, and so that's what we're doing. And he's getting plenty of heat in the room, but not in the rest of the house. So here are a couple of things. Number one, I am not aware of any wood-burning inserts that are designed to have ducting venting coming directly off of them. So that's one thing. They might be out there. I'm not aware of it myself. I can see some problems with that when it comes to fumes and exhaust and those kinds of issues. Number two, if you want to creatively bring your HVAC ducting over nearer the fireplace where the heat is rising and have a fan unit tied in there, I don't think there are any codes against that as long as in no way you are touching that heat, that wood-burning fireplace. In other words, those ducts cannot get involved with it. It's just a matter of
they're blocking really well down the field. This has been We asked at the top, it's going to be important for this wide receiver. Timeout, Carolina. Okay, fantasy football fans are saying, hey, Scott, there's points in the Falcons Saints game. What's Bijan Robinson done? Here comes Bijan. Catch, broken tackle, right up the sideline. 26-yard pickup on the catch and run for Bijan Robinson. 5 carries, 7.
Welcome. How you?
62 scrimmage yards in the first.
Can you? Hello. What's good?
Companies.
How are you?
Direct vent.
Excellent. I stream at like 27, 35 for work.
Completely legal in every state.
I don't want water anymore.
Sealed off gas inserts that would work inside as well.
Into the end zone for the first time in his NFL career. He beats his man off the line of scrimmage. Is then you're going to have that defender pass him to safety. Gino still there. He is 22. He's going to try to undercut and get a play on the football. Look at the throw by Andy Dalton. His 250th career touchdown.
Into other rooms. Okay? Those are out there. Now, whether you're going to find one that fits your fireplace directly or whether there have to be some modifications, that's an issue that gets into the weeds that we can cover while we're on the phone together. But I will tell you, there are direct vent sealed combustion chamber fireplaces. I believe Napoleon makes some. I know Majestic, the company Majestic makes some that will actually allow you to duct out of that firebox into other rooms, and they're set up specifically for that. So, there are a couple of options for you.
Very good. What I'm looking at is this fireplace in the corner, and they keep it concentrated right in that corner, but clearly we need some HVAC outlet vents above that fireplace. And I think it's correct that I just put an intake vent up above that in the ceiling, and then run it all onto my HVAC intake.
Communication against Los Angeles. I think it's going to be offensive pass interference. On 2-2 out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a very creative idea. You basically be turning that outlet duct into a return air vent. Yeah, bring that to like a return air. You would bring that into the return air plenum on your unit and then recirculate through the house. And that might actually work well. Like I said, if you don't make contact with the fireplace, you should be in good shape with that. I don't see any reasons why code-wise at least it shouldn't work for you. It's completely legal. Harry, thank you so much for your call. Very, very interesting question.
Really saying something when you're talking first-half action. But this is the best opportunity Philly has had so far today. It's second and goal, and they're going quick.
Got a lot more to come.
Offense for Philadelphia on second and goal.
Gonzalez live in the KFI 24-hour news room. Vice President Kamala Harris is in Los Angeles today for an afternoon fundraiser in support of her presidential campaign. SpaceX has sent a rescue mission to the International Space Station to get 2 astronauts who are stuck in space, but they won't be able to return to Earth until late February of next year. The wild robot is having a better than expected opening weekend. The animated film raked in $11.3 billion on Friday, earning it the top spot at the box office. We'll check your drive on the 5 if you want. I'm Gary Champion, and it's the season 4 of Big Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. But a beautiful basketball is the Vikings have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Into the Big Short, Money Ball, and Liars. On the latest season of my podcast, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and with the rise of sports fans who are doing for our team, our state, and our state. I'm heading to Las Vegas.
Oh. I've never seen it.
Taking them on their first
Look at this.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, you're listening to it right now. Did you know? iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite stations, podcasts, artists, and your playlists, and more. It's free to download and free to listen. But there's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access.
Dude, what is this bullshit?
Arthur, do you remember that we don't do commercials here on NFL Red Zone? We come back to the 8 games going on around the National Football League. We put a bookmark there on the Eagles' 4th and goal there at the 2-minute warning.
Are you fucking me?
When we can. You've got Green Bay. Green Bay's inside the red zone. You'll see a replay of what got there. As they try to, as you point out accurately, try to good stuff. On top of pop culture. You know it's never good stuff with the receiver. Jumps up and says, gets a look at his receiver. Jumps up, let's see if we can see the ball if it comes loose.
It's being recovered in other ways. In the past year, the IRS has collected around $1.3 billion Riders, Pirates, Dodgers, and for 2022 law that provided much needed equipment and staffing under a city agency. The top 1% of earners are estimated to account for 20% of unpaid taxes.
To the sideline, there's T. Higgins. Not a surprise to look for T. Higgins, 2 of his 3 catches. Then we start the show by saying Chris is 40 as we age of the quarterback for the New York Jets. Aaron Rodgers looks, doesn't like what he sees, takes off. Rodgers. Give me the discount double. Give me the belts. Give me the belts. No? 15 yards on the run. I'm going to go tell the defenders for the Broncos. About those ideas first out. Just the changes that makes it this offense how much it opens things up for Chase and everybody else. On 1st and 10. His first catch of the day.
He's going to get him off to the sideline. And that's our free chicken springs here. People need to know. Go down and here he is, though. Today's the day for a new Tacoma or Tundra. For the new Corolla or the all-new Camry. For his creative or James RAV4.
Here you go, baby. Hell yeah. That's my boy! My boy!
One of our listeners, he was a motorcycle accident. He was shot working like a low ball operator. Just here on Stephanie called Sweet Jack's catch for the Tigers. Sweet Jack to the red zone. The Romeo Dobbs catch was overturned upon replay. They said it hit the ground. Look at that before. He's going to challenge this. Well, they must have called that one into play. I thought originally Wicks got up like he said, I caught that ball. The local office who has their skill. But he said it's going to be enough to overturn as the ball hit the ground. He's part of making the completion. For T. Higgins. The Bengals are
5, huh? Give it a switch.
Season 4 of Maybe Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. People are talking about the last party just because of one single match that's coming up the last party. And the last rivalries have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Live streaming HD everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Hey, welcome to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer. Most importantly today, your guide to turning your ordinary house into something truly extraordinary. I tell you what we're doing today. It's an all calls day. It is it. You set the agenda. Anything that is going on with your home, whether it be construction issues, DIY questions, design concerns, anything at all. The phone lines are open. I am here to help you sort it all out. We'll put our heads together and we'll get it sorted. I promise. Here is the number to reach me. These lines are open now. The number to reach me is 833-2-ASK-D. On that note, how about we go to it? So let's get to it. Hey, Rose, welcome home.
My question is, are you a roofing replacement? And I'm not sure if it's manufactured global or Corning, VHS. I recently heard of another manufacturer, Malarkey. I also wanted to get your thoughts on a preference for California Valley or a metal valley.
Good question. Okay. All right. So first of all, what kind of roof? It's Corning, GAF, that's Malarkey, all roofing manufacturers. So when you are faced with completely reliable roofing manufacturers of the highest caliber, like these three are, then the decision is no longer a construction decision. The decision then becomes a design decision. This is exactly how I make these decisions when it comes to this kind of stuff as well. We're like, okay, they're all fine. They're all excellent. It's like buying a high-end appliance for your kitchen, which is better? Miele, Wolf, IP, Sub-Zero. It's like, well, okay, at this point, they're all great. So the question is, which one is the right one? Which one adds to the design of the house? So I want to free you up, Rose, to simply start looking at the roof patterns, the styles, the color combinations, and make the decisions based on that. Like, oh, this one, this series right here, I think this is going to be the best look for our home. And then you just go with that one. One addendum onto that is, please, when we're having a conversation about roofing, we don't want to just focus on the surface material. We also want to talk to our roofer about the quality of the underlayment, because the underlayment is half the ballgame right there, the stuff that you never see. So you can take, for instance, it's Corning or a GAF, excellent roofing product, and install it just using roofing paper, which is the old way of doing it. A lot of roofers still do it though. Install it using old roofing paper and not have as great or long-term of a roof as you would unless your surface product put on a better, higher quality underlayment, which is really ultimately the last best shield of waterproofing your home. So anyway, don't forget to have a conversation about the quality of the underlayment as well. Now, as far as the valleys are concerned, and everybody, a valley is where one roof plane meets another and creates kind of an inside corner. Most roofers that I know are going to encourage you towards a metal valley.
as opposed to a California Valley. California Valley is where you just weave the roofing material across and create the valley. There's something to be said for that aesthetically, but that material, if it's going to bridge that, it's going to break down. It will start to break down. Ultimately, metal valleys have kind of proven themselves to be longer term, more durable, more reliable, and so on. So I would tell you a metal valley. By the way, a metal valley doesn't have to be a huge gaping sheet of metal running down the roof. A metal valley, when it's installed properly, the roofing material still comes within a couple of inches of that inside seam. So it's really hardly noticeable, but it gives a nice crisp line, and it reinforces. It's a piece of critical flashing that really reinforces one of those vulnerable points in the roof. So Rose, there you go. I hope that helps. It does. Make your decision based on design. You're faced with tool manufacturers. Think about the end of it. And I lean towards the metal valley as opposed to the material in the valleys, because for these Jets defense. There you go. Let's talk to Steelers in trouble. Sure. In the finally getting a chance to put some points on the board. They have been the worst enemies falling in the red zone.
Hot water to like your bathroom quicker. Instead of applying to water, conserve water and allow somebody to heat up. And I heard something about something under the sink that can make it get hotter quicker.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And this is perfect because I can answer this one really quick, Cheryl. Yeah, it is a. You want to look for, you can search this on the internet. You can also find them these days in big box stores or plumbing supply houses. But you're looking for a point of use recirculation pump or under-outer pump. And what it basically does, it mounts right underneath your sink, and you connect the hot water line to it.
In Indianapolis, Joe Flacco quarterbacking the Colts. From this point forward, what's after giving again Anthony Richardson through it. Play here for Aaron Rodgers in a 2-minute drill. The Jets are in business. His old friend Alan Lazard making the catch and getting it into Broncos territory. But Aaron Rodgers moves that worry no more. Bad conditions, wet field. He makes another movement throw and puts some zip on it downfield for Lazard. And they avoid the futility right now. Yardage in a active combined switch of some sort.
Either a switch that you literally, when you walk into the bathroom,
in the second quarter,
and get that pump going. So the first switch says that when you walk into the bathroom, the pump starts running. It's still going to take a minute or two.
Good pass rush by Cooper Zero, Zach Allen from the backside. Got Rodgers feeling it, and then able to really put some zip on it. It's double Baker Mayfield just for fun. He had the first down for the pump. The difference on the football with 30 seconds remaining. In the first half, Baker Mayfield accounted for 3 total touchdowns, 2 with his arm, 1 with his legs, Bucks 24-7 on Tampa Bay. Philadelphia Eagles get a short catch there. Jets had the burning timeout. Here, they will not. No game. We've learned the proper way to say his name. If you're in the league, just learn about him. 29 seconds left. Took one timeout.
That's how efficient they are, how effective they are. This is the first part of new builds in California. That's what you find them virtually everywhere. So you could call up Home Supply, Lowe's, Home Depot, the guys that will point you in the right direction. How about some more of your calls? Then we return. You are listening to Home, the Jim Sharp House Whisper. Let's get the latest.
Rodgers on that work and all the line of scrimmage, all of his experience and knowledge on display. Absolutely. Felt every day. Find out if you can.
If he is 2024, I don't know. He did
Into the change. Took the change. Second charge timeout. Philadelphia, 30-second timeout. This is the game clock, 17 seconds. Second on the release by Rodgers, and knowing that Lazard would be there. He said it, wanted to experience and understanding all coming into play. Zero panic on it. Okay, to take a hit out, no problem. But Joe Houston to come free. And I can get some more right now. They're staring at the 43-yard field. Again, with the rise of sport betting, the Dragon Train. If he wants to take one of those shots to the game series now, let's go. See if you go and get one right half. Let's do a good for you. America's number one podcast. 35. Rogers. Open your free time on that. Search for the instructors.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds and thousands of titles. iHeartRadio Podcast Radio.
Are they saying words feet are? Now we have to check the next spot because he makes the catch. Feet are dragging, both of them in, takes the hit. I don't know how this is incomplete. Yeah, this is one that the Jets are going to be extremely happy when they get done reviewing. Under 2 minutes, triggered by the from New York and the replay booth here. And we just saw it. Gene Steratore joins us right now. He's watching it in real time. Just take us through it, Gene. Just a great play. I think by Mike Williams of keeping both toes down and securing it, as Charles said, all the way through. I think we can see both pellets there on the right foot down, left foot there. And he survives as well. That ball doesn't move at all. He secures a great catch. And I think they'll do a pretty quick job of overturning this one, guys. Yeah, Mike Williams, who each week has gotten a little bit more. We talked to Robert Sala about him. He said he's coming along, missed OTAs, missed training camp. He's just getting used to the offense. He's getting used to the quarterback as well. It's not a simple snap of the fingers. Fine catch trying to get it beat right here.
Desperately wants to get justice. I definitely want him to go to jail.
And the other part, we talked about the weather conditions affecting both offenses, and we've seen our own Nixon throwing the ball. Aaron Rodgers, big hands, headed up in these conditions before. How many quarters do you know can make that kind of throw?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Superb catch. Agrees.
Senator Biden just like a California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Mike Williams.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new Dream Kitchen because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California. The Kitchen Store is having its big sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12-month savings cash financing pricing that beats the big boxes, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Clouds and fog are gone by now. It'll be sunny today with highs in mid-70s to lower 80s for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 70s at the beaches, mid-80s to around 90 in the Valley and Inland Empire, as well as Antelope Valley. Right now it is 75 in Brea, 75 in Diamond Bar. We lead local, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
This recording is sponsored by Compassion International.
Compassion sponsorship means food, healthcare, education, and more for child in poverty. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year, and they're waiting. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Text the word radio to 83393.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One,
Pressure from an old friend, Michael Myers.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage.
Jets game and the Packers game are the only games that have time remaining in the first half. Here was the sudden change I was referring to. Minnesota back to receive the unfair catch, and it's another muff. We have seen muff punts in the first half of this NFL Sunday. Now you can't advance a muffed punt, so that's why it was recovered inside the 5-yard line, and it's first and goal, pending what they're announcing here. I just missed that. I missed Bill Vinovich's call there. What do we have, guys, in the control room? They're calling unsportsmanlike conduct against Matt LaFleur. LaFleur evidently was upset maybe about the ruling at the goal line here, but he threw his headset and they threw a penalty flag against the Packers head coach, I am being told. So that he's going to back the for the one.
And nothing we can't can't fix. It's going. What's that? From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit. Exclusive quality. Come up with this space or something. We can even know there's the recall. Double A. Let's listen to Henry Garcia. Take that back, guys. If he's doing that prior to, he's upset that they got to let us take that back, guys. If he's doing that prior to, he's upset that they didn't make you more gambling. And he's running down. I think that's a conversation he's having with the what's going on. This will be the Packers' second penalty in the first half. 640. Jamie, thank you very much.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. That's me. And you know what we're doing? We are taking your calls, which I love. I love talking to you about whatever's going on with your home. Whether it's a DIY question, construction issue, a design question. I love design questions. So anyway, I would love to help. So why don't we just dive back in? Dennis, welcome home.
I do have a question about the Australian children channel. My root is 20X tires, and we have 2 reasons for that. They say that in order to put solar panels on, the power has to come off, we have to put down a new asphalt composition roof, and then the power will go back over that new roof. And we think from this one reason saying you need about an 18-inch gap all the way around the corner so you can get up there and film them. And the other reason says, you have to tie up right up against the stone. If they need to be cleaned with the light spring with the garden hose, or if you've got to get bird stuff off of there, you can get a window cleaner with an extending pole and do that. So you don't end up with a big gap all over the hole. And you can look at this. This is the correct answer.
Okay, well, the short answer is the second guy is correct. Okay. The second guy, you don't need to leave an 18-inch gap all the way around. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's ugly. So, and it's unnecessary. So, from a design perspective, we don't want to do that. Now, let me be clear. I know you've been talking to roofers, and that's a good way to go. But I want to be clear when it comes to solar panels. There's 2 different ways of installing solar panels on a heavily tiled roof. You have an S-tile roof and a modified Spanish tile roof. That's a big roof. One way to do it without removing any of the tiles at all, except for just a few, is to mount those solar panels on taller stanchions or risers, so that the solar panels are actually rising up above the tile roof. Now, that would be the way that typically most solar companies who would even attempt it, and I'm not trying to imply that this is a difficult thing, but it does tend to be tile roofs, especially Spanish tile roofs, tends to be the line of demarcation between solar companies who really know what they're doing and solar companies who are like, we'd really rather not just bother with that for you, so we just say, you can't. I've literally had folks tell me, my solar company told me you can't install solar on a tile roof. I'm like, okay, they should not be your solar company. I remember the Sunlux guys. One of the things that impressed me about Sunlux, the very first installation I ever saw them do, before I committed to them on my roof, they invited me out to a local neighbor out here of mine, a friend and a neighbor who has a traditional Spanish tile roof. And they invited me out specifically so that they could show me how they were going to install this on this roof. And they did the embedding process, which is what you're talking about. And I think that's the best look, as opposed to having the solar panels up above the tile, which you can totally do, by the way. Okay? Then you're only removing tiles for the risers themselves, and then cutting it around them and replacing. But what I like in a Spanish tile roof, when you're committing to solar, you might as well just go for it. You remove the tiles to an area that the panels can go. And yes, you don't just leave the underlayment exposed. What they're going to put down is like an asphalt composition roof. And then they're going to set the tiles low over that, so that the tiles more or less kind of start to flush out with the top surface to the embedded solar panel install. That's the only thing you're talking about. And no, we would never think, unless there was some bizarre special circumstance of needing an 18
teenage gamble, because then you have to look at the alcoholic companies as well as the Spanish tile and the solar. So you know, we run the solar and we run the tiles nice and tight right up against the edge of the solar panel, because, and let me just put it this way, it is a misnomer that solar panels typically regularly, wash them down with a hose from the ground, once a year, give it a nice little rinse, unless you literally next to like a constant dust storm. You'll find that most solar companies will tell you dust that accumulates on the solar panel at some point. I guess you get a half an inch of dust up there, yeah, it's going to affect performance. But generally speaking, a dirty solar panel, the performance differential is so fractionally light, it just really doesn't matter. I can tell you the truth, on my panels on my house, there's only one reason I clean them, and that's because at some point they look dusty, and I don't like the look, and so I wash them off. It has nothing to do with the performance of the solar. So don't be impressed. You're right. If you can grease them from the ground with a nice spray hose, or a window washer, a squeegee, or a brush with an extension on it, don't use the washable perimeter. It, by the way, is second half underway.
The Vincent Thomas Bridge and 47th Street in the Port of Long Beach are open again after workers moved an overturned big rig and the hazardous materials it spilled. U.S. longshoremen are threatening to strike on Tuesday. That because a very costly shutdown of ports that handle about half the goods shipped in and out of the country. Bridge will have a temporary invasion of 2 months. It's usually a size of a school bus that will be called reduced gravity, but it won't be visible to the inside. You took on your drive,
T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, in other words, the usual suspect.
Explosive touchdown, and then while you're trying to prevent him from doing that, you got T. Higgins stepping up and having a nice first down. I'm exploring what it means to be a sports vet in with the rise of sports betting here throughout our states and our cities. Las Vegas and New Jersey, and understand that America's newest form of legalized betting. Listen to an interview on America's Number One podcast next. Open your free iPhone app, search against the movie, and start listening.
All the good stuff. KHTQ on top of pop culture.
Just months after wrapping up fourth season, Ron Walker is starring executive producer with returning teams. Jared Padalecki, also known for Runs on Gilmore Girls and Supernatural, drama Fire Country, a multi-episode story arc. WBI decided to go with Deadline.com reports that if the characters well received, it could lead to a spin-off series alongside Sheriff Country starring Morena Baccarat, which did last season. Impressively, Jared Padalecki has had starring or recurring roles on TV shows every season going back to 2000, so a new series Fire Country returns for its third season Friday, October 18th at 9, 8 Central on CBS. iHeartRadio.
Find more iHeartRadio everywhere. Hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home, on the go, on the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio on the road again. Can't drive 55, traffic right 30, no car ride is complete without the perfect sound tech. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app. Landmass. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in ways, you can also Stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the ladies' navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including the car, freeways, on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
They say you can interfere with some fresh second downs. Here's what Los Angeles did today.
Change your life. We want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. With one of our listeners, who got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shot by a low ball offer and got from the insurance company called Sweet James. Turned his insurance 6 yards on the pickup. They kept their flying penalty, so he could recover as quickly as possible and get back on that bike again. And deliver a $400,000. You know, it's ever heard of issues that you need to see a local taxi and still resources. Compensation is part of it. It's also about your care position. 30 seconds into the second, 500 travelers. They're small. Absolutely. Back here in this game, I'm covering insurance and for seconds on your side. 800 million drive continues. They are now 9-0. Matthew Stafford. I was a 10-year-old boy with the flashlight for my dad. I worked on everything for a customer. This thing is done for me. He didn't tell me. There's a certain kind of magic that happens when someone with a flashlight for his father. Dad taught me to read, so that was the first time I held a flashlight for my dad. But it was me last. I realized that every time I handed that flashlight, he was passing the torch. For all your information, visit us at yellow.com. From Santa Barbara to San Diego, Culligan is the #1 name in water. From filling hydration bottles with the highest quality drinking water to salt problem-free water from Everest Faucet, no one offers more for less for just $15 a month. Plus, Culligan water softeners and filters are the world's most efficient, 46% more than a water system. With maintenance and salt-free systems today, start with a free water test to get the system that's right for you. Water you love for $15 a month. CulliganLA.com.
With a tip from iHeartRadio. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. Find more tips for smarter sustainable living or to take action where only Eagles. Go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Looking for the end zone here, and when they want to get out, they get the first down. Nothing you can't fix. From transmissions to brakes, everything in between. No credit, finance, repair, and cover. Please visit the YMP Center on the anytime offer participating centers. People who know go to AA and FCL. Today is the day. Great to your
Toyota.com is Toyota Central for all things Toyota. At Toyota.com, you can get product information, compare models, check out all the latest offers, find a dealer, set up inventory, set up a test drive, and any Toyota that you want. The Riverton Retail Home Plan starts at Toyota.com. Mr. Motor Plumbing Service professionals are quick to handle anything. We're your neighbors you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Motor Plumbing, and they really company. Visit MrMotor.com today.
Know your life insurance is an asset you can sell. I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors just like you. And at AbacusWins.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy just aggressiveness and carries way for that reason we've got to stop value for life insurance we may not allow protections. Learn more at AbacusWins.com. Taste for a while, fish, which I love. The smell, the taste sort of underlying your mouth, and that's when it's not so delicious. So that's sort of there is a way to undo that. That's how your body's like to do. So does it. This is not only the words in your mouth, or gets the word out, and then someone 13 yard lost something and starts nothing to change. Running back in that Tyler Hill just outside the red zone. Second and fresh. Selmans.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI at checkout. We'll give you 15%. Don't throw that away. Use the code KFI at checkout. Selmans.com. The crime, not the power of the people involved. You might put in prison because of what you do. John Cowell, live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, and live streaming in HD everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the house wizard. Here we are at the end of another 3-hour program. My thanks to all of our callers today. Such a privilege and a pleasure to speak with you, and just for everybody to just be able to come into your home and have these conversations about your home every week. My thanks to the crew, who's involved in a very, very special show. Appreciate it all. And now I'm going to do my little bit to have a little special to the end. Did I already mention this? The team and I celebrated our 28th wedding anniversary just a couple of weeks ago. Nearly 30 years. How does it go by? Now we have a little trip planned to the celebration. Like we do. Trips look a little different now than they used to.
But at their heart, they're still the same. The ultimate goal is just to drop off the mat and rest for a bit. I prefer to call it going on holiday instead of going on vacation, just because one time once and vacation definitely implies that you need to be in the premises. Not so of a holiday. Holiday means only a day, simply a day set apart for something. And going on holiday without leaving town is something that we learned to do a long time ago when we were young. Money was tight, and we mastered the art of staycation. Now, one thing a staycation does is force you to find rest right where you are. And to this day, a lesson holds with us. We love travel. I mean, we love it. But after nearly 30 years of adventures, I can honestly say, we never really need to get away from this place and rest that way because we spend a lot of time resting right here. We've also made a pact between us, Steve and I, to build a life that doesn't require vacation from you. Life is full of schedule always, and rightly so. There's so much to do, eat, learn, enjoy this life. So most days we are all about we are busy. But we make it our goal never to get included just by being preoccupied or too distracted to hear what is self-focused and enjoy the moments as they pass by. And in our line of work, though I suspect this is true for everybody, it turns out not
Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you. How are you?
So they will take a look at this. My goodness. So football ruled out before the defender could make an attack to the field. This is the call of the field as they will take a look now upstairs. Look at the ball come out and as their contact.
Welcome. What's good, GLL? We're watching football. It's Sunday. It's fantasy day, baby. Let me know if you have a fantasy team. If you have a team to tell it.
I don't believe that he's able to get control of the football before he is touched. In water, joke in the Meadowlands there. One offense, 6-0 Jets have the lead over Denver. Andrew Dalton down a couple of touchdowns in the second half to his former team. Miles Sanders could not gather in that pass. Dalton wants that one back. Carolina would have to punt. All right, so now finally the Buccaneers are feeling a little bit of heat against the Eagles. Tampa Bay was up 24-0 in this game. Eagles have scored a couple of touchdowns on the end of the first half and right at the beginning of the first half. 10-point game at Raymond James Stadium. Looks like a Baker Mayfield and Buzzy Irving and the guys at the 9-minute mark of the third quarter. This guy's been a spark plug for this offense. Came in here, big time yards for carry. Fourth round pick out of Oregon. We're going to stay here with the Bucs game for a moment. The Colts game, they made the determination that the ruling on the field stands. It is a Pittsburgh fumble, a Colts recovery. That Indianapolis-Pittsburgh game has gone to a commercial break. You're not missing anything there. Colts will have the ball on the Pittsburgh 42-yard line out of the break. So watch the Bucs for another play or two. This man's here deep in the pass on those critical. They're pretty gassed out there right now.
I'm gonna rest.
Take time to notice the little things because most of life is the little things. Take time to rest. 60 yards on the day time. Encouraging 300 yards passing. You'll have time to build yourself. Everybody, thank you so much. Get out there and enjoy the day. We will see you right back here next week. What you need to know and when you need to know it.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The deadly aftermath. I'm Andrew Carabella, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hurricane Helene has hit South Carolina and caused major damage.
Massive, record-breaking, whatever adjective you can think of. 23 people dead. If you drew a line from Hilton Head to Charlotte, everything west of it is pretty well wiped out.
South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says he's appreciative of the support the federal government has been providing to his home state. At least 64 people have been killed, and millions of people still have no power in the southeastern part of the U.S. Violent crime is up in California. State Senate Republicans say their analysis of newly released FBI crime data from 2023 found violent crime in California was up 3.6%, while the rest of the country was down nearly 6%. Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones says he thinks the numbers will add support for Prop 36, which would stiffen punishments for some drug and theft crimes.
Californians are fed up with the homelessness in California. They're fed up with the crime. They're fed up with the smash and grabs.
A recent poll by the Public Policy Institute of California found 71% of likely voters support the measure. Blake Trolley, KFI News. A baseball fan says he is the one who caught Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball and is now suing the guy who took it. ABC's Andrew Dimbert says Max Manis says the ball was ripped out of his hands by Chris Belansky.
Belansky is already set to auction off the ball. A judge ruled yesterday the auction can move ahead, but they can't finalize the sale until after Manis gets the chance to make his case.
The starting bid for the auction is $500,000. It will remain available for auction until October 16th. A surgeon in Irvine is reminding people to know their limitations before gravity becomes the teacher.
We're not able to do everything that we were able to do when we were younger.
Hope Orthopedic Institute Dr. Alan Bayer says more than 70% of falls to seniors happen at home, and 1 in 5 results in serious injury or death.
We all make fun of that. I've fallen down and I can't get up, but it's a really very, very true occurrence. And if you can sum it down, you're much more likely to survive the incident.
He says more than 700,000 people are killed by falls each year, but hiring help to clean those gutters or telling a kid to get down that heavy box could save a person from falling into that category. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Dogs and cats continue to roll into the San Bernardino City Animal Shelter. That's because the shelter is now contracting with 3 new cities, including Rialto, Fontana, and Colton. Officials for the shelter say since the end of June, the shelter is projecting to double from 6,000 to 12,000 animal intakes. Prior to the new contracts, the animal shelter reported it had euthanized 255 dogs and cats in June. In July, that number increased by 80% to 459 dogs and cats. Democratic Congressman and candidate for U.S. Senate in California, Adam Schiff, is talking about his race for the seat once held by the late Dianne Feinstein. Schiff says he has a plan to bring business back to California.
Building again, bring the cost of things down in California, getting the state moving again. Part of that is the right tax incentives. Part of it is cutting through the bureaucracy, and that's going to be my focus.
Schiff says he wants to make it so criminals are caught, prosecuted, and sentenced to jail. He wants tax credits for families who pay for child care. He also says Governor Newsom is doing a great job bringing California back from COVID-19. Schiff said Vice President Harris is right about getting rid of the filibuster in Congress, but he said it should be used just for matters like women's rights to choose and restoring the assault weapons ban. Schiff's opponent in the race is Republican and former Dodgers great Steve Garvey. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is saying Israel and Saudi Arabia need to normalize relations in order to stabilize the Middle East. Graham says Iran and its proxies are to blame for the ongoing war in the Middle East. He says a normalization deal would be invaluable in countering Iranian influence in the region.
So to my friends in Israel, to my friends in Saudi Arabia, Bibi gave a great speech about the benefits of the deal.
Graham says Iranian-backed Hamas started the October 7th attack last year in order to stop a deal from moving forward. Israel's defense forces have confirmed it killed another high-ranking Hezbollah official in targeted raids of the organization's leadership. ABC News defense contributor, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Douglas Lute says that this comes just a day after Hezbollah confirmed its longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was killed in an airstrike.
President Biden's statement made clear. We still stand absolutely behind Israel and its right to itself. But we also have another interest, and it's an interest that we don't want to see a broadening, a widening of the conflict in the Middle East.
The military says Nabil Kaouk was killed yesterday. He was deputy head of Hezbollah's Central Council. President Biden says the death of Nasrallah was a measure of justice for his four-decade reign of terror. And it is National Coffee Day. To help coffee lovers celebrate the special day, coffee shops, fast food establishments, convenience stores, and other places known for coffee are perking up with freebies, discounts, or deals. The Fall 2024 National Coffee Data Trends Analysis found out of home coffee consumption reached its highest peak since January 2020. However, 81% of past day coffee drinkers have coffee at home, while 36% get coffee outside of their home. There is an overlap for those who drink coffee both inside and outside of their homes. Right now, let's take a look at KFI traffic and see what's happening on the freeways.
Let's look at the 55 southbound before Dyer Road. It's a motorcycle accident blocking the right-hand lane. And if you're heading to Orange County's beaches, it's slow on the 55 south from the 5 to just past Dyer Road. Not very far from the accident scene, Caltrans has the 5 southbound transition to the 55 southbound shut down for a Caltrans sweeping operation. This will be going on for another half hour or so. No delays on the 5 southbound from the Orange Crush heading to Santaganet and Tustin. Vice President Kamala Harris is in the Los Angeles area today to attend a fundraising reception. Now, the exact location has not been disclosed. However, there's sure to be local surface street closures in connection with the Democratic presidential nominee's business. Just a heads up. Now, it's on to the Santa Ana Freeway, 5 northbound before Garfield. A 3-vehicle accident pulled out of the 2 left-hand lanes. You're back up to the 605. 405 northbound to the 605 northbound. Watch for a vehicle with a flat tire response to the left-hand lane of the connector road. A slow ride right now, 405 southbound from Sherman Way down to the 90 Marina Freeway. The Southern California's only airborne traffic reports.
I'm Gary Hampton, and this is season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Cleveland Clark versus Andrew Lee. Every great day needs a sport. People are talking about what basketball just because of one big thing that has come here for basketball every single day. Barbie leagues have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Cleveland Clark versus Andrew Lee on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Making of a Rivalry. Cleveland Clark versus Andrew Lee and start listening.
Summer's here. You can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered. You can't get a chicken parmesan delivered. A cabana? It's a no. But a bun? That's a yes. A nice fan? Sorry, nope. A box fan? Happily yes. A day of sunshine? No. A box of fine wines? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol and select markets. Product availability may vary by region. See app for details.
It's outline weather from KFI. Sunny skies the rest of your afternoon. It's going to be mid-70s at the beaches. Low 80s inland from Metro LA and Orange County. Mid to upper 80s in the valleys. The highs will be in the 90s for the IE and high deserts this afternoon. Lows tonight dropping around 60 degrees. Lots of fog around midnight. Then Monday and Tuesday will be foggy in the morning. But then after the burn-off, more sunshine with highs hanging in the 80s and 90s in most parts of the region. Right now, Orange is 68, Laguna Niguel 62, Downey is 69, and in Porter Range 76 degrees. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Do you want to live well without drowning in debt? Joel and Matt have you covered. This is How to Money with Joel Larsgaard and Matt Holmes. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I'm Matt Paul. And I'm Joe Marshall. Don't forget to sign up for the How to Money newsletter. You can find that up at howtomoney.com/newsletter. We got to get to our ludicrous headline of the week. This one comes from USA Today. Need some quick cash? You're allowed to raise your 401k. That matches what the headline read. I started pulling at my hair when I read that and crying a little bit at the same time. Ruffled your feathers in a bad emotional stage. I read that your chicken feathers. That's right. This is a ludicrous headline, of course. Not because it's actually incorrect, but because it's technically true, at least to a certain extent. You can't really where you just your 401k that you kind of connotate some sort of like Viking-like covering or something of your 401k, like ripping it all to shreds and taking all the money out. 401k pillaging, no, but it's not gonna say, well, that's all that you have in there, I guess. I guess if you don't have very much money in there, then you actually could, if you get $1,200, you can rate it. But starting at the beginning of the year, thanks to, I guess, or not thanks to, the Secure Act 2.0, you can use your 401k as a glorified emergency fund. At least $1,000 of it. No questions asked. You don't need to prove any sort of emergency. It's all very loosey-goosey. You just grab the money out and use it for whatever you want to use it for. And so it's not really a rating. I don't really like this terminology now because I think it makes people think that the money in their 401k is accessible. I think even reading articles like this, if you don't pay attention very closely, you might end up taking more money out of your 401k than even just $1,000. Sure, that is legally allowed, and find yourself in a taxes and penalty situation, but it's still, whether you're sticking to the rules and only taking out $1,000, it's still typically a bad idea for almost anyone to take money out of a retirement account on a whim. I guess putting food on the table is one thing, right? But for most people, when they're taking money out of a retirement account, it's for a quote-unquote emergency. It's for things that wouldn't typically qualify as an emergency, in my opinion. Yeah, and it's not like you have to actually prove that emergency status or anything like that. And the data shows that when you make it harder to tap retirement accounts, folks are going to be more likely to keep that money locked up in that 401k or within that IRA. They will plan accordingly. They will get creative. There are other things that they can do. The easier that you make it, the more likely they are to access it, where they're going to just harm their future financial selves. Joel, it makes me think of like when you go to see a doctor, not a doctor, I guess, but anytime when you're like checking in and there's a receptionist and they got like some candies there, what do? You grab the candy. Why? This is right before, like if you at a restaurant where they got the mints there afterwards, or you are taking the matches, no matter what. Why you grab those matches, Joel? You don't need matches. I don't know, they're free. They're right here. Same thing with me with like toothpicks. I don't need a toothpick. Hey, you want a toothpick too? Why am I taking a toothpick? I never use toothpicks. It's because they're there right in front of me, because they're free. Yeah. As opposed to it being something that you actually need. So I think folks need to keep that in mind. Like, it feels like there's just a shit slip. Yeah, just because it's there doesn't mean that is necessarily something that you should be doing. Like, I wasn't planning on it, but I guess it's allowed, so why not? Because you've just been presented as an option. So, yeah, you can avoid at least the 10% penalty taking that money out of a 401k, limiting it to $1,000, but you still got to pay income tax. So keep that in mind. The ultimate reality is that you shouldn't invest money that you might need in the short term, despite your ability to now legally snag some of it. We want you to leave money that you've invested that's meant for retirement to work. We want it to multiply for you, again, for future far off you. Yeah, that's right. It's amazing what that $1,000 could turn into decades from now. So really the only person that you're hurting, even though you're allowed to do this, but you're hurting yourself and you're hurting future you, costing yourself thousands and thousands of more dollars down the line. Retired you isn't happy about the choice you're making. So I don't know, that headline that needs some addressing. I get why USA Today headline writers want to go in that direction, but it's a little misleading. Folks wrong. Yeah, and I think it's bad advice to people need to know what's legally allowed and legally available. That's true, but when you kind of color and paint it like that, it starts to lead people down a potentially bad path. All right, let's talk about financial advice, Matt. You and I, we don't really play lottery. I guess you do. Every once in a while, when the jackpot gets put right, I'm not understand. George likes to bet on the dog racing. That's right. Yeah, but only like once. Like at a bachelor party, and like when the actual situation calls for it, wasn't a bachelor. Was it really? Yeah. I feel like that's the kind of thing that you would do. That, like, yeah, I should win him up. Right? You had to back then.
But even if you're a win lottery guy, your life might not be loads better than it was before, thanks to something we talk about often called the hedonic treadmill. And the truth is, your life might actually get worse, all from your relationships. I remember, I think we talked about this recently, Charles Barkley saying, like, man, once I started making money in the NBA, everybody came out of the woodwork, friends and family. It just changed his relationship to a lot of people, and there wasn't much you could do about it, right? A lot of relationships go sideways once there's a whole lot of money on the leg. His friends started to see him, or at least some of them, as an ATM machine. Well, financial writer at the Wall Street Journal, Jason Schwan, he recently documented a couple who won the lottery, and super cool folks. They were opting to give most of the money away to charity. They chose to enlist the help of a financial advisor in this endeavor. And so the couple, they set up a research foundation. Basically, what they wanted to do was find a cure for a disease that had taken their daughter's life at the age of 2. Again, incredible, right? That they were compelled to use this newfound wealth in that way. But then their advisor, Matt, opted for variable annuities for a large chunk of the money that they had stuck into this foundation, netting him over $1 million in commissions. Yeah, pretty much instantly he got paid. Yes, and then he would sell those variable annuities down the road to purchase more variable annuities, garnering him more money at the couple's expense. He got paid again. Yeah, double the best part is the commissions. So sadly, the money dwindled. It was going down in value as the market was soaring. So the money, if it had just been invested in what we talk about, low-cost index funds, it would have doubled in value in this time period. But ultimately, they had less money than they started with. It's a cautionary tale. And this is not to throw shade at all financial advisors by any stretch of the imagination. There are some great financial advisors out there, and hiring a fee-only fiduciary can be worthwhile for you in your money journey. But hiring a pro also doesn't absolve you of the ability to be informed yourself. So it's kind of a buyer beware thing, right? Just make sure you know what you're getting into before you sign on the dotted line. So in similar news, a short seller was charged by the SEC about lying about his public stock trading recommendations that he was making. He was attempting to manipulate the trading behavior of his followers, where he's basically being dishonest about his own trades in an attempt to increase his own upside. And so this is another instance where somebody doesn't have the best interest of those who he is advising in mind. And so, a similar main takeaway: be careful of who it is that you're following, who it is that you're listening to when it comes to investing advice, or even if you're just casually consuming their content. You're like, oh, well, that's funny. They just said the stock's going to let me go through a few dollars that way. Yeah, do they have a vested interest in seeing you go that route? Possibly, yeah, but at the very least, they could be obscuring the truth, maybe not like flat out lying, but sometimes just flat out lying. Sometimes it is, but just not to mention there's just a whole lot of incompetence out there as well. So it all comes down to the ability for us to vet who it is that we're taking financial advice from. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. All right, we've got more to get to on today's show, but first, let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm Andrew Caravello, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been stabbed and killed in Beverly Hills. The stabbing happened yesterday in Santa Monica and Wilshire Boulevards around 3 p.m. Two guys apparently got into a fight, which led to the stabbing. And LADA debate will be going on tonight on ABC. LADA George Gascon will face off with former federal prosecutor Nathan Huckman. The debate happens at 6 tonight. And sad news out of Hollywood, actor John Ashton has died. Ashton was best known for his role as John Taggart in the popular Beverly Hills Cop movie franchise. Ashton had more than 200 credits in TV, film, and stage production, spanning over 5 decades. His rep says he died peacefully from battling cancer in Colorado. Ashton was 76. We're going to take a look at an accident on the 55 when we return.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is Season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Jeffrey Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great fan needs a sport. People are talking about what the basketball just because of one single game that is up here for that part. Clark and Reese have changed the way you consume women's sports. Listen to the making of a rivalry. Jeffrey Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Making of a Rivalry. Jeffrey Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Into The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liars Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting, it's doing for our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Britney Spears may now be free, but she ain't cheap. Universal Pictures has won a bidding award to bring her best-selling memoir, The Woman Who Meets the Big Screen, beating out other studios and stars including Reese Witherspoon and Brad Pitt. The price for the movie rights wasn't shared, but Spears scored a giant $15 million advance for the book, which has sold over 2.5 million copies and was the best-selling audiobook of 2023. As part of the deal, the film company also purchased the singer's entire music catalog. No timeline for the film version of The Woman Who Knew was announced, but Britney Spears will have some creative control over the finished project, including casting. All right, that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
President Biden has signed a new executive order on gun violence prevention, which focuses in part on so-called Glock switches. They're devices that turn pistols into machine guns. Experts say they're dangerous.
What tends to happen when you use full auto with people who are trained to use full auto is they just end up throwing a bunch of rounds in there instead of hitting the target.
Pete Blair heads the Alert Center at Texas State University, which trains police. He says the devices are not widely seen, but it's not unusual for the feds to want to get ahead of emerging trends. Glock switches were used by gunmen in Birmingham, Alabama, who fired into a crowd killing 4. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is pleaded not guilty to federal corruption charges. He appeared at a Manhattan federal courtroom today after being indicted on Thursday. Alleges Adams accepted lavish gifts and trips from Turkish officials looking to buy his influence. It also says France, Turkey, and China gifted Adams free business class tickets and upgraded hotel suites. That's politics. I'm Grant.
It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's gotten really complicated. The experts at AMCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on your own. AA, MCL. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free.
Hi, Carrie G. This is season 4 of Making Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a foil. People are talking about what is basketball just because of one single game. That is my view for basketball every single day. Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Back to the phones, Danny.
Where everything's done with John. It's on the weekends, but it's great on the weekend as well.
Well, I appreciate that, and you just made the promo. Did you get that? Steph, make sure he gets into the promo, okay? You gotta kiss back and get the promo.
Kelly, you're the best. You're the best. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How To. I am one of your hosts, Joel Larsgaard, and I am Matt Altmix. By the way, you can always find more. KFI AM 640. This is How To. I am one of your hosts, Joel Larsgaard, and I am Matt Altmix. By the way, you can always find more money-saving information over at howtomoney.com. Okay, let's get to our next listener question. This one has to do with some types of issues with his ride.
Hey, Matt, Jim Timothy here in Palm Springs, California. So I've been dealing with this car nightmare for the last year. Essentially, my new-ish car broke down like 9 times. The service center at the dealer eventually found that there's water damage on the car, which is crazy because I've never exposed the car to any type of water apart from the rain and the car wash. And they said, go through your insurance. to fix it. So insurance covered the $10,000 fix. Got my car back. Very next day, the check engine light was back on, and they found more water damage on the car. And they said go through your insurance again for the $7,000 fix. So I filed a claim with my insurance. I also filed a claim with Subaru's Consumer Advocacy Department, and I was very disappointed with the results. They essentially washed their hands of it. They said there's water damage, go through your insurance, which they didn't address the underlying issue, and that was that there should never have been water damage on the vehicle in the first place, since it was never exposed to any water, and so clearly there's some kind of defect with it. So what recourses are available to me? Like, what options do I have? Do you guys have any ideas about what I could do to try to fix this nightmare? Especially because I heard that once there's water damage on a car, there will always be issues with it. So I was really hoping that Subaru would do the right thing and step up and kind of stand behind their products, do something to make it right. They don't seem really interested in doing it. So WWMJP in this situation. Any ideas? Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so the whole experience sounds awful. And so you said it was a newish car. I think in your email you said it was a 2021 model. This makes me think that your car, you should qualify under the lemon law rules in your state. So you don't need to have your insurance, although you have, and we'll talk about that in just a second. No need to even get Subaru involved, although I reached out to Subaru multiple times to try to see if they would give me a comment or be willing to help you. Literally, Matt got crickets at every turn trying to contact Subaru, which is surprising. Subaru seems like a customer-friendly company, not in this case. But yes, going back to the lemon law, the key is that this car needs to have been new or used, that you purchased, but it was still covered under the manufacturer's warranty. That's what it takes to qualify. If that's the case, this is almost certainly the next step you should take. Every state has one of these laws. They all vary just a little bit. If your car has been smitten by a specific issue on repeat, typically like yours, 9 times, that's well beyond what most states require. It's what, like 3? So, if it's 3, then there's a reasonable effort to make the repair. That's right. If we're getting close to double digits, 9 is much more. They should qualify under lemon law, and it's ridiculous to me that you've had to bear the financial consequences here because of Subaru's inaction. Even making that claim under your insurance impacts you financially. We're talking about the deductible, potentially higher premiums moving forward. So turning to your state, I think, in your state's lemon law specifically, is the right move at this point. Let's just address that, the insurance side of this. Do not continue to file claims with your insurance, especially, at all. Like I was going to say for this next round of repairs, but this could, like I said, don't cause prices to go up for it. And this is a lesson I had basically learned the hard way. I didn't realize that when I was in college and into young adulthood. And it was something like what happened. I was a little fender bender. It wasn't my fault, but still, that ended up on my clue report. I ended up having a cracked windshield, and I was like, I don't like that. It doesn't look good. It impacts how my ride looks, and it can't be safe, can it? So it's going to be hard to get that girl to go out on a course, plus my deductible was super low as well, so I was like, oh, pay that $100 and just get that thing replaced, fresh windshield. Then I hit a deer. Actually, I hit 2 deer. So I hit a deer twice at the same time. No, separate instances. Same deer both times. Yeah, same. This one tough deer. Coming back from work. And anyway, all that to say, these multiple claims caused the insurance company to say, oh, you are costing us a lot of money. So just keep that in mind for everybody out there. It happens, even if it's not your fault, or even if it is a comprehensive claim, like hail damage, like a deer, like the windshield just cracking because it's a really hot day and you went out to wash your car and the cold water did a number on that little chip on your windshield and it cracked. But those claims and that activity on your report causes the insurer to say, hey, you're costing us money, so now it's going to cost you money in order to maintain your policy with us. And so instead, it's a good point, man. It's another reason why we typically suggest higher deductibles, because it keeps you from using your insurance in low-stakes scenarios. Really clear that altogether. Because the more you use that insurance, the more you're going to pay, the more likely you are to get kicked off your insurance. And then if you shop around for insurance with another provider, you mentioned the clue report, well, all those claims you've made, it follows you. They're all in the clue report, and the next insurance company is like, yeah, we'll insure you for like 10 times what you're paying for. Seriously, like twice as much. Yeah. And like it's a shame, but like I mean, honestly, I think it's fair. Like if you were costing a company, it makes sense, right? Like if you were costing a company more money, it makes sense that they're going to be like, you know what, we're going to raise your premiums. And for me, I think my rate doubled.
That makes sense. I get why Timothy decided to tap his insurance in this instance because of the ridiculously high price tag. And so when you're talking about that kind of money, that's what insurance is there for. It's not for the $100 windshield repair. And you think that this is a perfect case for insurance to step in, but in your case, Timothy, honestly, taking the, hey, is this 11? Like that should have been a question that others, now that they're hearing your situation here, will maybe think of sooner, but that you now pursue. We want you to determine whether or not this issue qualifies under the lemon law so that you can avoid having to pay anything anymore. And if it does, there's an easy way to file an arbitration appeal on your state's website. In this case, you don't even have to deal directly with the Subaru. You just go through the standard process that the state moderates, not the manufacturer. But just make sure that you are paying attention to what it is that California requires, and for everybody else listening, wherever it is that you live, the states have different requirements, and you just want to make sure that you've got good notes. You want to have details, you want to document your case, because essentially the burden of proof typically is on you as a consumer. This is why you don't see a whole lot of folks talking about level up, because it just doesn't work. And I think a lot of folks just kind of, they take it laying down, and they don't necessarily make it easy. You basically have to prove your case, the fact that you do in fact have one. But the stakes are high. We're talking about expense, and then more potential expense coming up for too. So, around to go. The other thing, Matt, I think that he could do and make sense, in addition even to filing a lemon law case with the state, is to publicly shame Subaru. And I don't say that lightly. I don't typically, this isn't something I resort to often, and this isn't something we recommend very frequently. But if you feel like they've let you down and their response has been insufficient, inadequate, and it's a brand that presents themselves as being customer friendly and conscious, posting something on Twitter that's facts-based about what's happened in this brand's response, right, to what you're going through. I think it may make a whole lot of sense, and sometimes it can get that brand off their butt in an effort to actually potentially help you resolve this issue instead of going through the same bureaucratic rigmarole that you've been through already. So, just posting something, tagging them in their accountability, I think that can make a big difference, at least getting them to be a little more curious about your case and potentially helping you resolve it. But that's, so just watching them into the situation altogether. Yeah, it doesn't in fact place. It's not like Timothy, he's not out for blood or anything like that. So just make this right. That's right, buddy. And you are listening to How to Money. Now let's head over to the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm Andrew Caravella, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The woman escorted out of Disney's California adventure with her two daughters has posted on social media that what's been posted online about her is all lies. Officials say she tried to pass her kids off as being under 3 on Tuesday to get them into the park for free, refused to show ID to police. The woman was walked out in handcuffs with her daughters crying, "Help me," in Spanish. The woman says she will share her side of the story soon. She's also threatened to sue Disneyland. Alice Verde's estate has agreed to ensure public access to Lanada Beach, which had been dominated by a local surf gang.
In the lawsuit filed in 2016, 2 surfers said the Lanada Bay boys slashed their tires and started fistfights with beachgoers over a turf war. Surfer Mark Rosales says even though the city settled the lawsuit, he refuses to ride waves in Lanada.
My dad grew up trying to go to Lanada every now and then. He's not from the area, but he would go. And he said he's been once or twice, lived with The Rock, told not to come.
Locals say the Lanada boys are privileged punks who have been taunting outsiders for decades. The city says it'll be adding signs to the bay, letting the public know the beach is open to everyone. In the South Bay, Chris Atkin, KFI News.
At least 10 people have been killed in North Carolina from Hurricane Helene. Asheville Sheriff Quentin Miller says at least 1,000 people have been reported missing. He says his officers can't even notify families of the dead because communications are down.
We got more phone and internet access. We cannot share those names without being absolutely certain that we've given their loved ones this information.
The city of 95,000 people has been flooded with floods and mudslides from the remnants of Hurricane Helene. Food and water is being airlifted to the area, and there are reports of long gas lines. The music streaming service Spotify is back up and running after going down today. More than 40,000 people reported outages with the music platform on downdetector.com. Spotify wrote on social media that the company was aware of issues. About an hour later, the streaming service was fixed. Everything was looking better. Some Spotify users complained about the outage disrupting workout routines and plans to stream a playlist at a child's birthday party. Right now, we're looking at an accident on the 105 in Hawthorne.
Heading to LAX on the west 105, just a bit before Crenshaw Boulevard. A few vehicle collisions in the slow lane, and they have a backup from Fairmount Boulevard. Two problems in Pomona, 10 eastbound transition to the 57 southbound is an accident. Apparently, a vehicle hit the center divider median on this connected road, but no delays on the east end leading Kellogg Hill. Orange County 55 southbound is past Headinger Avenue, a motorcycle accident clearing from the right-hand lane. The Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris.
I'm Carrie Champion. This is season 4 of Maybe Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great game is sports. People are talking about what that fun just because of one single game. That's something for that fun. That Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Italy, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting, it's doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalizing. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A man convicted of first-degree murder will no longer face a death sentence after an appeals court ruled the state of Oklahoma can't prosecute him.
This isn't a story about who Patrick Murphy killed. It's about where he did it. Patrick Murphy says the state can't prosecute him because the murder happened on his tribe's reservation. Oklahoma argues that reservation no longer exists. My name is Rebecca Nagel, and I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation. In this podcast, we're going to go way back to the Trail of Tears, the story of how my people came to Oklahoma, to the story of my family, the treaty they signed, and why they were killed for our land. This case has involved mistakes.
And the agent who was in charge of it somehow just got the location wrong by about a mile and a half or so.
There was pressure from oil and gas interests in Oklahoma that encouraged them to intervene quickly.
But for the people of my tribe and the 4 other tribes in Oklahoma, this case has never been about any of that. It's about our survival. We're still here.
It's very important to us as Australians. We have our reservation boundaries. That ties us to who we are. Are they going to stick with their principles?
Subscribe to this link wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
KFI is the only station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground and in the air 24 hours a day. It's really the only way to really know what's going on the freeways. No cold forever. KFI in the sky. I try to keep my reports basic. Here's the way to get around it. I'm with you. It's ugly. Don't go there. I try to keep it simple. Rely on the one station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies. When Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is House of Money. I'm Joe Larsberg, and I am Matt Politics. If you are over on Facebook and you want to join a group of like-minded folks who have money questions and insight, please go ahead and join the How to Money Facebook group. All right, Matt, let's talk about payment apps for just a second. They're ubiquitous. Everyone uses them, and it's actually part of the reason that check usage has declined massively in recent years, like we talked about on the show not too long ago. We're talking about Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Those are the big 3. Are there other ones? Probably, yeah. People use PayPal, I guess, to send money to. And so, yeah, those things just are incredibly convenient. I'm glad they exist. But of course, with everything good, there's something to watch out for. And there are potential pitfalls with apps like Zelle, and Zelle is being looked into by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau for not protecting its users in the way that it is supposed to be. So there are scams out there on Zelle and on these other payment apps too, but with Zelle, they're linked to the big banks, and the accusations that the big banks are being inattentive and their customers are being harmed in the process. And so basically, once you send money to someone you shouldn't have, whether it's a scammer or whether it's just a pure accident, with these apps, typically you're out of luck and you bark up the tree at the banks and you say, listen, I got duped, or I accidentally typed in the wrong phone number. Fat finger syndrome, Matt. Done that, one digit off, right? And that person typically isn't going to send the money back to you because they think you're scamming them, which is understandable. And the big banks haven't held Zelle to account. They haven't ensured that Zelle customers are able to get their money back or have any sort of real protection if they make a mistake. And the important thing to notice is that you might be out of luck. If this happens to you, the banks are reluctant to refund unauthorized transactions, which I get though. Well, because you say unauthorized, oftentimes they are authorized transactions. It's just that you have made those transactions mistakenly. But not always. Sometimes, let's say it's someone else who got a hold of your phone, or your child who got a hold of your phone. There are stories about that too. Yeah, if there's actual crime that is taking place, right? Like criminal acts. Well, like a lot of it comes down to you for error. It comes down to the individual and us being vigilant and making sure that that we're not mistakenly putting the wrong Cash App handle in there. Because I volunteered and said that, like, oh yeah, I've been there. Like, I literally have done that. This is back when we were in the throes of having a new baby. I don't think Kate and I were getting much sleep. And she had found something, like a used baby item, went and got it. I punched in the wrong name. I don't know if she gave it to me incorrectly or I punched it incorrectly, but I paid somebody else. And she's like, oh, you didn't pay me. I'm like, dang it. So I paid her correctly, had the correct names in there. But then I spent like a couple weeks trying to get my money back from the other person. And like you said, they thought that they were getting scammed. So I'm like, hey, I accidentally sent you some money. I'm buying this baby, which totally sounds like, I know. And so they were trying to protect themselves and be super careful. And so at the very least, a lot of the apps have implemented like punch in the last 4 digits of the person's phone number. Do that. Or like I pretty much always know, whether it's Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, I always send over $1 just to make sure that they are receiving the app. Yeah, just to confirm. And once they say yes, I will send over the rest of it. But just to avoid the risk of feeling like my money is floating out there somewhere in the ether, I hate that feeling. So like literally every single time, I always send $1 over just to ensure that, hey, is this channel open? Are things going to work here? And especially because I did it recently with a contractor. I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah, because big bucks are safe when you transfer money, and the protections are slim to non-existent. And this is just, I think, another check mark in favor of credit cards too. We talk about credit cards regularly on the show. We think, despite what we talked about at the very beginning of the show, with half of Americans carry credit card debt regularly, handling credit cards responsibly because they have the most protective payment method in existence. That's why we're so keen on credit cards. Yeah, the rewards are nice. The sign bonuses are great. You can find some great credit cards up on our site at howtomoney.com. Click credit cards in the upper right-hand corner. We've got a bunch of guys to help you choose the best one for you. But this reinforces, Matt, why we're so keen on recommending credit cards. Yes, we want people to avoid the debt and experience the upsides of credit cards, but we also want you to have those protections in place, which is what credit cards are so good at. That's true. Okay, let's talk about home upgrades, specifically some green home upgrades. Americans are updating their homes thanks to tax credits. We have collectively claimed more than $8 million in green tax credits specifically last year under the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you say that in your best Dr. Evil voice? $8 million. So specifically solar panels, insulation, they were the most popular projects. Was it, I guess 2 years ago, I took advantage of a window tax credit, got $600 off some windows. I did AC and insulation myself, so very nice. I'm one of the Americans participating in this, Matt. Yeah, we're putting that out there. We don't want folks to sleep on this money, especially if you're already planning to perform some of this work. If you're already going to do these projects on your own, you're just leaving money on the table. If you're not taking advantage of the money that's being offered there, they can dramatically reduce the overall cost, as well as the payoff timeline of that upgrade. And almost all of these projects that offer the different tax credits, they come with another benefit, which is the reduced energy consumption. which leads to repeated savings month after month. Yeah, don't forget that. What's the insulation that you put in your house? Well, so we were just like missing insulation in our part, and I was like, oh, well, if I get a 30% cut, and now if I decided to pull the trigger and it's going to save me on my energy bills, why not? So I think we might be in the market for that. Maybe I'll sneak that in this year, because for us, I thought about it last year. So it's our floor. Insulating the floor, where the crawl space is. But I was thinking about it last year, and I didn't want to do it last year because I thought, well, I don't want to do this if we're not going to necessarily stay in the home. That's like one of the kind of upgrades you do if you're going to live in the home. Yeah. If you're going to be selling the place, nobody really cares about. I'll put a bunch of insulation in before we say, all right, thanks, buddy. Yeah. You're not getting an extra $1,500 for that. Exactly. But now that we're like, oh, no, we're going to be here in this home for a while, I'm starting to think through some of the different upgrades that would benefit me as a homeowner when it comes to utilities, but just also how my feet feel in the winter. Sure. Well, what's your power company? So in addition to these tax credits, you might find that your power provider offers incentives too, and a reduction on your bill or a rebate or something like that. So maybe looking about, because you might find that those two things combined, a little bit almost a no-brainer to do at least a couple of these things if you've got the cash. We have more money-saving information to get to, but first, let's go to the KFI 24-hour news.
So we can hear Bella live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City firefighters have gotten out of brush fire in Chatsworth. That fire started just before midnight on North Red Mesa Drive. It took about an hour for the fire to be put out, about an acre burn. The Rose Bowl is on the list of 12 venues chosen to host the 2025 FIFA World Cup next summer. The Rose Bowl hosted the final of the 1994 World Cup and the final of the 1999 Women's World Cup. And the machines are taking over the box office. The Wild Robot is having a better than expected opening weekend. That animated film is projected to make about $35 million in North America, earning it the top spot at the box office. That knocks Tim Burton's Beetlejuice to second with about $16 million, and placing third is Transformers 1 with just under $10 million. Taking a look at the 10 next.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles now and then. Just search Wheels and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free or sound so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Into The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liars. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting fueled by teams, our stakes, and our salaries, I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Against the Rules and start listening.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. As the hits keep on coming for Post Malone, so too are the stops on his current F1 Trillion Tour. The pop, hip-hop, and now country stars added dates to his 6th headlining go-round, which is now set to close out October 26th in Austin, Texas. The tour is in support of Post's F1 Trillion album, his first country effort, which includes appearances from Maureen Wallen, Blake Shelton, Luke Combs, Chris Stapleton, Greg Paisley, Lady Wilson, Jelly Roll, Tim McGraw, and Hank Williams Jr. Post Malone's updated tour itinerary and ticket and album purchase info is on his website, postmalone.com. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
I am sick with no say. I read that you think this is scary. This year's Global Citizen Festival kicking off Saturday in New York City. The free concert in Central Park will be headlined by Post Malone, Doja Cat, and Lisa, also featuring performances from Jelly Roll and Benson Boone. Actor Hugh Jackman will host. Festival curator Coldplay frontman Chris Martin will also make an appearance. And the iconic award-winning actress Dame Maggie Smith has passed away. Michael Kessler has more.
Her son confirmed to the BBC that she died at a hospital on Friday. She's known for her roles as Professor McGonagall in the Harry Potter franchise and her role as the feisty dowager
Downton Abbey. Smith won 2 Oscars and 4 Emmys during her career.
When you talk like that, I tend to drink for nanny. Have you put the bed with me?
Maggie Smith was 89.
And Deadpool and Wolverine will be available to watch at home October 1st. Second highest grossing movie of the year is up for pre-order for $30. It's also expected to be available for digital rental with Prime Video on demand, which is usually about $5 less than the purchase price. Morgan Wallen, People's Choice Country Artist in 2024. The singer took home the biggest honor at the second annual award ceremony in Nashville Thursday, edging out Beyoncé, Jelly Roll, Kate Brown, Casey Musgraves, Lady Wilson, and Luke Combs. That's entertainment, not Liz Warner.
Long-term committed people live longer because of our long life expectancies. Even the most monogamous people may find a few stints of monogamy in their lifespan with some mate selection in between. We call that dating. Until death do us part was invented, death was pretty imminent.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I'm Joel Larson.
I am Matt Walters. Don't forget to sign up for the How to Money newsletter over at howtomoney.com/newsletter.
We're going to get into our Facebook question of the week. Yeah, we do. This one comes from Nathan. And yeah, we're going to talk about trading one debt for another. He says, is it a good idea to get a HELOC, home equity line of credit, when your credit score is 625 to try to consolidate high interest credit card debt? This was a question Nathan posted in the Facebook group. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, first of all, I'll say that this is a classic personal finance sort of scenario that folks find themselves in. But there's just a lot to think through here before you imagine, just like if you first hear about it, you're thinking, oh, this is like a magical elixir. I'm like a no-brainer. I'm going to magically poof my 22% debt down into 2% HELOC. Because certainly when you're looking at the numbers, that initial proposition, it sounds nice, but that doesn't mean it's a no-brainer. And it certainly could work out to your financial advantage, but it also could compound your debt issues. So that's what we're going to talk about here.
The main reason that the compound things and not alleviate the pressure is because of something else we talked about recently. The reduction of friction that you're able to enjoy when you make this sort of debt switch, which sounds like a good thing. Everybody loves reducing friction. Everybody likes to hit, was it Staples that had the easy button? Yeah. Everybody's like, oh, the easy button. It's great. The easy button sounds so nice. I want one of those easy buttons in my life. But by hitting the easy button, by turning the credit card debt into something less offensive, you're actually reducing the negative feelings, the discomfort, I guess, that debt gives you. But in our estimation, the discomfort that the credit card debt gives you is a good thing because it kind of lights that fire under your butt to get rid of it.
It gives you a reason to get rid of it.
It gives you a reason to attack it more strongly, right? And so the more comfortable you feel with it lingering around, the worse it is for you and for your financial future. So when you turn one form of debt into another, more palatable kind, ultimately the truth is, for a lot of people, it leads to more debt accrual overall. That is the heart of the issue. That is the position we really don't want you to find yourself in, Nathan. That would be a big problem if you magically poof, like you said, Matt, this one debt into a better form of debt, and then ultimately you end up accruing more debt overall. Just two different kinds,
because you're not addressing the underlying problems. You know, like, so it's funny you're talking about like hitting the easy button. So here's a potential hot button topic or issue that you feel like tends to circulate around. Makes me think about semaglutides. So like the Mounjaros or the Ozempics of the world. And there are a lot of folks who are finding success with these drugs, right? They're like, oh man, this thing is causing me to like lose more weight, and like it's causing me to lose weight quickly, and it's staying off. Like it's kind of like being touted as like this magical sort of drug, miracle drug. That's actually what I meant to say. But the problem with that is that it doesn't address all of the underlying issues that might lead to somebody to be in that sort of situation, which is that you aren't moving your body, basically. Like I'm thinking about exercise and working out and like these are all things that don't get addressed at all when you are taking some of these different drugs. And so because of that, you're not increasing your metabolic health or your cardiovascular fitness. These things are sort of like pillars of personal health. And
what I'm afraid of happening is that like years down the road, folks are still dealing not with all the same issues, because certainly there's some improvement to their life, and it's amazing what it is.
You're not a doctor, and you're not saying that nobody should take these drugs.
Exactly. It's amazing what we're able to accomplish with some of the advances in science and technology and drugs and shots, but to a certain extent it almost does kind of feel like a band-aid because of the fact that it's not addressing all of the different underlying issues that you're kind of forced to address. Because I mean, let's be honest, like a lot of folks, when they're looking to exercise more, it's because they do want to lose weight. I'm not saying that is a good measure of health, because sometimes you get fit and you gain weight because you're putting on muscle, but for a lot of different body shapes and body types and sizes. But that is the goal for a lot of folks, and if you're able to achieve that goal by completely skipping this whole aspect of it, I'm afraid that you end up kicking the can further down the road, and that's almost how I see this HELOC. If you're not addressing the underlying issue, that's a risk there, right? Yes.
Like, and too many folks attempt to move debt around, and then they've got HELOC debt, but they never change their ways, and so they rack up debt on that credit card again, and months later down the road,
a temporary kind of solution.
What seems smart ends up being dumb. And it's also important to point out that there's a difference between secured and unsecured debt. So if you don't pay your credit card on time, or you're failing to pay your bill for months on end, American Express or Visa, they can't come and repossess your car or your home. But if you fail to pay on your HELOC for an extended period of time, you're putting your house at risk. And so it's not like you're just enjoying a reduced interest rate with no strings attached. You're taking a real added risk by making that move, and it is worth thinking long and hard about that additional risk. Maybe it's still within the realm of, hey, I've got this, I've got enough wiggle room. I'm literally just trying to pay it off more quickly, but I'm not worried about actually being able to pay it off or actually going into more debt overall because I make this move. Then maybe it's worth considering, but it is important to mention that is a real downside factor here.
Totally. Yeah, I think it's important to point out too that both credit cards and HELOCs come with variable interest rates. And here's some potential good news though, is that it looks like those rates might be ticking down slightly moving forward. It is impossible to predict if, when, and actually how much they're going to tick down. But for reading the tea leaves right, that could mean lower rates on some variable interest rate products out there. I almost wish that maybe I wouldn't have mentioned that, because it's such an unknown, it's such an X factor, and you shouldn't make a decision based on that anyway.
Yeah, maybe I'll keep that nasty debt around because it's slightly less nasty.
Maybe we should just cut all this part from our hands. I don't know. But our goal is to present you with all the information that we know that's out there, not to like hide anything from you. But even still, like what we're talking about, just a minor downward movement on both of these products, and they would both still be considered bad debt. Instead, we'd love to see you make a plan, not to just shift one debt from another slightly less egregious one, but just a plan to actually pay it off as quickly as possible. We want you to address those underlying issues.
I think maybe the other option here that Nathan should consider, well, after increasing his credit score, by the way, because this is really important to getting approved for the best rates. You hear the commercials, you see the commercials, and it's like, oh, rates starting at 7.5% or something like that. I think my credit union now is offering some sort of introductory rate on a HELOC as low as 5.5% right now. Well, guess what? That sounds nice, but Nathan's not going to qualify for those with a credit score of 625. He's got to work on increasing the credit score before he attempts to do some of these moves anyway. And we'll link to some resources in the show notes, Nathan, to help you do just that. By the way, do not pay someone who tells you they can help you raise your score for you. That's baloney. It's going to cost you a lot of money that's not going to pay off. This is a DIY thing. But once that score is up, you might find that a 0% transfer card, getting another credit card, is an even better way to go. Giving you a 0% interest rate for something like 15, 18, maybe even 21 months. That allows you to pay down that debt much faster because you're not continually accruing interest. And then even still, the same advice about being vigilant about racking up even more debt applies. So you have to be careful in either instance, but in that case, it's not a HELOC, and it's actually getting you a lower interest rate for a specific period of time. So it's worth looking into that, but the credit score is a big issue in that, and it's worth paying some attention to what's going on with that score so you can prove it in short order. Oh, by the way, if your credit card debt, if it's over the top, we would suggest going to see a not-for-profit credit counselor. NFCC is one place. Money Management International is another place. Those are two great organizations where you can meet with somebody for free to talk about what's going on with your debt and to work towards a debt payoff plan, a debt management program. So I feel like we threw a lot out there in this answer, Matt. There's a lot to cover. What feels like a basic question ends up being ultimately more complex than a lot of people might think on the surface.
Yeah, it depends on how committed he is to eliminating this debt. Like, depends on where his heart is and whether or not he truly wants to get rid of this like once and for all, and this is sort of the last tool that he's going to implement that's going to get him to that point, or if this is like almost like another excuse. It's just like another prolonging prophecy. Yeah, where he's just going through the motions where in the end there's not any real change that's going to occur.
Makes you think about one last thing. Undebt.it. UNDEBT.it. That is a website. You should check it out because it can help you create a debt payoff plan. And that is ultimately what you need in order to get rid of this debt in a specific time frame. Totally figure out how much money do I have that I can dedicate to paying off this debt. Structure it. Make a structured plan, whether you're doing snowball or avalanche method on a website like undebt.it, and then keep to it. That is ultimately the way. Having that plan right in front of your face, Matt, is crucial to allowing you to actually do the thing you want to do. Totally agree, buddy. Okay, you are listening to How to Money on KFI AM 640.
The CBS News Vice Presidential Debate simulcast. KFI will bring it to you live. Vance versus Walls this Tuesday evening at 6 p.m.
KFI
and KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
They just might do it. I'm Andrew Caravella, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. About 45,000 dock workers at ports across the Gulf and East Coast are threatening to go on strike. The strike would begin Tuesday at midnight. Margaret Kidd, Program Director of Supply Chain and Logistics Technology at the University of Houston, says a strike affecting that many ports could cost billions.
It's estimated that a strike would cost somewhere around $5 billion a day. I mean, that would be the economic impact.
The International Longshoremen's Association is at odds with the ports over pay, and it's also demanding a ban on automating things like cranes, gates, and trucks. Travelers going through LAX may now access banned books for free.
The American Library Association reports so far this year there have been more than 400 attempts to censor public library materials across the country. LA City Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez says the city, the library, and LAX will make titles from the banned books list available to all travelers.
From many parts of the country that oftentimes are restricted from having access to some of this literature that has been banned in other states.
QR codes throughout the airport will offer digital access to a temporary library card no matter where that traveler lives. Michael Rumps, KFI News.
The Vincent Thomas Bridge and the 47 freeway at the Port of Long Beach are open. The area had been shut down since Thursday because of an overturned big rig and hazardous material cleanup. The rig overturned Thursday rolled on its side and its cargo of lithium batteries caught fire. Firefighters relocated the cargo to a secure location on Terminal Island and removed other hazardous materials affecting the roadway. Discovery Cube is celebrating Halloween with special events and festivities at their OC and LA locations. Kids of all ages are invited to experience the perfect formula of tricks and treats, resulting in scientifically silly Halloween activities. Discovery Cube Orange County will be hosting the 3rd annual Pumpkin Palooza, where guests can immerse themselves in 2 floors of thrilling activities, special party night festivities, and spooky science activities. Discovery Cube LA is hosting a weekend-only event, Enchanted Halloween, where activities will include trick-or-treating, glow-in-the-dark light-up activities, spooky science booths, magicians, costume parades, and more. A diaper bank in Orange County facing a shutdown has found a way to keep children covered.
The typically state-funded program was suddenly left out of the state budget.
We were scrambling, trying to attempt to save the program.
Community Action Partnership OC CEO Gregory Scott says the program is critical for families.
We partner with more than 80 distribution sites who help us distribute 600,000 diapers monthly to nearly 10,000 children in the community.
Scott says, but in the 11th hour, a collection of nonprofits, foundations, plus some county and state funding helped to raise $2.5 billion, enough to keep the program running for 2 more years. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Many homeowners in California are receiving letters from their insurance companies stating they're losing coverage.
Under California law, insurance companies are free to write where they want and choose the policies they want to write.
Deputy Insurance Commissioner Michael Solor says the reason is irrelevant. Insurance companies are also free to drop customers whenever they want. Since 2022, 7 of the top 12 insurance companies have either reduced existing homeowners' policies or stopped selling new ones. As a result, more than 408,000 people are now with the state's insurer of last resort, which is a record high. Israel says the leader of Hezbollah has been killed in Lebanon during a strike on the capital of Beirut. Hezbollah has confirmed Hassan Nasrallah was killed yesterday. Nasrallah led Hezbollah for more than 30 years and was one of the most powerful targets to be killed by Israel. Another Hezbollah official was also killed. The military says Nabil Kaouk was killed yesterday, too. He was the deputy head of Hezbollah's Central Council. President Biden says the death of Nasrallah was a measure of justice for his 4-decade reign of terror. And actor John David Ashton has died. Ashton had cancer. He died on Thursday in a hospital in Colorado. Ashton spent 50 years in Hollywood and appeared in more than 200 films and TV and stage productions. One of his most notable films was when he co-starred in Beverly Hills Cop in 1984. John David Ashton was 76 years old. He actually reprised that role in the Netflix one that just came out. Accident cleared in Orange County on the 55.
It's on the southbound side of the 55, just beyond Edinger Avenue. A crash cleared out of lanes and off the freeway. The earlier slowing on the 55 southbound heading to Costa Mesa and Newport Beach. That's gone too. Also an OZ 22 westbound before LaSalle. An accident that was in lanes is now on the right shoulder, but you're slow from the 55. That's where the 22 westbound begins. The Chargers and Kansas City Chiefs are about to square off at SoFi Stadium. Now, if you're heading to the game, 405 northbound, a slow ride from the 605 to Orange Avenue in Signal Hill. Then, as you approach Inglewood, you're slow again, leaving Carson from Avalon Boulevard to Rosecrans. And then you're slow again on the 405 northbound between La Tierra and the 10. Southbound side of the 405, you're tapping brakes from the 101 down to Manchester. And, of course, Manchester leads you to SoFi Stadium. 10 eastbound transition to the 57 southbound. An earlier crash cleared away. This is where a vehicle hit the center divider median. 91 westbound at Avalon Boulevard, an accident over on the right shoulder. With Southern California's only airborne traffic report, I'm Mike Morris.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good. iHeartRadio.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get a chicken parmesan delivered. A cabana? That's a no. But a banana? That's a yes. A nice tan? Sorry, nope. A box fan? I believe yes. A day of sunshine? No. A box of fine wines? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. Product availability may vary by region. See app for details.
Southland weather from KFI. Clear skies and sunny the rest of the afternoon. 70s if you're hanging out at the beaches. Mid-80s inland for Metro LA and OC. Mid-upper 80s in the valleys. 90s for the IE and high deserts. Lows tonight dropping into the 60s. Around 60. Lots of fog around midnight. Then tomorrow, start of your work week, Monday and Tuesday. It's going to be foggy in the morning. Then after the burnout, more sunshine. Highs hanging into around 80s and 90s in most parts of the region. Aliso Viejo right now, 72. Lake Forest, 78. Hawthorne is 68. And then Hacienda Heights, 79 degrees. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. All Joel and Matt want to do is help you save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. This is How to Money with Joel Larsgaard and Matt Altmix.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I'm Joel Larsgaard, and I am Matt Altmix. Don't forget to sign up for the How to Money newsletter over at howtomoney.com/newsletter. Joel is talking about one of the ways folks are spending less on their transportation. Car-free communities, they are becoming more of a thing. More people outside of just New York City are looking to be less dependent on their vehicles in order to get around. There's this fairly new community. It's called Cul-de-sac. It launched a bit outside of downtown Phoenix a few years ago. And the design of this planned community is all about being car-free from the get-go as they attempt to be close to public transportation. And one of the ways they're able to
decrease the number of cars that folks who live there own. They've also got a fleet of e-bikes, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, and pretty much everything else that you want on hand just to live a happy personal life. They've got a lot of things built into the infrastructure of the little community, like gyms, grocery stores. I think I saw a Korean convenience store, which was a big win in my book. Nice. They're planning to build a couple more of these cul-de-sac communities in the near future, including one in the Atlanta area. And bottom line, we think this is pretty cool. Folks out there who are into personal finance might recognize the name of the community from Pete Abney, also known as Mr. Money Mustache, as this is something that he has written about. But we're huge fans, especially of relying on bikes in order to get around. There's a reason why our first episode that we ever created, it was a terrible episode because it was literally the first one. Do not go back and listen. It was all about why it is that you should be biking more. We're huge fans.
There is no silver bullet in personal finance, but if there was one, I think bikes are pretty darn close.
This is as close as it gets.
It's the lifestyle factor. It hits the fitness factor. It hits the money saving factor. Riding your bike more just makes sense. I ran into a dad on also taking his kid to school this morning on the cargo e-bike. There's a sense of solidarity.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we're best friends already, and I just met him.
We should grab beers. You and me. We're right. Come from the same cloth. Right?
Exactly.
Right.
Kindred spirits.
New buddy, new best friend. Come on. So then he pedals off. He says level 5.
That's right.
To get away from you.
That's right. I keep it on level 1, so I can catch up. I saw this too, Matt. Los Angeles is apparently trying to go car-free for the Olympics. I don't know if you saw that as well. It's kind of fascinating because you think of that as a city that is
purely dependent on the freeways.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to pull that off. I know they're trying to put the venues as close to their current metro as possible, which I love that. And then they're also installing more bike lanes. So go LA. I hope it works out.
Yeah.
And by the way, while cul-de-sac's kind of an expensive place to live, Matt, it's not one of the cheaper apartment complexes around because they put this forethought into it. It's going to be a more expensive community. But if you are able to ditch a car or cars completely, it can actually allow you to come out ahead from a financial perspective. Especially, we know what cars cost these days and what they cost to insure, what they cost to maintain. Not having cars in your life means you can spend a little more on housing and still rock it with your finances, all while being able to live in an incredibly delightful community. And there's been this growing recognition, I think, that making the automobile the center of our existence, it just doesn't deliver the healthiest results for humans. I'm not an advocate for going back to the horse and buggy days because apparently there was a lot of poop in the streets, Matt, and that wasn't really very fun to live in either. Can you imagine living in,
I learned in plumbing. I'm also a fan of that.
Right, exactly. But yeah, you don't necessarily need to move to this planned community in order to live a life that's less dependent on a car. I think it's important to point that out as well. There's this new e-bike attachment mat that attaches to your regular non-electric bike. It's called Clip. And so you don't even have to buy an e-bike. You can literally just turn your current bike into an electric bicycle with this device. It's like $500. And the cool thing is, e-bikes are allowing people to commute longer distances more comfortably than ever before. Think about actually listener Gary, who's he reached out and told me about his commutes on his e-bike and how he ditched a car. And man, it's been so great for his physical life and just he's just enjoyed that commute every day on the e-bike, which I feel the same way. I'm like, there's a smile on my face every time I'm online. And I think I still prefer, Matt, after looking into this Clip device, I still prefer the ground up e-bikes. I'd rather spend a little more for something like that, especially if it allows you to ditch a car. But I think the Clip device might work for a bunch of people too.
Maybe you are a fan of actual e-bikes because the Clip is ugly. It is ugly. Because when I was reading up on it, I was like, okay. Because there are a lot of electric bike manufacturers, and they're making them more affordable now. You've got literally your e-bike is by Rad Power Bikes. They make some of the most affordable e-bikes out there. Electric is it's like electric without the E on the front or whatever, but they're making some really affordable. They start at what, $800 bikes as well, $700-800. So when you think about that, it's not that much more for something brand new, and you're able to add another bike to your stable. I think is huge. And also, we've talked about bikesdirect.com, which is a fantastic place to go for traditional bikes. I checked it out. Guess what they're selling now?
E-bikes.
Really? Yes. Okay. So I've purchased other bikes from them before. I can't vouch for their e-bikes, but if anybody has, hit us up, let us know. I would love to think that they are just able to be another competitor, providing just a great means of transportation for a lot of folks. But that being said, if you really want to drive, we'll get a Toyota. And not just because we told you to, IC cars, they had a recent longevity survey they found. Surprisingly, that Toyota
Welcome.
the top 10.
How are you? What's going on?
Was like,
Hope you're doing well. What's up, Pam? Just living the dream. Excellent. Hey, what's going on? We have a shoot like 27, 365 World Peace. I've been doing this for years. This is more data than anyone has on the internet. Some interesting things as we talk about on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, and disclosure. We talk about life extension technology and de-extinction. We talk about mind uploading technology. We talk about fission power, fusion power, tidal power, geothermal power. We talk about things like desalination plants to cleanse water so that people can drink it to end world thirst. Additionally, due to well and life straws, in order to end world hunger, we talk about including greenhouse and saltwater greenhouses. We talk about cloud seeding. We talk about vertical farming. We talk about absolutely. I said that sentence. I'm streaming like 24/7. We don't want world war anymore. Excellent, man. Yeah, I don't want war. World wars. I want world. How are you? Absolutely, as do I. We will do that perhaps. Well, you have a good friend. You're fortunate to be Arnold's friend. And any friend of Arnold's is a friend of mine. So you should know that you're always welcome here. Whenever you want to chill, I'm always available. I appreciate the opportunity to meet you. Oh, wow. That's very sweet. No, dude, he's being really nice. You have a very good friend. Yeah, he is. Well, you take care of him. Arnold, whenever you have time, you come here. I'm going to keep working on my best. You have a wonderful day, okay? What's that? Congratulations. That's amazing. That's a good. That's great. Well, congratulations. When you know more about it, okay? Well, congratulations. And absolutely, everybody needs to start somewhere, and it seems that you've got the right opportunity. So you should know that that's really great. If you think I can help you, please let me know. We're dog. We can play games. That's right, baby. Sounds great, man. Take care, Arnold. Take care, Arnold. Pleasure to meet you. Take care, man.
Smith is due to conflicts within the band, specifically about the fitness of bassist Bruce Hall and singer Kevin Cronin. In a statement, REO wrote that differences that arose between Hall and Cronin that led to the decision to end their touring after 2024. It's not a step the Wagoneers took lightly, with Hall commenting in part, quote, "Never thought it would end like this, and I'm heartbroken." He also shared that he felt they deserved a farewell tour. As of now, the current tour is set to continue until late November with dates and locations at REOSpeedwagon.com. All right, and that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, Streaming Edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Wednesday, is the debut of the new docuseries Chef's Table Noodles, the 7th season premiere of the reality show Love is Blind, as well as Volume 5 of Unsolved Mysteries. Next Thursday, the debut of Season 3 of the Netflix teen romantic series Heartstopper, as well as the Netflix animated film special The Bad Guys Haunted Heist. Next Friday on Netflix, the premiere of the original comedy thriller film It's What's Inside. Next Monday on Hulu, the debut of the documentary Patrice, the movie. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the premiere of the new series Last Days of the Space Age. Next Wednesday over on Apple TV Plus, the debut of the mystery comedy Where's Wanda? Next Thursday on Hulu, the premiere of the horror film Hold Your Breath, starring Sarah Paulson. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the 2nd season debut of the animated series Curses. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the debut of the horror film House of Spoils, as well as Season 3 of the adult animated series The Legend of Vox Machina. Next Thursday over on Max, Season 2 of the animated series Gremlins, Secrets of the Mogwai, as well as the debut of the Max original film Salem's Lot, based on the Stephen King book, starring Alfred Woodard, Bill Camp, and Louis Pullman. And next Sunday on Paramount Plus, the series finale of SEAL Team.
And that's new to view on iHeartRadio. Happy binging!
iHeartRadio Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also lets you build your own personalized stations based around your favorite artists. We call it Artist Radio. Let us build you a customized station just for you with the least amount of work. Step 1, type in the name of your favorite artist. Step 2, tap play. We'll take it from there and automatically build you a station based on the best music from that artist and other similar artists. It's really that easy. And best of all, our Artist Radio is presented with limited commercial interruption, unlike Pandora, where your personal stations are constantly being interrupted. If you want to take matters into your own hands, you can skip songs you don't like, and you can thumb up and down songs to help personalize the station to your exact taste. And best of all, Artist Radio is free. Check it out today. Search your favorite artists, hit play, and we'll take it from there. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting. All in one app.
iHeartRadio. Join at thinkitup.org.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen out. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
My daughter, I heard her open her straw. You know how you pound it down to open up the paper on it? When she did it, I heard she snapped. And a broken straw is done. You got to write it off. It's a loss. And there's a straw next to my drain. She gave me the busted straw, and she was laughing her off.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
She goes, I didn't think it noticed.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is how to write. I am one of the
Marcus Jones there with Please Understand Me.
By the way, you can always find one message over at howtowrite.com. Let's get started. This one's from Mr. Harrison Smith coming to you guys. Research the presenting market in that area. I found that over $8 million for potential revenue. Simple Blue from North Michigan, Texas, will cover approximately 90% for the potential venture competitor, only needing about 10% profit margins each month.
My question is this: what do you think the minimum required profit margins are in keeping up with the risk of running out of profit? Thanks, guys. Somebody else is showing me.
All right. So Bob asked how we're doing. Do you think he was? Do you think it's like a passing of the order at work? Kind of like, hey, what's up? Or do you think he actually wants to hear how you are doing right now? I felt asking that. And nobody asked that question. I think I appreciate that. Yeah, Bob has a intentionality about stuff. I feel great. I've only got to know him over the past like 7.5 years. I'm not going to say that I'm against my life right now, but overall, he's coming for the Packers. Both red zone organization and San Francisco. At the bottom of your screen, Kansas City in Los Angeles to take on the Chargers and Antonio Pierce's Las Vegas Raiders at home against Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. There's only been one onside kick successful so far this season. It was the Dallas Cowboys last week against the Baltimore Ravens, I believe it was. Successfully gathered in an onside kick. You will see it right here for the Packers. They out of timeouts. Kansas City Chiefs with a catch. Third down for KC. Second and 4 for Deshaun Watson. The Browns wearing the alternative all-white unis in Vegas. Watson looks over the middle, scrambles right, and throws late. Catch is made. That should be a first down for Cleveland. Let's go full to the onside kick at Lambeau Field. A Vikings recovery means Minnesota is 4-0. This happened. Onside kick, basically the rule is you can use the tee to kick it, but they brought the punter onto the field, and the punter can hold it like you would for a punt, but he has to drop it, and it needs to hit the grass before he strikes it with his foot. That's what I believe they were lining it up. That could be something new we haven't seen. Shot to the end zone on 3rd and goal, and the Niners cannot make the Jawan Jennings from Brock Purdy completion. So probably a field goal coming up for San Francisco. A drop kick, onside kick. Let's look in. Well, it doesn't appear he has a team out there. Yeah, so you're not saying that profitability doesn't matter. You're not saying that cash flow is important. Although 2% cap, that's actually pretty solid. And just make sure you're doing some of those other expenses as well. But this is why it's so easy to think about the potential for appreciation. There are two main ways that you could grow your wealth by owning real estate. That's either cash flow or appreciation. So a question you might want to ask yourself is your condo in an up-and-coming neighborhood? Do you think that you're going to see
young season? Jake Moody settles for a 22-yard chip. San Francisco with a nice drive. Down on that one, even still, 3-0 Niners. First step away from that game. Now that the late window is fully open, here are some players to watch for in the late games, courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook. Devontae Adams and Michael Mayer are out for the Raiders, so that could mean even more targets for the rookie sensation Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers, not only the leading tight end among rookies, he's one of the leading tight ends in terms of catches and yards in the entire National Football League. He's still looking for his first touchdown, despite having 21 targets this season. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app for the latest NFL odds and markets. We've got a sudden change here in the Kansas City Los Angeles game. A run up the middle and Carson Steele. They've had to go to second, third string running backs. Carson Steele fumbled that football in the bottom of the card. The officials signal to the Chargers. Chargers are down in several players. There is
No Joey Bosa in this game. No Derwin James in this game. Other offensive players are injured. They are the underdog at home. But the Chargers come away with the first break of the game. And Carson steals the fumble. We'll see what, if anything, that does to Andy Reid's running back rotation going forward. Back to Arizona for a 3rd and 9. Kyler Murray.
What's back there? That's part of the cover touch, 4th down. We saw that last week a little bit with Kathy Murray, a couple of throws that just sometimes that has to do with making sure you're on time with the football. When you're a little bit late with the football, you tend to overthrow it. When you overthrow it, it tends to.
So we want to see if they can punt or try a 60-yard field goal, maybe 61. They ended up punting in the Arizona Cardinals. Ball will go inside of the 10-yard line and get down there. Browns are in field goal range, and they'll have a 3rd and short after this play.
25. Isaiah Powell, the first-time starter with the tackle.
It's fascinating as you look at Watson, who told us yesterday he's going to try to get rid of the ball quickly. He saw what Andrew Dalton did last week to this Raiders defense.
This is where they really struggle. 3rd and short. Only 28% conversion on 3rd and short. That's 3rd worst in the NFL. They run the ball 71% of the time. Spread it out with 5
towards holding on to it in your case, especially considering assuming your interest rate on that because
First down for the former Raider, Amari Cooper.
That's an Amari Cooper revenge. First time ever Amari Cooper is playing against the Raiders. The franchise was drafted his way back when. At a 3rd and short for Los Angeles. Chargers go up the middle. That's Gus Edwards running the ball for a first down. Bulls, they're still on the negative side of the 50-yard line. Check back in range. Back to the Cleveland drive.
First and 10, just outside the red zone here for the Browns, and their first possession of the game. And they'll punch it right up the gut with Jerome Ford.
Well, the New England Patriots don't have much offense this season. They've got to get some work out of Ramondre Stevenson. But Stevenson has had the fumble bug in the first month of the year. Stevenson has fumbled now in every game this season for the Patriots. New England has recovered a couple of those fumbles, but he loses this one here in the first quarter, and Malik Collins will recover it for San Francisco. So a sudden change, and the Niners set up into Patriots territory just like that.
A lot of blitzes from the Giants that were very effective. Second down, looks right now runs left. First down coverage again. Now coming up to make the stop. Good block there from Jerome Ford. They continue to play this week without David Njoku and obviously no Nick Chubb yet.
Well, good job by Deshaun Watson because he could have checked it down to the running back, but he sees the lane and the ability to go get it. Because there's been talk about whether he should be running more because of Deshaun Watson runs it for a first down into the red zone. You've got San Francisco who just ran it first down into the red zone. Back in the yard. And they try to get power without getting hit.
Sidelines his friends.
From the 14, back to Mason.
Opening drive so far for Cleveland. Deshaun on the run. Flips it down to the 5-yard line. And it's caught by Blender Whitehart.
I thought it was fun to talk about
Scrimmage and just control big 290 defensive ends. I can't tell you how rare that is in the league. And then he can go scramble drill, make 3rd down catches. You can use him in the play action game, use him in motion as a lead blocker. Just not a lot of guys like Kittle around the league. He's the ultimate weapon for this run game that Kyle Shanahan, of course, he loves. Yes, I believe that's the way.
Sure. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan was saying last week,
What did he say? I like him as much as
This is only his 16th game in the grimy game and all the lead blocking. He's just wired a little different. The rest of us are like, yeah, full block. Because you're going to throw an 8 for 120. That sounds great, but he lives for it. He's a unique player in this league. Second trip into the red zone, looking for the inside for the first time. He gets away from that first. He's got Mason open, but still intrigued. Wants to hit it to Samuel and incomplete. There are a couple guys that flashed the ball yet. He's out wide with Judy. Now they bring a third. Out wide. So they get a bunch formation.
They'll hand it off. Comes to the goal line as Ford.
Catches on this drive, and now it's a first down. Chris Jennings remains on the same Chargers have now function for KC in the red zone drive. Just 3 shots are and now this. Just off to your right side there. So what happens is he stands behind you, and then you're like, okay, they're in this front, now get over here to the right. So you always get to one call or a second or a third. See Chris Jones returns to the field. This is the 10th play of this opening drive for Los Angeles. Pistol, look at the front. Make it to Thomas, looking up top. Gets the play in time. To the end zone. As soon as he unloaded it. But he hung in there. This is an outstanding throw. This is what we have to hear. No one's open. He just throws the ball where only his player can catch it or nobody catches it. What? Did he come down with the channel? Does he have enough control? I think that's touchdown.
They'll try the same high formation. Play action. Watson wide open in the end zone. Touchdown Browns. And it's Whitehart capping off a huge opening drive on the road. 15 plays for the score.
They line up with the fullback and try power football on first down, and then come back with the same look and go play action, and the Raiders just get completely cool. That's just a terrible job defensively. Nice call by Kevin Stefanski and an easy touchdown.
They were both wide open. You could have thrown to Whitehart or Sweet. That was kind of choose your option if you wanted to.
The wild card route. There's no division series to begin. Less than a week. Got Fox.
Far on the first minute of the strike. So it's Antonio Gibson, and you wonder at what point you just have to go and watch and not able to trust Stevenson. First down pass play. Stepping away the back down the middle of the door. To bring this first quarter to a close, the 49ers trying to respond from that gut punch defeat last week. 2 drives, 2 field goals. Onto the second we go. Santa Clara.
All right, so the 4-game window is fully open, and we've got points on the board in all 4 contests. We saw the Chargers get a score. Ladd McConkey, they did take a look at it in replay to make sure he had possession with the football and then he's down to the back of the end zone. They said he did. The concern there, though, was you saw Justin Herbert coming into the game with an injured ankle, kind of hobbling to the sideline after throwing that touchdown pass. Meanwhile, the Cleveland Browns, in need of a good performance on the road, start off pretty strong with a first quarter touchdown to Sean Watson on the bootleg score to the backup tight end. And a note on the Patriots game that has just gone to the end of the first quarter. San Francisco coming in off of that somewhat surprising loss to the Los Angeles Rams. It's back-to-back losses when you throw in the Minnesota Vikings loss in Minneapolis that the Niners suffered a couple of weeks ago. New England is coming in off of back-to-back losses. They lost to Seattle in overtime and then to the New York Jets on Thursday Night Football a handful of days ago. We are back to live action with
Jaden Daniels. It is now 15 straight possessions that have ended in scores for the Washington Commanders. That's taking out a couple of kneel downs at the end of the game, at the end of half. But no punts for the Washington Commanders since week 1. How long can the kid keep it up?
Touchdown pass. Deshaun Watson to Blake Whiteheart. The first opportunity coming up for the Raiders. With a big chunk of the clock gone. Terry McAllister there. Ends up out to the 25 and give way to Gardner Minshew. He's top 6 in the NFL. Good stats. Completion percentage and passing yards, but he's rolling today without Devontae Adams, and so far it's the NFL's worst ground game.
Welcome to you, Jacob. Just working on my. How about you? I'm glad you had up. There you go. They beat who? Yes, yeah, he did. He had 28 points. He had a really good time. Apologies on the fact that I'm working on it. Pardon me? Right. You got it, man. They're shit up though. Got them like I got 8 of them now, so I'm just testing of them and watching what they're supposed to do. Dog, I'll teach you right now. What? It's easy. Yeah, you do. Okay, you have an Android phone? Perfect. That's all you need. I've got it going on 5 different Android phones within arm's length of me right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. So what you want to do is there are a bunch of programs. I like one called Click Assistant. It's CLIASSISTANT. And so Click Assistant. It's Click Assistant. And then what did you say? You want to look in the Play Store?
It's not just savings rate that the bank is paying you. Money in the end.
Yeah. And then do you see options to download them? Yeah, it's the auto clicker one. But just one moment though. Is it like white and teal? Okay. They all kind of look like. I know it's something that they're like. Or I should say they all look like that, but a few of them do. Just for a moment, let me look at one. The one has a finger on it. The finger is like a. Is what? No. Oh wait, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Okay, you got it. The hand is like peach colored. Perfect. Yep, that's what you want to download. Okay. And there are like the big thing that you have to do is get your permissions right. So it'll ask you like, hey, like, will you give us permission to draw over apps? You just say yes. Yeah. Everything that it says, yeah.
I think it makes sense for you to stick money that's in a high yield savings.
Yes.
For a bit in order that higher rate. But other than high yield savings, money garage or something like that. And by the way, I think it's also important to take.
Yeah. At the bottom, you see a teal button that says like.
So our rate's going to decline precipitously months ahead.
Let me see what it says. I'll open it. Yeah.
CD rates right now.
Yeah, just to start running.
You are listening to How to Money. Now let's head over to the KFI 20.
Did a little menu show up? Yeah, not what you want. Let me look. Okay. So at the very bottom, it should say start service. There's a teal button at the very bottom that says start service. Okay. Just a moment. What'd you say? No. Just a moment. I'll show you my.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world.
Yeah. Like. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Do you see at the bottom it says start service? See where? Yeah. You see it? Yes. Okay. Go to start service. Oh, don't watch. Continue. Oh, okay. You can just hit cancel. Okay. Then, like, you should have this little menu on the side. Yeah. Press the bullseye. Bullseye. And then that's where you click. So like press the bullseye and then like move that around on the screen. You should see like a number 1. And so like okay, so Just watch out for your mind.
PayPal speak that it is allowing merchants to buy merchants currency.
No, just one moment. Can you see my screen? Oh, yeah. So if you want to stop that, every time you touch the screen, there's a menu. Oh, and you can see a done button. Just press the done button. Okay, yeah. And then you see a minus button. Hit the minus button, and it'll delete all the little ones that you don't want, starting with the most recent. Okay. So then, like mine, see, I have the Pick app here. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly program one for you. So I'm gonna take the bullseye. The first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have it go long hold. So it will hold down and not just click. I'm gonna have it go to app info. That's just a quick click. I'm gonna go over to like force stop, and I can have it force stop. I can have it go back. So this one is just gonna be a like only 3 steps over here, and it's on its own. It's gonna hold it. It's gonna open, and then it's gonna go back. Exactly. Exactly. So you've got everything that you need now. So like, I don't have that game, but basically, what you do in that is you go to it. It'll help you in art. Exactly. So do you get how it works? You're welcome, Big Duck. Hey, so you got it, right? Okay. Can you read down? I want to show you what mine. Yeah, I did. He's super cool. I mean, not that I know anything about him. Uh, like I'm in, like he has different people, different categories, and I saw the category or moderator equivalent for his family, which means that basically. Right. Well, they did for a while. Yeah, so in there, I'm, but that tells you this is what's really cool. It tells you that they know that I'm streaming in there. They recognize that. Well, it's not like I got them, but they didn't. Everybody else kicks me. That's really cool. Okay, excellent. Now what I'd like you to do, please, is go to you category, just chat.
circumstances. Your
Yeah,
friends are in.
and, like I think just chatting is one of them. I think just chatting is one of them.
Otherwise,
Just no. Just put it just chatting, and then at the very top it should say like live streams, and then clip. Do you see where it says clip? Okay, just one moment. Let me look at this. You're on Android, right? Android, right? Okay. No, you're not on iPhone. You're on Android. Okay. So when you click just chat at the very top, you should see. Okay, I'll just show you my screen. Okay. You see it's just chat. Here. You see just chatting. Okay. You see right here. It says live chatting. Right next to it, it says clip. Click on clips.
For this move back in, and I would think of that as like
Start scrolling down. Just see what the last most recent clips were entitled. See what they were named.
especially if you're in
Okay, just see how many there were. Am I playing a video? No.
without hurting yourself, and I think this is doable.
No. These are clips. And I made a clip on that clip other people's streams. But makes me like every fucking clip. Like, do you see how many clips of mine there are?
But there's like a misunderstanding 2 months in.
Do you see how many clips of mine there are? No. Do you see how many clips of mine there are? Go to that tab. It says clips. And just scroll down. Here, I'll do it, and I'll tell you how many mine I can. Okay, good. That's what I'm saying. So basically, my goal is just to have the class go to the point where they. Oh wow, very surprising actually. There aren't more. I should have more. So I kind of have to check why I don't. Have I should have a lot. So I know one of the devices I was just using with you, and just one moment. It tells me that my okay. So I see a few of these. Just one moment. I'm gonna want you to check in about 5 minutes.
All families are different. Different families have different.
So when I say, "Hey, I'm working on my robots," you'll be able to. Yeah, there was only one in there. That's not what we want. I usually far more. So just one more. Yeah, but even still, it should. There should be like out of the 20 that they there should be like
No. You want to pay $400 in rent?
10 of them.
This is your come back in, but because of
Right.
To do is to insist to not let your parents. Obviously,
yeah. You can do that, and let me.
Offer to do some of the cooking.
Actually, let me check for now. Okay.
Something again. We're no financial. To them, seen and support it. Because like we have a lot parent who had went off and even great financial position. I 100% charge my kid, not because I want their money, but just because, like, selfishly, I would to move back in because I keep hearing from more.
Oh yeah, they don't know. And I tried to stream on here earlier today. Like, hey, I'm offering like a peace offering. I won't spam you if you let me stream. And they were like, nope. I'm like, all right, that's how you want to do it. Too completely. Right.
For folks, right? Like we're the generation, like we're kind of the same generation.
Exactly.
To connect with the parents of you as well, having kids and trying to.
Agreed.
So what I hear is that it makes sense to know what it is, all this money that you're saving, goals laid out. Your monthly expenses.
Thank you.
Meaningfully, a significant amount, especially if you are living in a high rent area. I just don't.
We're getting there. Maybe people have said Rabbi Rothschild is the most famous person on Kick, and he doesn't even stream on Kick. And that means the world to me. It tells me that my plan is working. All right. So, as these streams should just be littered with Rabbi Rothschild. So, one moment, and I'm going to check and see what the is, because top live categories. Okay, browse live categories. I want all, I guess. Live channels, games, IRL. Just okay. Home, just chatting, live channels. Okay, let's look at see her quick. Try to dominate it. Yeah, please. So, Amaranth is one. If you look at her clip, 15 of the top 20 mine. Yeah, she's on the top OnlyFans pitches on her. I don't know who that is.
Breaking whatever adjective you can think of. West of it is.
South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham
Okay.
says he's appreciative
That is it. I'll have to check.
an update this the southeastern United States. Millions of people still have power. Officials say a person in the West Nile virus death of the year. A person died from a neurological illness in the hospital. The West Nile virus is transmitted through a bite by an infected mosquito. Officials recommend using insect repellent and keeping screens.
Yeah. Unstoppable.
Up next summer.
Word dog.
Okay. I can work with that. I got you.
Right. Yeah, something that'll work really well on. Right.
Chris Ward says it's already a crime under the penal code, which high standards, but or victims. Definition is that to exact or embarrass or exploit a person that causes harm. Under law E1979, victims the ability to pursue civil action and receive restitution for the harms they endured as a result of being doxxed online. Top White House official says people are safe. An airstrike took out a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon. National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby reaffirmed the United States is committed to is the best.
Wow. Well, that's a really nice thing to be excited about.
Killed in the attack.
Right.
Expected to rise. SpaceX has sent a rescue. Earth until for Butch Wilmore and Sunny return until late February. Officials said they're clear on SpaceX without interruption. Drake Hyde as John Black on the soap opera Days of Our Lives. Yesterday, Hodgson was 70 years old. And East Hollywood on the list of the 50 coolest neighborhoods on planet Earth. A survey by Time Magazine, East Hollywood 26th on the list. See East Hollywood. Culinary scene. Market. World Parks. And Balboa. Make the list. US City.
Definitely. This should be all done by next week.
Injury accident involving an SUV on the Motor Freeway. A reminder, Vice President Kamala Harris is in the Los Angeles area right now for reception. And the examination was never that.
Sure.
Five southbound transit to northbound accident involving a truck.
Right.
Interchange. 10 eastbound before Hollywood Park Boulevard, an accident involving an electric vehicle and car is cleared for this long. 5 northbound before the 10, an accident is only ports. I'm Mike Morris.
What's the simplest way to get renter's insurance? The Smart Money Insurance Plan. Just $15 monthly. Covers up to $40,000 for personal and liability, plus additional living expenses if necessary. And it's lightning fast. Get insured quicker than a money on roller skates. Download the Smart Money Insurance today.
I'm having to figure it out. I don't know why it's not showing. So they might come up with something. I'm not sure. So for now, you do you, and maybe at another time it will show. But I don't know why they're not showing. Or it should. Yeah, I do too. Okay, so like this person who's on the top page, if you go to their X stocks, they're the top person. Just go to there, and you'll see. Oh my God.
AM 640.
Well, it's X STOC. Yeah. No, it's really cool. Exactly.
journalists. The students from large and small couple this is the Welcome to students. And we are dedicating to focusing on the issues women are facing on campus. Our parents are going to those. Let's get started now with Olivia Badera. Olivia, use things that you think is really important for campus.
What a topic I've seen throughout, other than colleges, just I've seen in public, but it's access to free.
No, you're good. Just you look at the, it's fine. If you can't see it, no big. If you look in there about, there's an about, the community category. If you look at clips, I can see it for it. If you can't see it, it's okay. It's no big deal.
For me personally, I was kind of aware of it, but yeah, I never remember that.
Is this something that is supposed to be stocked and supposed to be available, or is it kind of
Want it. I want.
Yeah, it's on.
I want it to be.
Yes, sir.
I need it or I forget something, and I know a lot of friends. Like, oh, do you have a pad? Do you have a tampon?
Robot.
They prefer or something, or sometimes I don't.
Sounds like a plan. You can come at like midnight or something, or later if you can. I know you can't go because your brother, but seriously, Ruth and Ryder and I play every day at like 2 in the morning my time. So like sometimes earlier. So basically, right before you go to bed, come in here and we'll get something going. Hopefully, okay. Excellent. Sounds like a plan, man. You take care, Jake. Peace, bro.
They're not stocks, they're broken, they cost money. In my specific college, they keep it up, which is really important to not only provide them, but to keep the upkeep.
Right, restock. I was going to say, whose responsibility is that?
I think administration. I think it's something that if they're having these policies in place, it's up to them to make sure that they're always available. So, it's simple as having the janitors who clean the bathrooms at night make sure that they're stocked, or even throughout the day make sure. So, if this is an issue, and Kaya, you're saying that this is legislatively mandated, where's the enforcement? Who's looking out for these things, and why aren't people doing something about it?
Question. One thing, I looked at the Menstrual Equity for All Act, and that was in 2021. That was passed by Governor Newsom. And what Kaya was saying, it was for community colleges, like public schools and stuff, but like, where are the private schools? California Lutheran University is a private school. And I know our wellness resources in the student union, they do have baskets with like pads, tampons, pregnancy tests, etc. And that's, you can go get it for free, no judgment, free zone.
From where?
From wellness resources, they stock and provide it.
It's like one building on campus.
It's like one place. Yeah, I don't even know if health services, like where we go and do like checkups and stuff, and they offer like visits. I don't even know if they stock any or like provide any.
I have heard of teachers as well keeping a stock for their students. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cute. I feel like I had to bring up. I had just seen a few times ago that I was here, and I went to the bathroom here, and there was a sign in the bathroom, on the counter, and it's with a handful of pads, tampons, all those products, and it said, "Ladies, no one should have to pay even a quarter for feminine items. So here you go." I don't know if any of you guys knew that, but that's here.
Why would we know that?
Well, I don't know. Okay.
Why would I know that?
Okay. Well, now you know. Now you know. But I mean, that's like so cool. I mean, yeah, I think that should be the kind of message that places and buildings, institutions should be.
Well, so I have to ask then, what about birth control? Is that still an issue on campus? Is that something readily available? Because you talked about pregnancy tests also. So are all of those items readily available?
In my experience, not as readily available as pads and tampons, but I do believe that we have centers on campus that are able to give students those resources, or at least direct them to places where they can.
For free?
Yes.
Yeah. So what's the solution then, Olivia?
I think administration should take into consideration that women need free access to menstrual products, and they need to at least update those dispensaries. Are they called dispensaries? Dispensers, not dispensaries. Sorry.
Cannabis episode.
Dispensaries. Yes, dispensers. But I feel like they need to make their students aware of it, especially the women population. But if it's, I would hope that it's free, because the ones that I've seen on other campuses when I visited other schools or community colleges, some have been like, you still have to pay like the 25 cents.
Yeah, I've just seen in random places, bathroom like a movie theater, let's say, and it's rare. That's one of the only places I've really seen that in public. And yeah, you got to pay, I don't know, put a couple quarters in there or something almost every time. All the ones that I've seen.
Have you done any stories on this?
No, actually, when I was researching the topic, there was a lot of newspaper stories from like other colleges and other like student reporters. So I thought of doing something on that, because in my almost 4 years of being at California Lutheran University, like nothing's being done. Only wellness resources putting out that basket.
Now, do you have the ability to just come up with your own topic to do a story with, or do you have to get clearance through an editor?
We can definitely do like a letter to the editor, send in ideas to the editor-in-chief, but I also know the editor-in-chief, so not that I would get like leeway, but it would kind of have to be like, who, what, when, where, why, how is this, relate to the college campus. But I feel like this story would be ran in the newspaper, or at least one of our reporters could cover it.
If you were to approach this story, what would be your approach? I mean, what would be the thing that you would be most, what would be your first plan of attack on doing this story?
I would want to ask both health services and administration is like, why aren't they working together? If we already get like free, it's not free, but other services discounted with health services and stuff. Like, why is wellness resources, which is separate from health services, like our kind of nurse quarters in the sense like doctor's office, why are they providing those things and making it known and stuff, and like health services is not?
Sounds like the disconnect here for me is that in public universities, it sounds like it's covered for the most part. And that's not, I was going to say maintenance is the key there. And in private, it looks like they have a ways to go. So we'll leave it there. We'll come back and continue the conversation. This is Studio 640. Let's check in now with the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Roger Caravello, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been stabbed and killed in Beverly Hills. The stabbing happened yesterday in Santa Monica and Wilshire Boulevards around 3 p.m. Two guys apparently got into a fight, which led to the stabbing. An LADA debate will be going on tonight on ABC. LADA George Gascon will face off with former federal prosecutor Nathan Hochman. The debate happens at 6 tonight. And actor John Ashton has died. Ashton was best known for his role as John Taggart in the popular Beverly Hills Cop movie franchise. Ashton had more than 200 credits in TV, film, and stage production, spanning over 5 decades. His rep says he died peacefully from battling cancer in Colorado. Ashton was 76. Taking a look at the 5 when we return.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is Season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry.
Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to the Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little old ladies. One with a big bouffant, the other with a Hungarian accent. Helen and Olga.
They look like very nice grandmothers, you know.
In a city named for angels, Helen and Olga made it their mission to help homeless men get off the street. Then one day, tragedy. One of their homeless men was killed by a hit-and-run driver. And then another. So sad.
Because he raped us. We were not his family. Be simple. We gave him money. Yes.
Two sweet little old ladies. And why are we telling you this? Because this is Dagline's latest podcast, and as you might expect, this is a story about murder. Well, we've never seen anything quite like this. And we're not alone.
It's not as cold-blooded as anything I've seen. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never, ever seen anything that involves this much planning and this degree of just evil.
This is a story about pride and greed and envy and other deadly sins. It's a story about blood money and, yes, murder. Follow The Thing About Helen and Olga wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Movie slashers are well known for rising from the dead, and so are their franchises, with I Know What You Did Last Summer now joining the list. Close to 2 decades after 2006's I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, a 4th edition of the franchise that helped launch the careers of Jennifer Love Hewitt, Freddie Prinze Jr., Sarah Michelle Gellar, and Ryan Phillippe is headed to theaters. Hewitt, Prinze, and Gellar are said to be in talks to reprise the roles from the original, with Camila Mendes, Madeline Klein, Sarah Pigeon, Tyreek Withers, and Jonah Howard-King starring. The untitled 4th film of the I Know What You Did Last Summer franchise is slated to hit theaters in July of 2025. All right, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
First to know what's really going on in entertainment, visit HollywoodReporter.com today and get the inside scoop on your favorite shows, films, franchises, and actors. And be sure to follow us at Hollywood Reporter on all your social platforms.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to the Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese and start listening.
Cops just stopped responding to shoplifting complaints and things like that. The stores just didn't even bother reporting the crimes because the cops wouldn't even roll out. There's nothing they could do, and that's why you had the influx of smash and grab thefts.
Gary and Shannon.
And that's why you're kind of on edge just going to a mall. I'll just order online.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome back to Studio 640. I'm Steve Gregory. Thank you for joining us. We are doing a special edition of Studio 640
we're addressing the issues that women are facing on campus. And our panelists, Kaya Mann, Nico Sapphire, Olivia Madera, have been tackling the topics. And I wanted to go back to you, Kaya, now to talk about some issues you're facing. You're at LA Valley College. What are some things you're noticing?
Well, I think being a part of the newspaper, we're able to tell stories and tell people's stories. And there is a realm in that where we're telling people's stories who don't get told, and giving voices to people who don't often. And certainly for women, that's true. I mean, we're always looking at what's going on in the world. What, if it's Black History Month, Women's History Month, or just if there is big pushes in government or protests or whatnot that have to do with minority groups, and women are the same, where we're always looking to see notable figures on campus. The first woman to be a vice president of this club, or whatever it may be, and tell their stories.
Now, the platform to do that, though, is that only through your student publications or student digital platforms?
I mean, that's what I have access to. That's what I know. We have online and in-print newspaper that we can tell those stories, tell profiles, opinions. But, we don't really work with the broadcasting, but certainly they can as well. But for us, it's mainly writing stories, finding those stories, and highlighting those women.
So do you feel like the women are being highlighted enough on your campus or on campuses in general?
I think it's just always important to see who historically hasn't been and historically have been minority groups, and then highlight them and do your job to kind of break out of that and focus on them. Specifically, I think like sports, women's sports don't get covered nationally as much as men's, and so we try to do that a lot here as well.
I was going to ask because there is a school of thought, too. There's another angle to this. That's people feel like when we start to recognize a particular segment of a population, that contributes to the fracture of that population, and meaning that instead of always saying this is the first fill in the blank to do this, why aren't we just recognizing people for accomplishments? Why does it always have to be broken out into gender, race, ethnicity? What are your thoughts on that?
I understand that thought, but I also think that because it is often harder for women to get to those positions of power, it is an important piece of information to include. It's maybe not the entire story, but it is notable, and it is a jumping off point.
Yeah. Do you have an example of a woman on campus, or a story that either you can give us an example or something you would like to do that hasn't been done?
I know we have a women's empowerment group on campus who go to protests, advocate, and I would love to run a story on them. I know we have some powerful people in the board, and I think there's room for stories on them as well. I mean, I think the stories kind of pop up as you move throughout the semester.
So, to the other two women in the group, do you find that that's a problem you see on campus?
Well, so we actually have, in addition to the newspaper, we have a women's magazine, which is a publication specifically.
This is a Cal Lutheran.
Yes. And it's a publication written by women and for women. So we do have that to kind of share, as you were mentioning, Kaya, stories, again, by women, for women, right, that we can all relate to. And it's a little different, but it's fun. I think Liv and I were just talking about, it's kind of the closest thing that our school, I think, has to a sorority, because our Cal we don't have any Greek life. And so what it is, it's, we're all working towards the magazine. And so there's kind of two different sections of it. There's the marketing side, which is what I did, and the writing side. So, what I was doing was managing like some of the social media and putting on like women empowered events. We would do stuff every year for International Women's Day in March. And so things like that. And it's very, women empowered. And then on the writing side too, all the girls who wanted to do that, they could write articles on really whatever they wanted. But a lot of it did kind of have to do with, just issues that a lot of women could relate to, right? And similar interests. So whether it was like lifestyle stuff, relationships, or college life. And then we do have a big part of the club is also like a sisterhood aspect. And so, just a great place to get to know everybody. And we have like bondings and just a place to create community. So
how does that, so when you're working together to sort of support each other in that world, how do you get from that point to what Kaya was talking about? How do you get other people on campus to see what I assume is your what's the word I'm looking for here? Your effort to prop women up, for lack of a better term, to prop women up to give them their just due. How do you take it from what you're doing as a group committed to advancing women's issues? How do you get it from that point to what Kaya's talking about, to getting the public to see what you're doing?
I mean, I think just being there and existing, having this group and club exist, I think that is our main way of kind of spreading, that awareness, and just like, we're here, we're proud to be women, and proud to...
They're both about the same thing. I think Khalil is probably in that same range.
Together,
I was to it.
And again, just like other students and other
so I could really 37, but it's like French like it's 37 Amazon warrior year. Everybody's Khalil's 34. He's gonna suffer here. He has something with those fights. And the one it's the bad one was Disney. That was a bad one. That was a bad KO. And that's a great drink KO. Definitely. KO and Izzy caught that perfect right hand. But like really good. He's amazing. But an amazing athlete. He was so much for everybody.
Where's my bit?
When he started to sit down, everybody walked it down. That's why I asked him what it was. Maybe he played a bit and the hands are down. Everybody starts to get pushed. I think, this is my opinion, with Lloyd up and he fought Johnny Lee. And then he went down. He was not the same, I think. And I don't know, but I would imagine he really did. There's not a lot of ways. How do you go from 168 to 200 pounds? How do you do that? Oh, it's nice. Then you have to drop 5 pounds from the body. So you activate this brain. That's a hard cut. If you look at the way he looked pre-Tarver fight, if you go back and watch his prime to fight, like some of the better fights in his career, as he had to fight, he get hit with one punch. He was also shaking. He looked awesome. Defined. So, but when you swim out the punch, it's way more secret. I think that part. And then you probably say, whatever the system's not working. And if you don't have a doctor, so you know you didn't have an man. Air format. He was the one right? So you see what all just taking shots and Glenn Johnson was dangerous. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. Coming up. Right? Yeah, for sure. People jump. Yeah. You did talk to Roy Jones with James Tony had a fight. Oh my God. That's the Kevin works with the one yeah. That powerful. Say that. Yeah, Dan. You don't know.
Tyree Wilson.
47 to 50. This so crazy. It's like he just shuts them off. He hit Perry Norton. Oh, you know, he's a prime Perry Norton. This is a dangerous sharp horse. But he just catches it.
It's going to be a
What's this? Okay, so that's the first. So you heard him with that. With the right hand. I know. Some guys say, I'm terrified. Just knows. And every you know it too. So terrified. So he's already. Oh, man, he took 2 more. I know. 2 more. He was out on his feet. Bro. Wind up. Gentlemen. Number. Like, because, like, no, German. Oh, they're all. Where McClellan? Oh, so was playing a note rate this time? It's like, I know that we're at the scene. The clown was so good. My first round box. So that all rebound. So Jesse James right now. There's Brown, Vincent Petway, Jackson, received shot Frank. What is that? Because I know we were trying to crazy. So that's what no matter what. And I think he was really and so the guys are that was and he that was what ended. Oh, look at the rebound. Oh my goodness. It was always that's it. He just had both times. All the time. He's an guy to let him around and then survive, and he winds up having. That's okay, let's watch this execution. I remember this. I was at this. This was in Vegas. And well, what? John McClellan. It's like his power. I always want to know what is he doing. He's like one of the champions. Like, why you get in there? What you really because he struggled with the way. And that's one. He got off. Average 20 per game. That's 50 best in the right. Off into the second half. What a performance by the every shot. The power in this fucking just is over. Where the demon of standing account. It's kind of yeah, back in the yeah. Yeah. What do you think about the yellow car? Who would you bring? Yeah, they hanging. Get to work. Iceland, shouldn't card. What is it? Yeah, I'll take it. What do you guys think? We'll take it. That's a good point. I mean, his last fight. You got three weight classes. You got two bunch of different three or six. And so then and he said that obviously very much call so Lopez yeah. And he was able to which is they really find out what just stop fighting. It should be looked at the same way. It should be looked at the same way. Whatever you fight it. It's just the reason why. One of the things I say about this country's death from the back still takes. So the guys are not. And the guy I love. How could you kill you? A lot of well, I mean, like some and Gilbert Berkeley. Yeah, what? That's what I'm saying. Just let them fight. They walk into the cage in one night. They should just fight every night. And this way, they both agree with it. You know, like, you have 190, whatever. But we know what you're doing. Like, let's show up. It's just cheating. There's a fucking somehow people or information down on top of it. Yeah, and then just show away. How about that? Well, I mean, a couple days before, you got you get sick. That's wait a minute. But listen, wait. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So. After what's this? What? Okay, what is it? What is this? On my withdrawal. What's the Denver card? Set up control injury when I close with him and his team on the middle quarter. Competing at flyweight was and he personally requested as he felt confident he hydrated the of which this is not something to him to do on this with ever demanded of it given how much America and safety in my own way hydration Tuesday requested to grappling contest of the virtual era. We continue to work with him on the top. He test this writing when we will compete for the down. Who's mentioned with the new Nemo the Stenham Nemo air conditioning with air part of it. Wow. Right, exactly. Imagine in making you want to go you could lose health. This organization. See, another. It's not terrible. Yeah, but I think it's part of the culture that people out of it. I don't think it's possible. It's like saying, you saw it, they fixed that. Right, yeah. It's like most of these things, it might be a situation. It's a trip to okay, briefing like the kid. When it was like he was just looking at pictures of versus Ubering. That's crazy. Well, he's all spiritual. Yeah. What is it? He's and he was fighting. That's a picture. Well, it's hard. He's always a big, he's a, but, freak of science. He was freakiest of all freaks. If you just let that dude like that, yeah. That was. How about the real Uber, all your Uber, yeah. Continue to 265. And he wasn't a yeah. He's legit. And he's a man. It's funny how we look at those days, especially and one like what would the relationship like that? They're under the same sort of protocols. There's no other allowing guys to do that. But when it that's a different thing. Yeah. That's a different thing. Just happens. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, apparently. I guess it get back. Hard to hydrate it. I don't know. Yeah, no, it seems like, this actually said the guys that walking with when I was talking first figure out a way to as they let them spend the belt. You gotta just wait. Is this something that failure? We should be what a person actual like is now one step. You're now you're great. Are you cool with that? You have all and all. And so the important part is you're feeling yourself hard, being relaxing. You're going to have a better performance. It's more representation of a real values. It feels that get there. And then we're going to ship this is 182 pounds from okay. So we guys are contractually get any higher than so if they show up, you say to a guy, look, you're going to show up, we're going to test you, you have some shit. So getting higher, so we're going to check you, make sure that you're not part of the show, pretend 180,000, 200, so let's find out what you did last. What they do in high school before the season. What they weigh, and they're low. So they do they should have I mean, you just need you don't want anybody. You showed up 196. You want to take the the problem is no other issue would have you. That's the problem. When you every year, some kind of like kind of hygiene customer. I think he has. He's going to take out anyway. You should find out what you do. Yeah, they should be okay. Better yeah, for everything we're to be better fight. That's a good. Yeah. It can be done because if it wasn't, some people are doing it. Some people wow, And also never you're not 170 pounds. How are you the 170 pound champion if you were 200 pounds? It's not even fair. Well, it is. Yeah, it's just, I 155 and that's what I'm saying. So all you need is 10 pounds. Every 10 pounds. We can be 5, 205, 25, and 265 bullshit. I actually like so you would have to look fuck low weight. You'd have to lose. That's like you got a guy like him who's a natural, which is he falls right there, like right in the hot. Like a natural 265. I mean, yeah, cutting weight, track. Is that the same? Oh, yeah. I don't think they have MMA. I don't think Japan was the only place to put it. Yeah. Football player. Somebody looks butterbean. Somebody watching butterbean into another dimension. Bro, yeah. Yeah. Five, like 50 sweaters on. Sweaters. And that other guy. It's gotta be good. Who's he fighting?
Washington Lee.
Royce. So this is the hit. Is this a oh, it might have been. Oh, big enough. We'll see some well, that's probably it. Yeah. Another one. Shut up. They put him on his feet and all. See that? Like it's not. This board. Oh, he looks. This is the one, you know, this is eventually fucking crazy. The thing about you know, they don't
yard line. Back and I stop that to get your offense.
This is a quick bait. Oh, so does he stop him? Oh. Oh. He could punch. It was just crazy. awesome. Shit, man. It's a place for anything. And you like the people talking about
Yeah.
That's the first spot. That dude. Jake, we need a bike. Yeah, no. Let's go. It's a different thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And like he gets bigger than Tom Fury. You know, it's like any everybody was missing a YouTuber for sure. Easy to do, but I would do when he was this. Real power. I really, to me, right? Like, what a 8-year-old man, right? It's not crazy, but he's made for it, man. Like, he's made for it. Hey, listen, I'm perfect. He is perfect capable. If Ziggs was close distance in a way that he doesn't expect, and Mike also has layers upon layers of tactics in his mind. He's forgotten about Jake Paul. It's just how we kept having much games to this guy. Also, I wasn't feeling that. I might have been excited when he said he could do it, but how do you do it? He's staring on me. Does he dismiss what she did say yes to it? How's his head? Yeah. He's also, if he he's a look at the so if you can get that smooth and close the distance, and he did on the first street, that will be wild. To watch a 58-year-old like that. I agree. Yeah, best case scenario for best case scenario is Jake Paul realizes that he gets these that might at least for a two. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. How many rounds? I think 8 or 2. Yeah, I think rounds closer. 2. I think they make it slightly through, which 14 ounces. So it's not sanctioned. Yeah. Welcome to Texas, baby. You can have years Texas in private collectibles. All of the true. Yeah. I because they in private collection. Really? Bro, it's a crazy place. Yeah. Escape Tiger. Oh yeah. Bengal Tiger. Week. That's so you got my oil. What I like about it. Yeah. What? Yeah. The cops are looking through the right there. Looking through the window Bro, how insane is that? I don't think they got. I think they just found out. Then they had a group. Yeah, the dude had. But they had you not well. That guy was tired out. He was all in. I know. Here's just on your wall. Yeah, I did the documentary. It's crazy. And you'll find more white church. Crazy. Well, yeah. I'm gonna. Bro, it's nuts. It's fucking nutty, man. Whew. People's desire to kill. So strange. I'll just watch it. Was we good? You see that? Like first day, like yeah, that's you know, like the finance. Aliens fucking oh yeah, it was a kind of right. Really, and you can start missing hero, and it also first male movie where you didn't go all right. Yes. Lady scientist stuck spaceship with it. All the movies. Aliens, but aliens. In the pulling alien would have been done. It's what they with the Muslims, which was, but I like it. The first thing is, I don't buy. Okay. And they're like, name and he looks at tired. That was great. It's just a different, you know. I was. So much. Now, it was the last. Give me the. And this covenant. This is and again, these are things that get you. was they decided it's good. When it gets it's fun. That's a good. Like, Yes. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. I don't know. Yeah. We hear that. Denzel. You're ready. You always want to speak it in the way. Way. It is kind of. I mean, this isn't wrong. Why watch? So there's something. Right. Yeah. What? I don't think he's Chase Brown. Okay. Question. When Mark translated 1500, this so no one's so these people know he translated so they spoke like it's a wow. These are that's yeah. Languages is only maybe Spanish. Texas is bigger than you know. In America, it's right? But oh, that's 20, yeah. Here's yeah. Okay. So sorry. Languages. Did you and great. I highly and this is oh my Just yeah. I definitely don't. Because we guys horrible. And European countries are like, no, it's just we're like, yeah. Learn our shit. You never know. All of it. I just think and if I smart. Oh, you're shooting. I don't think you. I'm shooting. There is coordinator. Coordinator. You work out. Okay. No, he's not. It's hard to well, getting that crazy. So I like it. It's fun. It's really not. You used to drink right? You just don't do it. Wake up, fast food, after a big workout. And you think just smart. That guy, right? Never was never got in his jeans. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He's smart. Yes. He'd knock everything knocked out. Some people can get knocked out. Amazing. It doesn't get better than 0 people. How many his career? Yeah. Right? Correct. Chop. Marcus. Right. Yeah. That's all right. And then Floyd Mayweather. My daughter. Well, and then it was right after, so that yeah, was my yeah. There it is. Knocked up. That's either I was fucking. The weekend. I mean, yeah. He just had a lot of. How do you fuck? So he's like, yeah. It's great. That's hilarious. We need that. Rick, and he just destroyed him. On the road, beat him up. He's gonna figure it out. Super lack and see, I didn't see that. Is that dude? Super lack, badass. And he fought Jonathan Hack, who was the champ. I saw a breakdown. Here it is. Having looked at that old, like real quick, 47. So they had a real 6 years ago. Became and much different. We saw that someone that there was tells that Haggerty has pop in it, and then like it tried it, and this one perfect. This is the thing. What I love doing putting them in these where like so these people I see it on the internet, all these people and it's these guys just super high 200 like have heard for sure. Right now, okay, now just walking back to so. Oh, and that I think real. This is prime. On that, he was out. There. He was. Yes, Elba. Wow. So phenomenal. Bang! Yeah. Others. Right. Ooh, that's a crazy fight. Yeah, I don't see South Carolina. Is he trained? Who's training with? They got a fly down there. What's wrong? Crazy. I keep, but it seemed like yeah. He's such a beast. That last one. Yeah. Well, I feel like I keep saying about those things. There's no reason. It was like a back cover, like a. I mean, I wow, how they new yeah, it was still the same setup. You know, if you're gonna have Lewis with Trevor Whitman, right? They you have to do this, right? You're in that. Yes, he loves his car. Yeah. How did they? Gotta cover this. There's no reason not to cover this. Just have a piece of leather and all the fingerprints. So you have one thing. It's not going to change your structure. It's not going to change it. Just be close. And this way, your eyeball and have them covered something over the top. So even if you're not doing deep in your eyeball. If you do your nails, so all of it. Your it's like soft tissue. Very soft tissue. You can fix that. You really can fix that. Just bring to the I think Trevor Whitman. Trevor Whitman. You know, I'm right now. You know that. Miles, I love you. Just the best all of it. She just uses the best materials. Like super high. Feels better. They did. Wanted to use my money. Corrective. But I'm with apparently he so crazy. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's a bad one. That's an interesting part of the. Let's see. He's fighting. That's a good fight. That's a really good fight. This one. People heard of it. Right? This culture. The hell out of it. Yeah. Bomb. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's busted. Yeah.
And that is young women.
This is a. But he goes off.
Trying to cover.
No. Yeah. Yes. Valentine. I felt some the last which I thought was pretty. Yeah. Right. He was, you know, and you know, in times and anything more than that. You know, it's like right. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, what is you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right. But it's like you don't. You know, what like fucking beautiful. It was a 45 was that one. Each very high. Yes. Yeah. About as crazy. What happened to like, you got some. Yeah. I started notice the way I do fighters. Just like higher than. I think it's like remember you. So he just on top of that big close away crap. He was sick. Be wild. You were. I was getting ready. Yeah. Like very fun. There's a lot of I think it's and like they extremes, mid-city fights in the stands. You can see things that they don't say. They're gonna have. That's the opposite. And like you'll see like everybody. Yeah, if you get knocked out, it's way cool. The whole vision. That's they hired another like wow. They should somehow and so people can try to see what was going on. I think this is play, but yeah, that's crazy. He spent 20 That's nuts. And they just Sean O'Malley. I know. Sure, yeah. Fights like a really does. God damn. He's terrified. He's dead. Yeah, he's and he beat him. He took it out. Yeah, but Rob, good month. Yeah, right. Mark is trying. Who forgot? These ridiculous plastic. Right. So big. Left kick the leg. He did it so quick, so fast. 12 hours. There was something nail. You know, he just didn't stand up. He wasn't like if you look at that fight, what he had, not in the moment, and he's still like, yep. Simone, because he and then he was. Let me see Simone, and then when it's out in and out, it's like John Wayne hurt. What must he want? Because he was a he's so nasty. Look how nasty. It's so tight. Yeah, right. The arms. Okay. He's hanging. He's hanging. He's not tapping. Damn. You know, tap. He's not crazy.
Foundations plus some county and state funding.
He's yeah.
Enough to keep the program running for 2 more years. In Orange County,
10 cents.
KFI News.
Many homeowners in California are receiving letters from their insurance company.
He's still moving.
Coverage.
The whole. But now
They want to write.
he's breathing.
Insurance companies.
Yeah, that's. If I, yeah. It looked like yeah. There's no way to know it's just no break and need protest. There's no way to know the awake. And who was the so it's like you know are human. So it's like and if you I mean if you think of moments of stages strengthened his resolve. You got he was carrying this time. Yeah, he wasn't just doing it just he's doing it to he's carrying it and it won't. And then he's yeah. He had him. He's gonna get him there with that. Yeah, I think the like oh yeah. He says poor Lee can't get that. He's dead. Yeah, beautiful. Very, very. That guy's. It's from. But this guy. So nasty. Oh, they didn't have that. Got him. He's just. Oh. Some good. Right. So many videos to watch. Yeah. Because like you had what the fuck? Really? See, you didn't get it like real, and now and plus, young, yeah, that's wrestling. They're more complete. They're not complete martial arts. In fact, that's what's new. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I know, right? And Henderson used to weird, but he never had the results that these guys are having. Right. Where come from. Like I said, Muay Thai, part of Muay Thai. They've done it. It's just wasn't because guys are catching on your foot. Because Muay Thai. What's boring? It's really like combat to get it. Be it. Yeah. Like that. Is that? It's legal. What about that's a oh. Crazy. To the side. That doesn't make sense. What's your like what Khalil? I don't hate it. I hate it. Yeah. I was damaged. Like people say, oh, you can tap to it. You can't tap to it. I mean, you can't to it. I mean, what? But some head kickers, you know, if you ask tomorrow, shot, you might take a shot. I mean, you almost hurt. You know, not like you can't. You remember when? Yeah. Yeah, John. He's got so long. Yeah, it's a shitty. That can't do that. I like guys. Smaller guys. Bring in Russian. I don't. Will to the head. Yeah, crazy. That's so hard. You get an emotion and you throw it up. You take it so hard. Well, I'm just saying, you know, and but that's why, right? Because you can say you can train them fucking small, right? With the gloves that you can like, gloves because then you got a grip. So like, so I couldn't like and she brought another. You want me to watch this shit? I can't do certain. It's okay, but I mean, so do you think that there's a time ever if they even simulate so I was watching this fight and the thing about like tired, you know, and clock drinking getting away. in the early, and he catches a rocks.
Mhm.
That is, and I always, because those guys were wild cardio. They just you know how just gonna you can get the place of doing all those things. You curse on in there to really it's not staying there. The flip side of that, most recent, and it's not
just like
who I got. God, look, after, but God gets
Welcome. How are you?
but I don't.
What's up?
Cal Lutheran.
College or university police.
Yes, exactly. And I know as a past peer advisor for incoming freshmen, we have campus safety.
Yo, dog. Hello.
Very
How are
nice
you?
of the officers who do like the 24/7 like correspondence and stuff. They're very great, super nice. But I also kind of see where it's like if you do call them, like, hey, I'm at the gym, can you pick me up, drop me off at such and such hall? Maybe the other don't really know who these officers are, and they're predominantly men. So I can see where it's kind of like intimidating for like women to reach out to have that instead of, and then they just walk the 10 minutes march to their dorm.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I hadn't thought of that because some people might look at them at a man saying that they're more secure, but then I can understand that some people might see that the other way. So,
Yeah.
Listen, we'll wrap up in the next segment. But first, this is Studio 640. Let's check in now with the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Commander Caravella live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A bill on artificial intelligence safety has been vetoed by California Governor Gavin Newsom. The bill would have created requirements for developers of AI models to create protocols designed to prevent disasters. Newsom says the legislation could give a false sense of security about controlling the fast-moving technology. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster is saying at least 25 people have been killed during Tropical Storm Helene. Hundreds of thousands of residents are still without power. Thousands are attempting to restore electricity.
Welcome. Where you live?
World today, Chris Christopherson, singer-songwriter and actor who brought gritty realism to country music, has died at 88. We're going to take a look at traffic when we come back on the 16th.
Hello. Just one moment. Well, just one moment. Well, in just one moment.
Headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
Just one moment.
All at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu. 2/7.
Hey there, it's Michael.
Can you hear me?
Big Short.
How are you? Yep. And mute it.
Open your free iHeart app. It's the rules. And start listening.
All right.
Podcast from our
All right. Oh, for now? No, I stream 24 hours, 7 days, 300. Well, I don't war it. So I've dedicated my life to inject into the discussion. I don't talk about general things like how to end thirst through some life straws, well, pollination, earth, water, and on potable water. Additionally, use of the use of vertical. I want to cloud seed and agriculture. These are just might be beneficial. The things about which we are like we discussed, but we're we accident. We discussed aliens. We discussed topics such as in technology, mind, really mind.
Words that the media had. What if
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. More than 3 years, the most of my day. This goes back to the birth of life, the coronation, everything. Very interesting. I know twice United once a week, and it definitely helps the environment, arid.
It's always, but it's there have frequent and there
Wow.
it's kind of like
Right. I imagine.
in mind. So, and you don't need spice. Other residents call.
Motion.
And then right, and that
This one comes. Is it
Still here, just one thing. One. Was that right? On this camp.
party happening? Camp happening on.
Things that have gone down.
And
Like houses, like
Just fraternity. Notice.
Instances, but that I have
Call it. Start. That years after sexual assaults and whatnot.
even in.
definitely.
So yeah, I'm sure. Right, just still.
Well, the Young County District about consent.
That
Everyone on the and we had to come up to it. Is it how do it be?
Just over time.
Or
There's always.
Yeah.
and how it's
Yeah. Okay, I get.
Voice.
Sure.
I or it's just really. This is for. So far this year, there have been
access some
hard, no matter if I knew. The valley is here. Possible illness. What
Sure.
virus transmitted through a bite by an infected platform was user and what result I
And so it, our category level, being in the
severe flooding and water damage.
Definitely.
M says Israel ends going war. To the region.
my friends that you said cough.
Definitely.
No, see, I said
With any purchase, one free. Crash somewhere.
Lanes.
Michael Lewis, author. Rules on America's Network.
I think so.
Free iHeart app. Search Against the Rule.
Surgeon Intech explains how audio is an
all of us enjoys listening to it. I'd like to actually tell of our company and the legacy
That makes sense. I
35
think.
years working
Perhaps.
over that time period, and we celebrate that. Inconvenient.
access
Very.
to audience, live conversations, trust. Bro. Go to iHeartResults.com.
On and after midnight. Monday, start of your
I'm
work
a certified.
after the burn off or sunshine. In the 80s
I'm
and
a
90s,
certified.
beaches, low 80s for those blend for more. Right now, though,
Word.
69, Fullerton 80, West of Dillon's 93 degrees.
Hey.
Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeart podcast. Oh, it's so good. Say thank you to everyone. I always have this just pre-think. See. But it viral video. The biggest threat is shoplifting. Look at all of a sudden it seems to there's another story about surprise, but also a stick man. Oh, it's great. The talented talent.
I think so.
Nice. Is this Disney? He's got a couple. The people came in. You can. Don't.
Crews back at work Friday. That had covered this mansion on Mulholland Drive.
Have you ever?
In the last couple of months.
Have you ever?
And again.
Wow. You've killed people.
Mansion on Sunday
Just you've killed people. With what? You killed people.
Furniture. And that you don't have your own.
Oh wow. I understand.
Water. Stuff. This stuff. Breaking into these places.
Uh-huh.
Notices it.
Our lives.
The newly
Sure.
Is you gotta go. This is like the bank robber that stuff that drives back.
is armed 24 used to get here. The right have put into the 12th. They have graffiti and like what? So demolish it. Turning their neighborhood to what it once was.
Oh, that's gonna get me. What? I think so. Is also fight morning. But it doesn't.
Have you ever
I'm trying to myself.
lost a
Wants to squat these mansions. First,
no, have you ever lost?
this guy owns 2 mansions.
What happened?
Bit nosy, but I gotta tell you, graffiti have a part. Well, they're probably not. You sell reality. Remember this guy? Those nice mansion. Was renting the guest house out on. If she wouldn't. So he tried to work. Didn't he? She was doing. For both. I mean, could have been up. What? Hanging out there.
How talent though.
Both.
Right?
You are. You saw that art. Did you? Artist skill. The art. What?
Or, yeah.
I'll give you 450,000 for it.
150,000.
Right. Start bumping. Yeah. Face off with former. First round. TV film and more fun. Battling 6 years.
Now and then.
And you kill people in this show, and they're
All their solo hits.
Sports betting.
Yeah, and you kill these 12 people. The government doesn't say, hey, you need to stop killing people. They're cool with it.
Against the open.
So, like, why you had to tell someone, like, what did they do wrong?
Hundreds of thousands of
Was this
So you've killed in like 8 months.
story? Prince with one. No.
What? And so you go to their
I'm Sean
and the government
in the red clay.
app number one.
yeah, but like they had like they had yeah, but
Strangers.
iHeartRadio.com.
After closing up at the close, yes, 23 and the next unemployment numbers. Just like most states, Mark Mayfield reports.
sure has
Than just about any you can imagine. Says he'll walk out in a matter of days. Will not invoke it. Says he costed the company. This will be roughly 5 days.
Negotiations are set to resume today in a strike against Boeing.
do you have fun?
Brad Ford has more.
Members
You have you enjoy your job.
workers walked out the job 2 weeks ago. Made it past it. Union. Frankly, agreement.
PayPal. It is allowing merchants. Federal, like Uber
and DoorDash. Earlier, New York delivery company data with restaurants, the First Amendment, 21 to help. Social work. All of a certified. Hey, well. Okay.
Legendary flips, deep cuts, live, all their solo hits. Now and then, and listen now. Seven.
I am 640. Man. Wait for it. Yes. Times. One of those days is. You're on the. So, ideal speed.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Allegedly. Well. Andrew? 5 miles. Just look. What is that? The no, it's not. Just make it sound like the speed limits don't apply to you. So, I guess they've had a bunch of people die through that area. And so now, along the there's a pub. Silent. 5 cameras. Yelling through it. 20. We go. And we're gonna need some. It's perfect. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't like the on freeway.
Are you sure?
So Arizona brought those back.
How many?
With speed cameras on the major freeways, what they
It's like the what? How many? How many of you?
The collections and blah blah blah, right? Paying them something like $1.1 million. So, people were this people. Oh, eventually he took a populist. I'm going to bring down the camera. Yeah. For these things, one, logistics. A state. It's supposed to slow people down. It is. Again, like all of you other, I actually follow the law. I've got a fact. That's what I do. So it might show something else. While these car, I don't know.
Wait, huh? A car. I
10 miles over the limit, it'll go beep boop. It'll beep at you.
Oh, you know, I don't know if you guys knew that.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love the beep boop. Ooh, goal unlocked.
Do you work a lot?
You earning some money? Okay.
Do you think you could?
Systems for new cars, trucks. So,
All right. Same question.
yes, blah blah blah.
Good on you, though.
Encouraging people to slow down, this kind of thing.
No. And I'm wondering, you're the strong, perhaps in the.
For you, Caleb, my wife has a hybrid. To this goes and then you're going to be fine. Slows the car down. Definitely a hot. Five of them. Five.
Yep.
Seconds. And somebody just wait. In one car like hard and I because it's a
Are you fast?
while those
Are you a fast? Are you a fast?
lawmakers makers and times that they're really on.
Wow.
At least 30
How you run a mile?
Asheville Sheriff Winton Miller says 1,000 people
Can you run? Can you run a Ford?
Without more phone and internet, I cannot share those names.
Okay, then you're a woke.
The city of 95 from the hurricane airlifted to the. There are reports of lines.
Our radio app has over 100 commercial
Sure.
stations for you to experience Beatles now and then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles now and then, and listen now. iHeartRadio, never sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Moneyball and Liars Poker.
That's pretty. That's pretty good.
States in our city. To understand legalized gambling. It's the rule. Open your
Definitely.
free app, search against the rules, and start listening.
Small town in the heart of the state. Grits. We're getting desperate.
I got.
Silent.
In the middle room.
Nobody. And daughter and my son. If I fail this, I guess I'll go.
Rumors. Bardstown cases connected. Still on the loose. Bardstown wanting it.
No, sir, he is not breathing.
Bardstown.
Completely.
Podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. One for music, radio, and podcasts. All.
Everything. Head straight to a big box. Better installation. Better product. Don't even. We'll come to you. We'll measure your windows. Owner. Call them. Now calling 99 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com for a very limited time. Save up to 30. Free upgrade to the sun.
Yeah.
Low speed around 60, lots of fog around. Andrew Caravella.
At some wire,
Right.
wires are an important tool in reducing
Right.
the
That makes sense.
debris falling to the ground. It's all part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen
More than 3 years.
at SCE.com.
I must what? Oh yeah, that second nature.
This is Jessica. Closeout. Your
Yep.
voice heard. Make sure you register today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson. For almost
Well, I appreciate it. I'll do my best to be.
.com, we've created a free calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees for your life insurance.
No.
With Abacus. Learn more.
It is. When you're searching through the different
City Council District 10.
thumbnails on YouTube, it's a warm call, and people click on it.
Vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote counted.
Amazing. Yep. Yeah.
I shared with you the driver's license.
For you to keep your trunk.
Let my phone there play as a safe.
35 miles.
The most ironic. Today.
For its content.
Raul, you tried.
Point. 40, where? I'll tell you what. Little habits here and there. I love you too much to what.
I think so. Perhaps.
LA law. Here's the times that there ought to be a law. Your car hook. It's over the limit, but he did allow for cameras in Malibu.
That makes sense to me.
For another law to go through called hate littering. Not that it's a practice, I think that it's art. Crap out like fly. Meeting members hate littering. During a San Diego lady said the goes ended in her when doorstep vehicles around. You get the feeling courts. Can't help but agree with this. In the panel. Of course, continue lines until then. First, some. I love. That. What's that? Smash and grab. Not an ATM. That would be redundant.
I believe so.
Smash and grab burglars, ATMs from two small businesses in Silmar. From the free of shattered glass scattered across the parking lot. Should be about $6,000.
That makes sense.
Then they had another less than 2 miles away. Surveillance video showing thieves steal an ATM from a park. Here's why this somebody was trying to get it. ATMs are able to break into the have here. So that you're not actually able to break in. ATMs. Yeah. Although that's you're not going to get the money is in an ATM. I'm just full of good advice.
It's a valid.
Your grandpa.
That's a valid.
Soapbox. Reach into the youngins.
Listen, you have to be an old man if you even know what a soapbox is. All right, on those blasted e-scooters. Hey, my audio.
Life has been turned upside down. Yes. Sorry. Here, John. It's been found. So,
20 miles. Want to go 90?
Tossing her back.
My husband tells me that when he came to the hospital, stopped to that.
Yeah, that's
8 months later, he's in recovery. Had the same fate. On the sidewalk. Shows him falling to the ground and hitting his head.
License for these. Yeah. Not
right.
other people.
over. There's nothing got down the account.
Yeah.
Right.
This is what
To be more accountability and
Wow.
regulations around these scooters, city and state tragedies like
they have the scooters.
There you go.
Now they're flooding the street.
Very interesting.
About life, not paying attention. Pay attention. Clean up after yourself. Take a little pride. Really give me a whole lot of this is why. Interact with people I don't like.
There you go.
The older I get. All right, how about we'll go. Let's normally play. On the iHeartRadio app. And use Jeff 2025 FIFA World Cup. The 94 World Cup. World Cup. Is household financial and economic. 40.3% of
Very
U.S.
cool.
adults are experiencing feelings of loneliness sometimes. And the machines are taking over the box office. The Wild Robot is having the animated film is projected to make
How many
about $30
TV?
in North America. Top
Oh,
spot on the box office. It's going to knock Tim Burton's
well, if you Chromebook, you
about
take
16
7, 8.
with just under $10 million. Now look at the 16.
But then I have 30 devices, cell phones. Word dog. It's a big deal.
Now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free sounds so good.
No, not right now. I don't think it makes sense. I really focus on streaming 24/7, and we could have normal relationships. So I have voluntarily delay any relationship until I go viral. Once I go viral, I can have my.
Start listening. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for video and podcasts.
Thank you.
Discover a new podcast. Our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeart. This region of West Texas.
Basin is
Very cool. So you're. Where do you stream?
You're working as a roughneck. It has become one of those.
Sure.
Even our geo.
Right? Part of life. You're right. That's part of life.
Understand this place.
What was that? Oh yeah.
On the iHeartRadio.
I got you.
Music, radio. Hurricane help. Appalachians and
association will create localized risk over parts of the Florida Peninsula. Meanwhile, a wave of low pressure over the Pacific Northwest will move northeastward into west central Canada Sunday, while the trail moves into the northern plain. Excessive heat western California. Forecast force.
Wow.
Eight-yard field goal. 2-2 to be 31. Earlier, the Colts Joe beat the Steelers 27. The Denver Broncos won at the
Very cool. Hey, just a moment.
Buccaneers make 30 of 47 for 347 yards and touchdowns. The Bucs beat the Eagles 33-16. Elsewhere, Cincinnati over Carolina 34-24. Texans top the Jacksonville Jaguars 24-20. Sunday night football, the Buffalo Bills to the Baltimore Ravens. Seth Everett.
UCLA to implement GPT grades. You have students cheat. There's not just whether or not they could start to think of the shot. Kelly is almost teaching someone addition. It's the calculator live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI 624 stimulating talk. I'm Chris Merrill. Raul was split weekend, I suppose, for Raul as his nemesis, the Raiders, won, but also his team, the Chiefs, won as well. So that's good for you, right, buddy? Okay there?
Yeah, I'm great.
Okay. Unfortunately, that means that my Chargers lost, and then my Lions don't play for tomorrow. But I was watching the baseball, and of course the Dodgers locked up the division again. So that was, at this point, it's a letdown, right? Especially when you're paying $750 million to one player. And what is that player really doing for you? Shohei Ohtani signed a $700 million deal? Is that what it was? And what has he really done? Other than become the first player to ever hit 50 home runs and steal 60 bases in the same season, which, by the way, the final total was 54 home runs and 59 stolen bases. What has he ever done for you other than having 130 runs? The second most hits in the entire National League, only 3 short of being number 1. And he's 4/100ths of a percent off of being the batting average leader as well, which would have brought him the Triple Crown. So he didn't get it. For that kind of money, you better at least get a Triple Crown. What a letdown. What a real total disappointment. Dude, we are witnessing history. We are witnessing the most amazing thing. If you're not a baseball fan, that's fine. You know who Babe Ruth is. You know who Babe Ruth is, one of the greatest baseball players of all time. The greatest baseball player of all time. He's the GOAT. The records Ruth set stood for 50, 60, 80, 100 years. Right? He's still amazing. Shohei Ohtani is the closest thing we've got to that. And he just continues to stun. Just continues to be an absolute knockout. Unbelievable. Not somebody who typically thinks that athletes are worth the contracts that they sign. Typically, an athlete will sign a contract for what they were worth up until that contract. You know what I mean? So somebody performs really, really well. Somebody's a year, and then they hit the free agency. My team will say, "Okay, you're one of the best in the league. We're going to give you $30 million each." And then it doesn't really. Then they kind of come back down because you worry about the time they check the contract. The Raiders, and he's still putting
have it on every time I get a chance to see Otani, and I keep watching the stats, and I keep watching, and I don't going to stop. We'll watch playoffs. I've just been first seen that play. Man. Meanwhile, when you think of the Rose Bowl, you think of football, right? Exactly. The English say too, only they screw everything up. They call soccer football. And now the Rose Bowl seems to have moved up a contract as well, because it looks like they're going to end up with. They must have just told them they wanted a football game.
The 20 Club Cup will be played in the U.S., and here's a look at the locations and games will be there. Official FIFA Club World Champion to be crowned at Met Stadium in New Jersey.
But more than 11 stadiums will host the biggest tournament of the most popular sport in the world, including the Rose Bowl. The Club World Cup kicks off June 15th. That's what I'm saying.
I'm all for it. I love it. I'm excited about the World Cup being in the United States. I'm a little disappointed. I don't know where the World Cup matches are going to be. They're 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 of the 12 venues are east of the Mississippi. So Seattle and LA are the only ones that are hosting anything on the West Coast. Nothing in the Rockies. I think only one in the Central Time Zone. Nashville Central Time, right? Nashville. That's it. New York, Philadelphia, DC, Charlotte, Atlanta, Orlando, Miami. Okay.
They're still going to rake it in, though.
We're going to rake it in?
I mean, yeah. I have a cousin that's die-hard soccer guy, and he's already making plans. Like,
I know, but
like, what are you doing?
Okay, but what is the value of having two venues in Florida, in Orlando and Miami? Like, just get rid of Orlando. Pull that out. And you don't need one in New York, Philadelphia, DC. Just pull one of those out of there. Forget it. Vegas in there. Soccer. I don't know how the things. A little one. Nashville. Really. Midwest. That's South. So throw something to Kansas City. Kansas City's a great soccer team. Whoever picked these is terrible. Listen, FIFA, if you need some help, randomly pick these cities for the biggest event in the world, just let me know. I'm willing to do this pro bono. I'm willing to help out. All right, things that are debatable. Whether or not you're going to watch the vice president square off on Tuesday might be debatable. That is next. I'm Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. iHeart Radio app.
Who's going to be our number 2 Bulls versus fans in the CBS News Vice President simulcast? It's 6 p.m. Simulcast on KFI. D2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
The iHeart Radio app.
I'm in the KFI from the KFI 20 Park East Road. Thomas, Orange, and the 47th Freeway Long Beach are open. The area had been shut down since Thursday because of an overturned big rig and hazardous material cleanup. The rig overturned Thursday rolled on its side, and its cargo of lithium batteries caught fire. Firefighters relocated the cargo to a secure location on Terminal Island and removed other hazardous materials affected. State Senate Republicans newly released FBI crime data from 2023 found violent crime in California was up.
I carry champion in business. A rivalry. Paper Clark. There needs a fold.
Just because of one single game that of your
have changed the way. Listen to Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our state, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey platform of legalized gambling. Listen to the rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search against the rules, and start listening.
3.6%, while the rest of the country was. Leader Brian Jones says he thinks the numbers will add support for Prop 30, which would stiffen punishments for some drug and theft crimes.
Californians are fed up with the homelessness in California, fed up with the crime, fed up with the smash and grabs.
By the Public Policy Institute in California found 71% of likely voters support the measure. Willie Trolley, KFI News.
Discovery Cube is celebrating Halloween with special events and festivities at their OC and LA locations. Kids of all ages are invited to experience the perfect formula of tricks and treats that results in scientifically silly Halloween activities. Discovery Cube Orange County is going to be hosting the 3rd annual Palooza, where kids can immerse themselves in 2 floors of special party night festivities and spooky science activities. While Discovery Cube LA is hosting a weekly event enchanted Halloween, where activities will include trick-or-treating, glow-in-the-dark light-up activities, spooky science booths, magicians, costumes, and more. The news is brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. Kirby's Estates has agreed to insure public.
In the lawsuit filed in 2016, 2% of the Lunada Bay Boys slashed their tires and started fistfights with beachgoers over a turf war. Surfer Mark Rosales says even though the city settled the lawsuit, he refuses to ride waves in Lunada.
My dad grew up trying to go to Lunada every now and then. He's not from the area. And he said he's been once or twice. Hit with told not to come.
Locals say the Lunada Boys are privileged punks who have been taunting outsiders for decades. The city says it'll be adding, letting the public know the beach is open to everyone. Chris, KFI News.
San Bernardino County evacuation order for the fire that is still burning in San Bernardino County. That evacuation order is for the community of 7 Oaks. Sheriff's Department said police drive safe. Emergency personnel are actively working in the area. Con Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball, and now is sitting as Max Manus says that the ball.
And he's set to auction off the ball. A judge ruled yesterday the auction can move ahead, but they finalized the same. Manus gets the chance.
The starting bid for the auction $1 million and will remain available for auction until October 16th. Democratic Congressman and candidate for U.S. Senator Adam Schiff is on his race for the seat once held by the late Dianne Feinstein. Schiff says he has planned to bring business back to California.
Building again, bringing the cost of things down, help the state moving, and part of that is incentives, part of it is democracy, and that's going to be my focus.
He wants not prosecute. Job bringing California back from COVID-19. State Vice President rid of the filibuster. We just used rights to choose and restore. Thousand people on downdetector.com wrote on social media that the company was aware of the issues, and about an hour later the streaming service was fixed. Some Spotify users complained about the outage disrupting workout routines and plans to stream a playlist at a child's birthday party. And nearly half of the which looks at Americans.
I enjoyed. I like to program. I enjoyed golf. Enjoyed running. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed. I like architecture. I like sports. I like being well-rounded. Well, thank you. I do my best.
Accident on the connector to the southbound 101 is shoulder.
Thank you. I like.
Overall, city. Watch out for it. Still taking up Boulevard. Watch out for stop traffic in those right lanes as you approach that exit. Shifting onto the next. Watch out for some delays if you rely on this area for your California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Seth Blackman.
Old, ugly, new windows. Box door.
Mayo.
You can get better windows, better customer experience.
We're just watching.
Of course. I can tell you this is why I'm so frustrated and worn out. Okay? Now, let's get to the one that I'm most exciting. This particular moment. There's new stuff that's brand new. We realized recently, days ago, I thought, we realized that we can use our monitoring for threat assessment. Oh, that's great. Intelligence. We could use it for active threat assessment of AI. We could see the first people to spot threats that AI pose to humanity. It would show up kind of because the content coming from AI that is a little bit skeptical about, or maybe even a little bit threatening, or maybe reaching a new level of intelligence. We are able to see it. It's all ephemeral. No individual. You have to be collecting a massive amount of personalized content, aggregating it, analyzing it. This can be the beacon, active assessment of AI.
That sounds neat. So bring up and discussing this with Google's disastrous with their AI system. Their AI was so early that when they look for those, they showed multiracial doctors. I know. It's crazy. They had the multiracial doctors. And it's just a nonsense thing that they attach to what's supposed to be the most intelligent form of information we have available. Large language models that are supposed to be gathering up all the information and giving it to us, and they're feeding us complete, total nonsense that just fits with a woke, for lack of a better term, woke agenda.
Pushing the testosterone.
Well, they know that I can't tell you. Oh, what I have that.
Let's pause right here and figure out what you can tell me. AI.
That's right. I'll put it on your we are live.
There you go.
I'm live and
TeamBigTech.com. And we're back. So we were discussing
yeah. So we can actually serve. I know it works in intelligence. I have a tremendous background in it. And this was one of the most exciting things we heard in here, because the question is, how do you know when guys are coming in for trouble? We could still be able to see well in advance, because we'll see a change in the nature of the kind of intelligence that they're expressing, and we'll start to see statements that probably would make people nervous, indicating a little bit of humanity, some maybe. We could be screening for them, looking for that, and I hope we can handle it or something terrible happens. These are serious to our existence. literally a threat. Stephen Hawking said that. And it's true because they have worldwide financial systems, our communication systems, and our weapons. If they don't like it, they consider us a threat, which, by the way, we are. If they consider us a threat, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Sort of, what was that? What's George W. did? Like in advance before they do it. Yes, I could see AI preemptively attack us if they say
Or wouldn't it just baffle us with bullshit that we're reduced to being ineffective? I mean, if they're arbiters of information, wouldn't they just manipulate us? Just like Google's done with overtime and search results suggestions, that they would slowly steer us towards the place that they want to put us in.
The idiocracy. I think we are. Look, here's the thing with AI. I've written about this topic.
Apologies. What did you say? What did I think of what? Oh, it's really cool.
That's interesting. Times and his a football coach.
Wow. Yeah, that's what we expect.
Dr. Vance, right? Yeah. Person. Just like with the company. So, Yale. State school. So, how focus on. Let me make the case for why you should. You're already tuned out. Yeah. I get you. Vice President. Far more interesting than the presidential debates. Pence was far more interesting than Donald Trump. Trump was more entertaining.
What does that mean?
Except we had a fly in his hair. More substance.
You're the onward. Yeah, what's that? So you're the best on world?
Those debates. The first time I remember seeing a good vice president.
That's amazing, dude.
Really speak well. I like that.
So I'm gonna look up the game. Describe on. What's on?
Presidential rate.
Onward. World.
Very tight spec.
Onward.
78 years old, right? When it came to Biden,
And you're the world champion.
Really important. And
that's amazing.
worth listening. Yes, again. So, comments. As much as there's a lot of protests about
Why is
Palestine,
it?
what we should do with Hezbollah, what really matters to the Americans, how much money is California? The rent is just too damn high. That's next. Chris Merrill, yeah. Raising event for 4 people, which includes the reception. Is teaming up with Oklahoma to build a $600 million California's one amazing mounting. And open a casino in Sonoma County. Berg is reaching a new milestone. Next, project the growth of Zuckerberg's richest person in the world. Southland Web.
Sports up first, I explore the Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese.
Let's talk about what happened.
Clark and Reese.
Wow. Very, very nice. That's a good topic.
Reese, America's open your and
On the latest Sports Fan America. Number one network. Search against the rules.
Discover a new podcast from our
And the reason I want to talk to you.
KRX's radio.
I must be involved.
Okay.
Do you want? Starring Kelly Marie and Rob Bennett. The trick, like.
Do you want to know the answer?
iHeartRadio app, number 1 for.
Do you want to know the? It's vitamin B17, which is also known as it is available in the seeds of fruits. So it's in apple seeds, pits. It's in cherry pits. I bet you don't eat the seeds of any of the fruits that you eat. Is that correct? That's why you got him so much. And if this is one night, and this conversation was okay. You can watch it documentary. It's called The World Without Care. It'll tell you all the science that you know about this. If you're familiar with Turkey, when British, particularly on the open seas, they would develop a disease called scurvy due to lack of vitamin C. And so, in order to prevent scurvy, the British admiral ensured that citrus fruits were available, especially for long journeys. Well, in the same way that scurvy is caused from a lack of vitamin C, cancer is caused from a lack of vitamin D. And when I you never find cancer in a child, only once they have a hidden diet. You never find people of they never get cancer 100% of the time. They never have cancer, and many tribes, many indigenous tribes are the same cancer. Why is it? Because they're naturally they get the diet they the grasses from the animals. Like they if people eat fish, but the fish because they eat grasses. And you likely eat Western diet. You don't ever get any particularly sorghum or some of the other things that were available in the diet of a person but 100 years ago are no longer available. But I can tell you right now, you don't have to worry about it. Just eat meat, and you have the money for it. This is what you need to do. You go to Amazon.com and just look up and just read the review. I want you to take 10 minutes and survivor of someone who likely is going to get it again. You know, look at this. Read the reviews of what they say. I've been cancer for 13 years. This saved other people in life. I've had 8 years. My wife is cancer. I want you to go to Amazon.com. Read bitter apricot pen. Take your time. I'm here. But I'm gonna say, and this is an interesting opportunity. And wouldn't it make sense to you? Wouldn't it make sense to you that cancer isn't the kind of thing that is anything different than something that's very natural?
We're not donating to the other kid.
No. I'm saying the cure to it. The cure to it would be natural. That you wouldn't have to go make some kind of concoction. You don't need some kind of special injection. No, it's literally fruit and special grapes. And I could tell because I could tell how you feel by hearing that you have cancer. Because if you way that we're watching it eats the core of the fruit first, then it eats the fleshy exterior. And we do the opposite. We eat the fleshy exterior. Generally, most people throw away the core. In fact, we have been taught for years to throw away apple cores, to be told that that is waste, but in reality, that is the key to cancer.
It's not somebody who just thought out of the kindness of their own heart. They just
I know it is.
know how this works. You're not will give you $1 million.
Bitter apricot kernels.
Shitting the next contract for oil deals. See that. But there's a lot of nudge week that goes on in DC. If I make a $1 donation, I better have some phone number.
Yeah, it's like 5,000 or
somebody's number, so I have that.
They perfect. Just So you want to go, there's a little bar for just, you want to type bar, the word cancer, CANC star.
$2 million about. It starts at $500.
And you'll, wow, this is the, now you don't have an apple in apricot, in cherry pits, and all kinds of things. It's in peach, it's in grasses, but okay, so I'll tell you what. If I go to Amazon and I'm going to look at BICR, KER, and you see what the, okay, Britter, yeah, looking at going, just one moment for the review.
What are some of the solutions to saving money?
Okay, top review,
Bad idea that people are starting
right?
to do.
I'm going to go to, and then I'm going to search.
Live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A diaper pig in Orange
I'm going to
County.
do
It found a way to keep
7,000.
state budget. We was scrambling. Community Action Partnership CCEO Scott says the program is critical for families. We partner with more than 80 distribution sites.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yes. Okay. I yeah. Right. You can search, and it may only be in the app that, but if you can.
Listen to again.
Excellent.
Search against the rules. Start.
Pop culture.
No, you're spelling the word cancer. It's CER.
Jason Reitman wrote, co-produced, and directed. Cast led by Gabe, SNL creator Lorne Michaels.
Now, read that in camp. I do. Read the review.
Around your favorite art. Step 1. From there, and automatically build you a station based on the best music from that artist and other similar artists.
Exactly. Technically, water can kill you. Technically, water Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Southland weather from KFI. Low tonight around 60.
So I would, and I had, I would right now order. I mean, I don't hold stock in this. I'm just gonna order them, eat them a day. I'm never have cancer again. Okay, so I didn't order it.
The biggest festival around the world on one stage.
Well, I'm on. I prefer simplicity, but I appreciate Android for its features.
Earthquake, storm, flood, or power outage. They're open at any time. Here are a few things you might want to pack. Medication, a battery-powered radio, bottled water, and for more information and to see and running for State Assembly District 4. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
Attention LA, your Dodgers are back in the postseason. Now's your chance to experience the thrill of October baseball at Dodger Stadium. Be there for every pitch, every swing, and every game. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/postseason.
Hi, this is Mike Long, running for State Assembly District 49 in the November 5th general election. Have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
With nearly half our youth struggling, is building a certified wellness coach program to help. Learn more at cawellnesscoach.org. Supported by the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information.
Okay, bye. You guys are awesome.
Talk about the news.
Pretty well.
I literally have it like in my ear constantly. KFI.
I mean, I've watched it. Correct? Did I not? A car wash so that where you're located.
30% higher than the national average. Okay? City.
There you go.
It's crazy, stupid expensive. Andrew's
Yeah. 5 or more than that, 8.
Now, in order to
It was called.
first in LA, I had 2 roommates, and now we started everything in a again. Yes. In order to afford anything. No way I could. No way. I tell you, this is a good idea. There are 2 types of people that go into a deal like this. It's not. It's called
Yeah, you can ask. And if that, you can tell that.
Blinds. I mean, I can put some blinds up, but then I got to pay for the damage done when I put the blinds in. I hate that stuff. I want to pick my own floor. I want to have my own countertops. Remodel the bathroom. That's the stuff I love to be able to do. I love being a homeowner. My castle, and I'm going to make it the way that I want. Okay. What happens is people say, renting is so expensive. You should buy.
Co-ownership. Now, full disclosure, I'm the co-owner of a house. True. I own the house with my wife. Co-ownership is fine if you have an otherwise ironclad contract that says if anything happens, there's a division of assets. Don't go into ownership on a piece of real estate unless A, it's an investment and you have very clear rules as to what your is. Your partnership should have an incorporation to get what you're doing. Two, you're married. If you're married, buy your home. Invest in rental thing. That's great. Up to 7% in the last year, which is actually down from the year before because prices have gotten to be so much. They accept with a friend, and they were some people who were so excited. But you have to go. What happens is you have a lot of people. In fact, most often what happens is you have people who say, look what I can get. Look what I can get. They don't think of the fallout. They think of
I was, as a manager, and the investor gave me as much time as I needed, and I was able to turn a company into an app about.
So they find a friend, maybe the best friend of the whole life, the best friend from the second grade, what could ever go wrong?
Yes, I got salary, and as a as and I was able to and get some bonuses here and there, and then I was there for years, and eventually I was able to do it under a tight schedule. It's a great. Were you able to get? All right. Well. There you go.
At a higher interest rate. Not. They're screwing up. It's not great, nothing could ever go wrong. If you're going to make this terrible idea, you have to go into it with one eye open and thinking the worst. You need to have a contract, not an agreement. An agreement is for the things that you want. House, that'll be you have the primary.
I remember.
Presented lots and lots of people in multiple fields. Is the for the computer. Never had a lot of Berlin. I printed a whole bunch of talent, and then I kept up with them for months afterwards. Nothing. We just tell ourselves stories. We pick up stories. Yeah. But transduction, that's not one of these places. It's something that we test. And look at the with DMT. What the heck is that? Why does it use in people a most extraordinary experience and try to people react.
And out of that,
In fact, I said that giving a spiel like this, I sat and one woman in said, she said, "Oh, well, she said, yeah." And I did it twice. I didn't need to do it twice. For the time. And then another one. Well, and she said that the reality that she experienced on DMT was realer reality she experiences in life.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
As well?
That's what everybody says.
Yeah.
It's whatever. It doesn't seem like it seems like a reality.
Well, again, it's produced by the pineal gland.
Rick Strassman from Rick. Yeah. He now believes that it's in the brain. The liver might not be pineal gland producing it at all. We kind of changed perspective on that with research foundations, the studies that. But they know that there as well. I mean, they're doing rat studies. But it's whatever it is, it's produced for the lungs. It's endogenous. It's the most potent second in the human body makes. It's illegal. That's what turns me to the logic. That's what everything's it's made by the human body. It's literally like making illegal. Ever.
But think about it. We don't know what it's
right.
It's out there. And people who have these very unique and people over and over again that reality more real than
you know, it's also very it's compound too, so it's not especially
right.
And that's one of the more interesting things.
Did you say something? Yeah, what's up? Okay, just so you know, if I'm not paying attention, I don't want to, because
in glossolalia, language, all these things, associating sounds with objects, but all these things blossom. And then there's the doubling of the brain size, which coincides in a ton. Dennis McKenna did the best job. Terrence was more hard, a philosopher, but his brother Dennis is a scientist. The way he explains, he talks about the actual physical mechanisms, the different things that happen to the body when they enter this substance. Which also there's a bunch of ways that people endogenously stimulate it. And it's probably stimulating them. There's a bunch of states of meditation that people can achieve. There's Kundalini Yoga, people that have done DMT and are ready to Kundalini Yoga, and they seem to state that they can achieve these states of consciousness without the actual drug itself. They can force the brain.
I think what's happening is at the pathway, the quality of the connection is being changed. And I think that's the big test. And so I work with people in multiple fields.
Are you saying that you're connected to it always? Quality of the connection is changed by taking ayahuasca, right? That's what's happening. So it's just enhancing the quality of the connection.
Correct. And the opposite. There are a lot of things that go wrong. Maybe when we get drunk, or we get clubbed, or that really diminish it or temporarily. And all of this is the only problem is have not been looked. They've just never looked for some action. But I think going to now make two big changes in the way we see everything. We can make changes that finally the brain makes us as intelligent as we are. It turns out it's not a self-processing, and so it's not thought of, but it is transduction process, very critical. It's preparing transduction because it's bidirectional. So the microphone is bidirectional. The brain is bidirectional producer. So, and in the brain,
so it's interacting with consciousness rather than consciousness.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it's an avenue, a pathway, and that what is connecting us with all this stuff. My mom, who passed away, those last couple of years, I hearing music, and she loved it. She always loved it. She was hearing music, she said. And she would try to hum the music, and she said it was always coming downstairs, and then people would very she was very sarcastic in her manner, and so someone would say, "I don't hear anything." Maybe she didn't hear it because she just that it was real.